your back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Ever felt like you were about to fall? One wrong move and you lose it all. Have you ever needed help from a friend? Made a comeback when you're close to the end? Come on, take my hand, cause it's time to ascend. We can win the day if we unite.
0-0 nation, getting it done for Brazil.
Can they out-secure Kavi Chance?
Yeah, they can! The favorites have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match!
The best team in the world 2 years in a row. Luminosity, let's go!
Oh my goodness!
The #1 team in Pokemon, we can crown our champion!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are. What a time to be alive. These are the Eos Cup Play-On sequel, the final stretch play-ins. Hi, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw. I am joined by three amazing gents, Doopsnacks, Zoinks, and Wonder Chef. Doopsnacks, are you ready for a speedster meta today, my friend?
I am ready, and speedy is what we're going to have to be because this tournament has already started.
Yeah, absolutely. Zoinks, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic. I mean, this is going to be such a fun tournament. We were talking a little bit. We got to watch a lot of EU, the metagame all over the place. Very electric, very fun matches to watch. This is going to be a great day.
And Chef, good to see you again, my friend.
Yeah, I think this might be like a tease to Dialga in the game because we had a little bit of a time skip today, just for a little bit of a moment. But that doesn't mean that we get like a ton of Unite into a ton of Unite with not much of a break in between, which is honestly pretty sick.
I think that's the way to go. Let's hop right into this bracket here, Zoink, so we can see where we're at here in North America and what team we think will be heading all the way to those grand finals to win their spot.
Yeah, I feel like the most common prediction is going to be Luminosity making yet another tournament run. They have a very tough start, though, against Team YouTube. In our losers bracket, though, there are some very intense matches teeing up. Goofy Goobers on their first debut into the top 8 bracket, going up against Orange Juicers, and then Revelation, a very, very strong squad formed just for this month's tournament, playing against Nemesis, a former tournament champion. This is a very, very intense tournament. NA always has some of the craziest top 8s, and this tournament, no exception.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be pretty incredible. Obviously, the big conversation is the speedster meta that is happening right now. And just like that meta, as soon as we have the game ready for you, we are going to jump right into it. But what you are going to see this weekend is a ton of Meowscarada, Gengar, Absol, and Talonflame, if they are not banned. And then on top of that, we have Snorlax, who is not a speedster, but just somehow thrust into the spotlight right now as one of the premier defenders. I know some of us were breaking down the stats. Do we know what the top 4 bans were, or we have a close idea of that?
Yeah, the top 4 bans were Absol, Talonflame, Meowscarada, and Gengar. Gengar being the
we
top
got
one.
there. Yeah, really nice. Obviously, this is kind of the biggest meta shakeup I think we've seen from tournament to tournament, right? We just recently had the Eos Cup, and now we throw to this, and we're seeing 4 Pokemon that we barely saw played at all at the Eos Cup. Like, maybe we saw a little Talon. I don't think we saw a single Meowscarada. So I know that there are some complaints about the meta being shaken so hard, but in some ways, I love that this tournament is a completely different texture than what we just saw up on the big stage.
Yeah, it makes the whole game feel fresh, right? Just kind of throwing a wrench in everybody's plans. Everybody has to relearn new strategy, apply new strategies, and go in different directions. You know, you had heard Ender talking about, engagement supports are at a premium now. Sableye, Psyduck, things of that nature. We saw Bruv running around with that Flail-Lax, which got the buffs, of course. Flail block, no experience share, just going right at them. And you talk about, not a speedster, but a speedster at heart, the way it's running at the opponent right now.
Yeah, it's so fun watching everyone just have to run from Snorlax. I can imagine that the pros are maybe a little annoyed by this in some ways, but I gotta say, I love it, Chef. What has been really exciting for you to watch this weekend?
Honestly, it's just been a lot of the counterplay. I mean, of course, it's very, very cool to see a lot of speedsters, but we've kind of been seeing that since the patch started. So my big question this weekend was, what are the teams going to do to fight that? And so obviously, yeah, the top 4 bans are all the speedsters. That's one way to deal with it. But it's kind of been the counterplay aside from that. We've seen some Clefable. We've seen obviously a lot of Umbreon. I kind of feel like we always end up seeing that. Good kind of spike in Slowbro picks, just so that we can get those slow beams. Just the way that teams have decided to play in the meta alongside the meta is always like that next step in like being a top player.
Well, Zoinks and Chef will be back with us very soon because we have our first match of the day ready to go. Gentlemen, we will see you on broadcast here in just a bit. Doob Snacks, let's take this one away. We are going to be watching Luminosity Gaming, your AOS Cup champions, your LAIC champions, the team heading to Japan to represent the West at ACL against the legendary team, the team that can take them down as well, Team YT.
Yeah, Team YT always throws, curveballs down the pike. We were looking at the stats for NA's tournament so far for the final stretch play-ins, the sequel to the AOS Cup play-ons.
Correct.
How could I forget? And of the top 4 picks, in terms of win rate, you had Mew up there, so you immediately think Otter support kind of Mew. But right near the top was Gudra, and all that says to me is that feels like a YT type pick. So let's see if it comes to fruition here.
Here we go, heading right into our draft for our first game here in our winners semifinals. Team YT is going to be your purple team, Luminosity your orange team. Luminosity coming off an absolute run at AOS. Obviously, they do insanely well in the in-person events, but they don't seem to lock in as hard on these online events.
Yeah, and they're going to have to, because this one's worth a decent chunk of change because of the travel award that this gets you to get to New Orleans. So I know Luminosity was on the outside looking in for the AOS Cup play-ons to get that travel award, so I'm sure they'd like to leave with something here on their quest to keep running through these LAN tournaments, as YT goes straight to Umbreon, unsurprisingly so.
Yeah, first pick over to the Umbreon. Now, we did see them think about the Slowbro here for 1 second, which would be pretty hilarious. Couple of speedsters being hovered for Luminosity. We have the Talon, we have the Absol. You sent both of them over to Luminosity. If there's any team that's going to run double speedster, obviously LG could handle this.
They might grab another one. Why not at this point, right? Like, just keep all the pressure on. Immediately reacting those YT, and I think a sword is a decent way to react to this. A Kilo locking in Pikachu, of course, already carrying that experience share, going to be, again, a disruptive, engaging type support that we were discussing at the top of the show.
Next couple of picks over to the side of Luminosity, we have Hoopa as a possibility. Obviously, Hyperspace Hole was not available at the AOS Cup, and I actually don't know if it's available this weekend. I'm going to have to look into that. Either way, Trick Hoopa is pretty amazing on any of these speedsters as well. Slash being able to lock in Psyduck is a massive sort of, not defender, but supporter tank choice that he's very good with.
Absolutely. Rounding out Inteleon and So Sad Sam on Buzzwole, which gives Luminosity the gutter pick to react in whatever form or fashion. And that might be a top path tree that we see there, Cowboy.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. It's just, Luminosity is known for sort of their very different picks. They're excited to get Pokemon they think are good and work together, rather than what stereotypically you would, write down on a sheet. Like, this is our attacker, this is our center, this, they're ready to just grab a great squad and win with it.
Yeah, Curio's on that tree. I said, top path, because that's where we've seen, top path tree historically, right? Kind of play the pseudo all-rounder role, and it seems like it might shape themselves in right there. But there's a world where they throw it in bottom path too. Luminosity has been known to give some different looks, but what YT has put together here is a very reactive type composition to these speedsters, and we're going to have to see if it's enough to deal with these two buffed Pokemon.
Yeah, that really is the question here as we take a look at our battlefield. Thea Sky Ruins is where they will be playing, as the rest of us have been hanging on old remote stadium for a couple weeks here. I think
it's been awesome.
Everybody loves it. I think the only thing that could make this, speedster meta even crazier is forcing this tournament to be on remote stadium. Like, let's just throw everything at these top teams and see how they react. One thing I will say, Doob Snacks, is I do believe the hallmark of some of these teams that are real champions are their ability to react to what is thrown at them with all these changes. As we head to our first game, Team YT, your purple team, Luminosity, your orange team. These are your winners semifinals here. And of course, these teams are playing for that invited spot to the final stretch play-ins in NAIC in New Orleans.
Here we go. Slash Gang gonna put pressure on early as they're looking down two very decent early game Pokemon in, of course, the Sobble there, able to secure very, very well, but not quite enough for a Phantump as Curios is easily getting some points in early.
Yeah, Will-O-Wisp actually is a crazy strong secure. Not able to get that last one here, but they were able to get multiple stacks in early, and you saw from their items loading in, they are double stacking that tree. So you will absolutely fight for those stacks. Massive Night Slash picks up too! Whoa.
Whoa, did that Pokemon get buffed, brother?
Wow.
Rolling up at 5, and that was the easiest 2 KOs I think I've ever seen on camera. And Trainer's got to be feeling good. Already level 6.5, going straight back in for some action. Electro Web on that Fletchinder as Overlord's trying to get away. Big sword coming through. Trainer might give back a bunch of experience here, doing a ton of damage on the way out, but can't close out a KO there.
Yeah, very close to getting a possible double KO once again for Trainer, but they gave up a ton of experience. Overlord now evolves. Aquilo in some trouble right here, being chased down. The Flame Sweep picks up the KO as they're pushing onto this goal zone. Sam trying to defend right here, seeing if there's anything they can do to get rid of Overlord, push them off goal. The Sacred Sword comes in, big time aerial ace. They're trying to take this down. They do end up taking him down. Wow.
I mean, you're really seeing how gassed to the gills these speedsters are now since the buffs, right? Able to just hand in the pocket with half HP, able to go. Kilo goes down despite having that perfect Electro Ball, and Overlord at half HP. They're at 1 HP, and they make it back to pad. And there's the Absol to clean up the trash. Trainer looking good, and you're really starting to understand why these Pokemon have the highest ban rate.
Yeah, of course. I'm surprised that LG got 2 of them here, but you can only ban so many things, right? You look at Team YT, they got rid of Gengar, and of course they got rid of that Snorlax, which we talked about, but there's only so many speedsters that you can take away from the side of Luminosity. And LG, you know, in classic LG fashion, they're looking to win with the best Pokemon out there.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, right? There's some point where preference does not outweigh the actual strength of an individual Pokemon, and Luminosity is definitely looking to leverage that. I think what's also going to cause some problems here is Curios on this tree, getting double stacked pretty big already, level 8, and that's just going to be tough to contend with out the gates as well, right? I mean, they have 2 really good Pokemon to make a stand here in the face of 5. Let's see if they can. Tree put up, put down. They are splintered and shut. Slashcan is just looking around trying to buy some time, slow things down. Here comes Trainer. They're moving in. KO streak of 2 for Fui. Now they're going for the deep engage. A little bit late is Otter popping the Absol Unite, but Buzzwole throwing Absol into the skies and getting a KO in tandem with a Kilo there. Now Otter finding themselves by themselves. Curios steps in, putting on the curse, and they're on the chase. The Horn Leech is there for Russ. The pressure continues, but it looks like YT's in a good position for this Regirock. Slash King coming in for the support. We'll see if they can get it. Trevenant Unite, and the Coup de Grace gets it.
Beautiful stuff here from YT. I mean, what a back and forth from this crew right here. And the displacement from Fui on top of how much, you know, the Volt Tackle from Pikachu was able to lock them down really set up a ton of huge moments for YT. It felt like they were fighting so well at that tier 1 all the way through to that first Reggie securing Regirock here. A match that they've clearly been very far behind right from the jump. They actually have some signs of life pretty early, even before the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, but we're getting a taste of what Team YT is trying to do, right? Maybe as individuals across the map, they are, you know, outpaced, out-tempoed 1v1. But these team fights are certainly in an approach that they can take with this CC. As I say that, of course, we had a player advantage for Luminosity, and they cashed that in for a KO streak of 2, does Trainer.
I gotta say, the combinations, though, they're playing so well together. Just a well-oiled machine, you know, setting them up, knocking them down. If that Sacred Sword would have landed from Sam in that first part of the engagement, I think Overlord does go down there. Big Pikachu Unite, Talon chasing the Umbreon right here. Here comes the Midnight Slash, and Sam just being pushed out of this fight completely by the Horn Leeches. LG is assaulting this tier 2.
Nice. Huge flame sweep, pulling 2 players off pad, and that's going to leverage into some KOs. And Teleon steps in, pops their Unite move just enough to catch the fists from the fury of that Hoopa. Goal zone has gone up by almost 200 points here, Spraggles, and Luminosity is looking good. And we are playing that trick Phantom Force Hoopa right there, as we were able to see Overlord kind of take that trick, jump to the skies with a fly, get pulled right back through, and then do that surprise flame sweep in a kind of clever 1-2 punch Luminosity has put together.
Yeah, that was a really cool fight there for LG. And for as well as YT is playing together, I mean, you're looking at LG absolutely dominate some of these fights. You can see the Curse Hornleech setting up multiple moments where you can pull enemies back to your side and just have them ripped apart by your speedsters. While Regice is going down, we see Luminosity, the Talonflame Overlord, scoring in the main goal zone of Team YT.
Yeah, 303.94, of course. 209 points separate these two teams, and we're going to look where they end up. It's still 4 minutes left in this game.
Yeah, 4 minutes left, and we have almost a level 14 Absol right now. And this is something you have to worry about. Look at that massive fly into the Flame Sweep. Midnight Slash misses everybody. Buzzwole moving in, trying to make something happen here as Absol picks up a KO. Talon right back for another one. Pikachu does take down the Absol, however.
Trevenant Unite just 1v1 on this Inteleon just to put Luis on the scramble here. Hornleash push, and right there is Otter to see if they can help Curious get out of dodge. Back to the fly, Luis is gone. That was just a full health bar, 100 to 0 in an instant with that fly.
Well, I mean, that was a great fight for LG. However, you know, one thing that you always have to keep in mind with Pokemon Unite is catch-up experience is so much more valuable than experience you get when you are the higher level Pokemon, aka mustard experience. So if you are catching up to your opponents and KOing a level 14 Absol, the experience swing is actually huge for YT.
Slash going to be frontlining here to try and prevent Russ from going too far forward. Russ is just going to put the push. Regieleki is going to sit there. This is a decent one, though, for Luminosity. They wanted to just buy a little bit of time before taking it. Effectively pushed away, though. YT's going to take it, and the counter score is already happening downstairs.
Yeah, and here we go. YT looking to get some points on the board, while at the same time, like you said, LG with the opportunity to score that bottom goal zone. 415 for Luminosity, 177 for YT. YT is going to need a pretty miraculous fight here at Rayquaza.
Here to the skies is Overlord, just enough to bait out the wide guard, which isn't a bad look. Otter gets caught in a blender here, very quickly dispatched. Well, Luminosity sets a trap. They put tons of damages, forces out the Umbreon Unite. That's super early in terms of Rayquaza. Now they're moving forward. Electro Ball is there. Curious Hornleech is back too, and they're putting tons of pressure on Luis. Now there's 3 players down instantly. Luminosity picking a fight, setting a trap, and cashing in quickly. KO streak of 2 for Overlord.
Wow, I mean, this just looks so good for LG. They're up by so much. They just took Registeel, and they have 2 level 15 speedsters. I mean, is there a fast forward button right here? I don't know what we could do, but Team YT is in so much trouble. The amount of damage that they can output is insane. They could probably just rip this right now, take it before YT could even get into position, but it looks like they're deciding to fight.
Phantom Force trick on Overlord. You saw that, using the fly to get in. They've got Hoopa to go rings unbound, pull everybody back to the middle. Slash in a hair of trouble. Sweep beating them down. Snipe shot is there. Okay, now we've got a 5v4. Is it going to be enough to fend off these 2 level 15s?
Here we go. Buzzwole moving in here, trying to find the fight. Talon landing right down. Fweeze in some trouble. Umbreon moving in, and it looks like here comes the Midnight Slash. Takes 2.
Huge. That was perfect. Well lined up. Quickly KO'd 2 players. Curious buying space right on top of So Sad Sam. The fly engage is there. Phantom Force back through. Snipe shots are dealing a ton of damage to Curios, but they're still managing to stand. So Sad Sam tries to go in. They're catching the receipt of a fly. Crashing on top of them is Overlord. Moving through his Otter to provide some space. We cracked a Thunderstorm. Pikachu's trying to make it happen, but it's not enough. Despite the type advantage, they can't cash in. Russ is on the chase. They're trying to find anybody here as Team YT is trying to find a way in. Luminosity resetting.
Yeah, Luminosity able to reset both of their level 15 speedsters here. 50 seconds on the clock, which means it is go time. We have 3 Unite moves here from LG, and there's one. The rings unbound. Hoopa bringing the squad through.
Coming through, popping some Unites back to back. Now we've got big stuns in the middle. They're all trapped with the Trevenant Force Curse Mark, and that's enough to get these KOs. 4 players down. It's just a Kilo to support Pikachu, who's going to get stunned. They're going to get attacked, or they're going to get KO'd, and Luminosity is going to go score.
Wow. I mean, Ray doesn't go down, running to the main goal zone right here, putting the points in. 803 to 177. Luminosity with a dominant performance, and you only have 2 bans, but boy, it feels like you can't give them 2 speedsters.
No, I mean, you're looking, the Mimikyu is there on the ban list. You have to wonder, Luminosity, what they were thinking there. Maybe setting up a bait and switch, forcing YT into the Snorlax and opening this door for them. And I'll tell you what, if you're going to give them Absol Talonflame every game, they're going to pick Absol Talonflame every game.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty incredible there for LG. What a start to this series for them. Again, 177 is all that YT could score right there. It felt like they had moments. You know, they had moments throughout this, but they really just did not have the ability to take them down some of these big fights. 15 KOs for Overlord, 12 KOs for Trainer. Highest on the other side is 7 for Fui. Sam, I felt like Aegislash was actually pretty potent in this match. Not a single KO, however.
Yeah, I think that number's a bit deceptive. I do think the sword was a little bit stronger than maybe what that stat line shows us. I do think Fui was a shining light for this YT team. You know, the Buzzwole repositions that they were doing all game long was allowing them to actually take some of these fights, or at least feel like they had a chance. But just looking back across the way, I mean, Luminosity was cooking with gasoline. I mean, everything was on fire the moment that they stepped out of the gate. Trainer coming up with the easiest KO streak of 2 right off rip. Had to be just the pedal to the metal that they were looking for and the pressure that they wanted to apply.
You can see here from the point graph, you can see how far ahead Luminosity was the entire time with score, just continuing to keep that score lead. This is something that LG does better than maybe any team I see in the UCS right now. I feel like they set up such a great score lead so that even if things go chaotically wrong at Rayquaza, they are not out of the game.
No, that's a great point. We've seen other teams be successful with that. You know, of note is Peru, aka Fusion, just last year. You know, at the AOS Cup, you know, in the finals, lost 3 of the 4 Rays, won 3-1. So, you know, there's a way to make that happen with the score lead that you build throughout the course of the game. But in this one, it was levels, it was KOs, it was team fights, it was score, it was everything.
Yeah, they absolutely dominated YT. And it's been a while since we've seen Team YT actually give LG a difficult run in some of these tournaments, right? It's probably since they had Phil on their side. I don't know how long it's been since they've really had trouble with them. But YT just does not seem to have LG's number anymore. They're going to need to show a very different game number 2 if they want to do anything against LG. And you got to do something about these speedsters.
Yeah, so that was going to be my next question, Cowboy. Where, if you were in YT's shoes, do you start? Do you just go blanket ban on all these speedsters and try and play a straight-up game with what's left? Is it worth targeting Slash again? Where's your head at?
I mean, I think the reason you pull Snorlax is because you know how bad this can be. I don't think that's a bad decision at all. I might even take second pick in this situation just to see if I can grab 2 Pokemon at once, right? So I could still ban Snorlax. I could ban another speedster, but you're only giving LG access to 1 and you're able to at least steal the other.
Yeah, Umbreon first pick out of YT is maybe the first place I would go to change, right? It's just, there's so much strength, right? And Umbreon is good, of course, but in the support role or even the tank role right now, there's a lot of good options where you're not hemorrhaging too much value by choosing them a little bit later on, even if you're not getting the premier tank or Umbreon in this case.
Yeah.
But forcing over, like you said, 2 speedsters back the other way, I don't know. I don't think the strategy and the bans was too far off, but I'd like to see the draft priority change a little bit.
I agree. Yeah. And like you're saying, I feel like, look, there are a lot of great defenders. For me, I couldn't let 2 of the most broken Pokemon in the game over to the side of LG. As we get ready, Team YT is taking that second pick. Now, they lost that first game, so they had the choice there. So this is absolutely intentional. They want that second pick. Mimikyu is banned, and now Team YT gets to play this in a really interesting way because with 2 picks after that first one, they can take more of these speedsters. First ban for them is going to still be that Snorlax. This is exactly what we wrote up. Are they listening?
I sure hope so, because I'd like to see a more competitive game here in Game 2. And Teleon going to be banned, so again, cutting off, I believe it was Luis that was on that Inteleon, hitting some pretty key snipe shots, talent. Okay, we've got a lot of toys in play here. So now Luminosity can choose one of the speedsters, but YT has the opportunity to choose the other two of the ones that have been buffed.
Yeah, and they do decide to go with Meowscarada first. If I'm YT, I definitely want to take Absol Gengar right here. I want to get rid of it immediately. We'll see what they decide to do. And they do. Absol Gengar picked up right away. I think this is really exactly where you want to be, especially with how they played that draft. I love this look from YT. I'm not sure if it's going to be a game-winning look from them, but I think it's a very smart way to play this.
Psyduck, Mew getting hovered, Overlord changing around. I'm not sure if I'm going Mew. I'm picking it right now. I don't think they need to. Unless they're afraid Luis or something might jump on it. But no, they want to grab that support core now. Psyduck and Mew cashed in. Again, Mew having the highest win rate in the tournament, and that's probably just because it's been in the hands of Otter the whole time. Aquilo back to support Pikachu. Luis sliding through the roster right now.
Yeah, we're going to see how they want to run it. I think Umbreon, see, this is great, right? They're able to get Umbreon as a third pick here, so they didn't need to prio at game number 1. Aquilo on Pikachu, this hides their last pick, so they're able to make some decisions here, and oh boy, I couldn't imagine seeing Comfey come out here. You would have to switch Mew on over to Curios at that point, it feels like. Next two picks, we're going to see how they want to lock this in. You could be taking the Buzzwole away from the side of YT, but with Fwee and Sam already on these speedsters, I don't know if they were planning on grabbing it.
Overlord jumping onto the Metagross. I don't hate that right now, Spraggles. I'll be honest. Luis in the gutter pick. We'll see where they go. Maybe eyeing up some long-range action here. Decidueye being hovered for a long time, finally switched up. And Miraidon, which used to be picked first in these drafts, finding themselves in the gutter.
Yeah, Miraidon feels like an interesting choice here, depending on how they want to play it. The items that are on that particular Miraidon say that this is a Charge Beam Miraidon. Overlord is going to be taking, it looks like, the Meowscarada, while Trainer actually getting the Metagross switch right here. Overlord, one of the only players that actually was playing Meowscarada sort of before it got nerfed a long time ago. I remember him running it in UCS. His Meowscarada looked pretty fantastic. He plays Flower Trick Double Team very well. However, with the new buffs, I'm not sure which version we're going to see.
You know what? I like Flower Trick still, but really you can't lose either because the character is just very, very good right now. Team YT, on the other hand, again, they are also bringing high-octane picks, and this Gengar has been the most banned Pokemon in the NA final stretch play-ins.
Gengar is always a problem. It is either way too good or not good enough, right? It's either Moist is going to make a video about it when the game launches, or no one will play it for 2 years. So we are in the point where once again a video could be made about Gengar. This thing is crazy good right now, and unlike some of the other speedsters, that a lot of speedsters have this potential, Gengar's potential to sort of KO over and over again, just the domino chain of KOs that this Pokemon can provide is absolutely insane. Even if you're doing well all match against Gengar, just one catch like that can change everything. As we head here to game number 2, Luminosity, your purple team, Team YT, your orange team. These are winners semifinals, so the winner of this is going to be heading to your winners finals here. LG 1 game away.
1 game away. You want to talk about chaining some KOs? They are definitely on YT going to need to do that here. Absol's early in path. That's where you want it. Buzzwole going straight at them, though. Curious following suit, a little bit of coaching, and the K opener goes to Luminosity as they dispatch of an Absol very quickly, Cowboy.
Yeah, incredibly aggressive here from Luminosity, but they were aggressive last game, and it really paid off for them here. Curious going to be able to get that level 5 very quickly. Aquilo looking to see if they can steal away some of this experience here. No, looks like it heads over to the side of Luminosity.
Now, Aquilo was, again, just trying to throw a prayer into that one, get a little bit of the experience back. Absol already resetting, going back, and maybe rotating to take some central, as Haunter rotates up and has decided to pull Aquilo with them, and they might be going to a bottom path 5-player push here.
Yeah, it looks like 5 members of YT are in the bottom path as they move forward right here. They do catch Psyduck, deciding whether or not they want to go in, and they move in for this fight.
So Sad Sam with good timing on that engagement, actually dodging the headache that the Psyduck had. They're still pushing. 5 players, they got decent HP bars, and now it's just for the rest that has to contend here. Moving forward, repositions there. Otter finally rotates down. 2 players down for Luminosity. You're hoping you leave with 2 with the player advantage you have. Electro Ball chases down Umbreon, but the Electro Web is going to pin down Overlord, and they're going to get knocked out by Sam. This Haunter is slowly taking over the game. As well, they're going back into a Cowboy, and now they're kind of stuck without their squad. They go down, experience back in the hands of Luminosity, and we'll see what YT does. They committed 5 players.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite a fight there for YT, but they had to take it, right? With all of those players in the bottom path, they didn't want to leave with nothing. I think they did pretty well for themselves, scoring some points, but you got to give it up to Otter. I mean, one of the best Mews to ever play the game, I would say, especially here in the West, and wow, what a defense he had.
Yeah, I mean, moving in and out, you know, the Electro Ball getting KOs too is not to be understated, as the pressure that they were able to mitigate is incredibly important too. Now we're looking up top. We've got about 30 seconds until our first objectives hit the map, but YT is just going for another concerted push. Tons of damage gets put in. Sam gets caught immediately by the Matang, and now Trainer's changing back directions. They want to get Fui. Fui's low on HP. We're going through. Low HP is a Kilo as well. Can Slash pick up a KO? The Charge Beam doesn't have enough juice to get that knockout, and there's one back the other way instead.
Charge Beam's going to be really interesting in this match. I mean, they have some decent dive on the side of Luminosity, but maybe not what you'd, worry too much about, right? We don't have the Talonflame Fly. We don't have the Absol. So they're able to play at range, but there isn't a ton of HP regeneration that they're mitigating with that curse item here, as Kyrios just gets absolutely wrecked by YT.
Not sure what Kyrios was doing there. Just like, I think I'll take this Bunnelby. Nobody will care about that, right? And they absolutely caught them out. Slash is now looking at 5 players, and they are very similarly defeated. And now we've got a Metagross Unite moving through. We're going to put them up in the walls, and we're going to try and do some damage. Solar Beam is there to get a KO on Absol, allowing Trainer to hang tight. And now Overlord taking the basement Reggie, going to give enough juice in the tank for Luminosity to get a couple KOs and protect this goal zone. We're doing it in quite miraculous fashion.
Yeah, impressive stuff right here. And you saw both players using their eject button to kind of break each other's ankles in that moment. You see Kyrios bounce, then you see Sam bounce right there. Very quick reaction to that. That almost went in. Be careful with that surf there, Slash. Almost pushing that into that goal zone. Midnight Slash doesn't really find anything right there. Overlord moving in with the Unite move here, just being taken down by multiple members of YT. Team YT, notice that the game is called Pokemon Unite because they are rolling as a 5-man crew everywhere they go.
Yeah, and it's working for them, right? They're taking much more convincing fights, and although the scoreboard looks weird, at least they're getting some KOs back and forth. Sam is getting chased. Electro Ball is there, picked up, slammed up, punched down, Buzzwole, and Sam's in trouble. Sam is gone. KO streak of 2 for Kyrios on the Buzzwole. Buzzwole has looked very strong in the face of these speedsters in these last 2 games.
Yeah, it's so funny you say that. I was thinking the exact same thing, Dude Snacks. Both games, this Buzzwole really is kryptonite for these speedsters. I mean, just able to put down so many different forms of crowd control, change the dynamic of how the speedsters want to fight. Russ looking for a moment right here. Kyrios getting caught once again by this coordinated fight from YT.
The scores are happening behind them, though, and YT needs to take advantage, right? They've committed everybody downstairs, but that means the rest of the map is open. Slash is looking to see what YT's gonna do. They're gonna reset. Slash at least has some vision on Fui. Oh, man, Sam missing that engagement on Trainer can't feel good because they do have Luis back in the tank behind them. Now we're popping another Unite move, looked like out of the Metagross. Tons of damage getting put down on them, and the KO is gone. Now there's 2 back the other way because Overlord finally showed up. Eject button in the middle of the Unite move is going to get 1 back. 4 players down for instantly for YT. Make it all 5. Holy smokes. Talking about turning that thing on its head.
Yeah, what a fight there from Overlord. Dancing around them with that Unite move. Beautiful stuff right there. We saw the eject button Meowscarada Unite. I think it's an invaluable item on Meowscarada. Its Unite move is incredibly powerful, and with that eject you can reposition not only where it's at but the direction it is moving in, able to pick up some massive KOs as they're looking to fight on this tier 2 with only 2 members of YT here.
Yeah, well, now showing up is Sam on the back door here. We have another attempt at the Metagross Unite. We're going to see if we can go in here. Oh, Swole slam there by the Buzzwole into the back line, but it's the Buzzwole to go down first. Curios is there, the Meteors are crashing, and Miraidon is stepping up to help this defense carry through. Metagross does take care of Sam, but now Trainer has to get pushed back. 2 players down for LG. The Charge Beam is there, finds another. 3 players down, and now it's just Otter and Slash that have to run away because that push did not materialize in the way that they wanted.
You know, I've got to say, Dude Snacks, seeing YT here, obviously they're playing into possibly the best team in the world right now. I am not shocked that they're here in our winners semifinals. This would be a brutally difficult team to beat, and even the, you know, former world champs are having a tough time against them right now. Nice double KO for the Gengar, catches 2, gets the double team right there, which is not exactly where you want to be, and he is going to go down there in the back line.
Yeah, but I mean, a decent exchange there moving forward. Gengar grabbing, I think they got both Curios and Otter in that moment. So, yeah, at least you're leaving with something. At least they're leaving with something. Whereas in game 1, they were leaving with nothing, ever.
Yeah, level-wise, I would say this is looking better for YT than it was game 1. And points-wise, it's looking better, right? They're still behind, but they're a lot closer than they were. I feel like this composition is working for them much better. Of course, not being the team that, you know, only has 1 speedster, also looking pretty good for them. As we get ready for a fight here, we have a Reggie spawning in this bottom path. Buzzwole to catch right away! Wow!
They couldn't even react. I mean, but poor Umbreon just getting taken to task, and that was enough to scare all of YT away. And now they're all rotating to the middle, trying to get the position that they want heading into this Rayquaza game 2. Y2 needs it, otherwise they're dropping to the losers bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard fight for YT. They're getting ready for it right here, but it looks like Luminosity has got some super aggressive positioning. Curios could look for another pick here, as they're getting far forward right now. If they decide to eject button in, we could be starting this right away. They do miss their catch there on the Umbreon. They're chasing the Gengar out, but it does peel back.
It does peel back, but Absol actually steps in. Fui uses their Unite move, that slash, and they're going to see if they can follow up here. Otter doing a great job screening in the way. Overlord cashes in. Sam is low. They have to pop their Unite move. They're underground. They're swimming for their target. They actually go in the bush. Are they going to reset? No, doesn't matter. They're going back into the action. Meanwhile, Overlord's cleaning up the trash. They're taking care of 3, but there's 4 players down. Give them all 4. And now Sam steps up. We might get a Penta here as the rest of the Luminosities changing the direction where they're focusing. Here comes Overlord. They got it, but not enough for the true Penta flash on the screen. All 5 credit to the Meowscarada, and Rayquaza is credited to Luminosity as they are in prime position to win this one.
Yeah, LG with an absolutely dominant fight, a dominant match here, and for as impressed as I was watching the coordination from YT, it was just not enough to deal with LG, and man, did Overlord look good on that Meowscarada. We talked about Gengar possibly chaining KOs, but it was definitely the Paldean starter right there that absolutely crushed it here in game 2.
Meowscarada looked great, and you're really seeing the trouble that these speedster buffs are kind of wreaking havoc through these teams, right? You can't really, it doesn't feel like you can really let any of these high skill players have any. I mean, you want to talk about Sam on Gengar too, they were racking up some KOs as well. Overlord was given 1 Meowscarada there in there, so I mean, it's a tough look. These draft phases are really where these games are going to be won and lost today.
Without question. It's are you able to react to this new meta? And then if you are you able to draft in it? I think the draft for YT here in game number 2 was phenomenal compared to their draft in game 1. Game 1 felt like a real unfortunate draft for them. But still, you're running into a team that knows how to play around this, and you're giving, you know, one of the best carry players one of the best carries. So it's going to be tough.
It is going to be tough, you know. YT going to be dropping down to our losers bracket 2-0 confidently is Luminosity pressing forward in this event. And I'm just thinking, you know, just throwing stuff at the wall. We were seeing the support Pikachu out of Team YT. But in the face of a Meowscarada going double team, that's not as evident as you'd think, right? The Volt Tackle, Electro Ball doesn't really shut down in the way you'd think, because you could always just get that body double. So, you know, I'm trying to think, if that's the direction they want to go, how could they do that? Maybe an Espeon there, you know, that big Espeon Unite. At least if you, you know, pull the trigger on your Unite move on the Espeon on the double team, you actually have like a collateral opportunity to still pick up the real Meowscarada hiding in the background. So I wonder how Team YT is going to adjust, because they've got some real problems to solve if they're going to want to face Luminosity again in the grand finals here.
Yeah, no question. Obviously, I do think Team YT looked pretty good. I understand why they're in our winners semifinals. Outside of any strategy consideration, you just have to also recognize that I think LG is a better squad here. And that's kind of a tough pill to swallow. It doesn't mean YT can't win, but when you watch all of these engagements, everything that YT was able to throw at them, YT had a lot of good moments, but it still couldn't stop LG's, insane skill level and dominant game plan. Both games, they were up considerably. Even if YT finds their moment, it doesn't mean that they can win. LG is just the top of the mountain, and it is going to be hard for anybody to dominate the aggro crag today.
Yes, it really, really is. I like the global gut shout there at the end with the aggro crag. Does that mean you're Mike O'Malley? Is that what makes you? And am I Moira Quirk? Am I the judge, the ref?
What happens is when Spraggles and Doobsnacks combined, we are Mike O'Malley. This is it's our DBZ fusion. That's what we become.
Oh God. Okay, off the rails already, folks. Let's get into some replays here, which at least we have some signs of life out of YT here in Game 2.
Yeah, well, I actually think YT had a lot of good looks in both of these games. I think Game 2 looked way better. And one thing that I have to give YT, against many other teams, I feel like the aggression and the incredible coordination from some of their combinations would be so hard to deal with. So hard. Like, it was really impressive to watch.
It was. It really was. It's going to be tough for any team to contend with what YT is trying to do. I think they've got a very interesting approach using this support Pikachu from Ikilo. I think there's other Pokemon that they can use to fill a similar role, but maybe just have a little bit stronger advantages here or there. So I'd be looking for those small adjustments, but I think YT is reading this meta well. There's not a ton of value in true healing supports anymore, because your teammates are getting deleted so quickly that you can't really heal them up in that exchange, right? So you have two options. How do you essentially form a line of defense in front of them? Or how do you mitigate the attacks coming in or help them engage, right? Those are kind of the other axes within which you can fight as a support player. So I think a Kilo on this Pikachu, long story short, is a great place for them to start. They just got to be able to diversify a little bit off of it to give themselves better chances in certain matchups.
There we go. We see Fui moving in here. This was near the end of the Rayquaza fight. We had the Dream Eater catch. Unfortunately, it was on, the double there from Overlord. The beautiful coaching right there from the Mew also, just to give Overlord enough of an HP buffer to make sure that Gengar couldn't move in for that KO. That was another Quadra, essentially a Penta KO there for Overlord on the Meowscarada. And yeah, LG coming off a huge tournament win, getting ready for ACL, and it doesn't look like anything is slowing them down.
No, they're just using this as another portion of their training arc leading into ACL. We talked to them a little bit after they won the AOS Cup, and I'm pretty sure they are flying to Japan tomorrow. They are their goal is to win this, pack their bags, leave for Japan, and they're going to boot camp there for a couple weeks leading into the event itself. So they are looking to really make a statement in Japan and using this as a springboard of that momentum.
Yeah,
that's
well, more final stretch play-ins coming up. We are going to take a quick break, and we've got some more exciting games. Do not go anywhere. The meta is speedy, and so is this break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the final stretch play-ins. One of these teams that wins today will lock in their spot at NAIC in New Orleans for the final stretch. We are now heading down to our losers bracket to take a look at Ignorance versus the Orange Juicers. Dube Snacks, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling pretty darn good. I mean, that was a heck of a match that we just watched between LG and YT. But Juicers, fresh off of their third place finish at the AOS Cup, finally got those trophies that they've been hunting for, are here in the losers bracket, sent down there earlier yesterday by Revelation, and now playing against Ignorance, who has finally made it back to a top 8 from December being the last time they were able to crack that metric.
Yeah, and here we go, right into our game here. I told you this was a speedster meta, and it's a speedster broadcast as we are moving through these matches. You absolutely love to see it. First ban is over to the Juicers. They're going to ban Inteleon as well as the Talonflame. We've got an Umbreon for the side of Ignorance, and the final ban will be decided here in just a moment. Something we were talking about in our quick break here, Dupe Snacks, was not being insanely surprised to see Juicers maybe moving through losers here, given that oftentimes it's their attacker play that is so phenomenal.
I agree. And who else has great play is Zugrug, specifically on the Snorlax, a Pokemon that they've played now for 4+ years. But you're giving Ignorance a lot of Pokemon that they like, and they quickly grab both of the other two speedsters available.
Yeah, this is really tough, right? So you have to expect, if you're the Juicers, you have to know this is what's about to like run into you here, right? Roland locking in this Psyduck, OG locking in the Zacian, and honestly, one of the biggest counters it felt like to the Juicers at the AOS Cup was losing this Zacian. So maybe with a meta that's not so focused on all-rounders, OG is able to skate by and continually get their best Pokemon.
Absolutely. Is that a support Gengar? Is Scrooble not really going to play this with an EXP share? Now, on the other side, Orange Juicers, of course, going back to Sableye, something that was respected so much at AOS that it was getting banned was Roland Sableye. So that's something I have to just keep an eye on here, is actually Flareon's locks it in. Zugrug might be playing an attack Snorlax here. Roland playing the Psyduck. Flareon's on the Sableye. So, Orange Juicer's going deep in the bag of tricks.
Dude, I mean, I'm excited to see this. It's so funny to me. I don't know if Flareon's is going to be on this Sableye. But I do think it would be hilarious if attackers are not good for a meta and they're like, look, man, you got to play the Gremlin or something. We don't know what you're going to do here. As Flareon's actually switches over to the Psyduck. Zugrug now looking to get bulky there. They've got the Resonant Guard, they've got that Assault Vest, and they've got the Aeos Cookie. This appears to be a Flail Snorlax, but at the same time, they could absolutely still be playing, heavy slam blocks, setting up some huge moments for the squad.
Man, I think if you're dropping the EXP share, you're looking to run at the opponent. So I think Zugrug is going to model what we were seeing a little bit earlier today from Bruv. Try and get big, like you said, raise that HP pool and go in straight flailing, arms waving and running right at Ignorance.
Well, you got to, imagine when you are playing Flail Snorlax, your HP pool really helps you, right? The lower you are able to get for longer, the more damage you're going to be able to do, while at the same time, the more HP you have, the bigger your block is going to be. Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one because we're seeing two incredible speedsters, some of the best things in the meta right now, against this Snorlax that, in my opinion, is the, unspoken greatest thing going in the game right now.
Yeah, and it's one of those things in another world with a different set of adjustments. Maybe Snorlax is getting banned a whole bunch, but the focus has to be on these speedsters. So Snorlax gets to run wild.
Here we go, heading up to the top path right here. We see OG, and of course the little gremlin making their way across the map. I hope we get to watch that a little bit as they're going to head towards the central area of Ignorance and try to steal some of this experience away. And OG cleaning up a little as we head down to the bottom path right here to see Flareon's playing support for Zugrug, who is going to stack up.
Yeah, well, these two are used to playing together in the bottom path and used to playing pretty darn well, so I can imagine they've got decent communication. I think they're going to be okay, Cowboy, as now finally there's a pivot in the middle by Ignorance to try and cover Roland, who is just putting so much stress on them in the central area.
Yeah, they're looking for the secure right here. Another great secure for the side of Juicers. This is going to give another point over to Zugrug, another stack over to them. Almost level 5 already, playing extremely aggressive in the face of their opponents right there. Soup Chef able to steal that one away.
I don't want to understate, in this exchange while we were downstairs, we actually saw both, I believe it was Kratos and Roland get knocked out by the Ghastly on the other side, and Absol. So Ignorance was able to get the K openers in this one and try and get Absol ahead. And that's going to be crucial. As we know, those things can take over the game if they are just a hair in advance.
I want to point out, this is the EXP share Gengar that we saw earlier, and Zoinks just messaging me in the chat saying it also has a Rocky helmet, by the way. So, you know, we're doing things out here.
Yeah, Screwball not afraid to throw a curveball or two down the pike. A real junk ball pitcher. You never know what kind of slop they're going to throw at you. As you know, we saw Flareon's trying to drag everybody's attention away, but it wasn't quite enough. Neon stepping in with that Mystical Fire. Sylveon going to get a KO credited to them.
Yeah, very scary right now. We have level 6 already for this Snorlax here. Biggest thing on the map, tied with the Leafeon, Absol, Buzzwole. Really tough to deal with here. OG in some trouble right now. Protein Shake just coming on up here with the Pursuit Absol, ripping through the Juicers.
I mean, you're seeing what Absol can do, and now you look at Protein, they're level 7. Their only thing matching them right now is the Snorlax, Zugrug, but those two have not really crossed paths yet. So until they start to scrap toe-to-toe, there's a level advantage for these two Pokemon, and they need to flex it a little bit.
Here we go. Screwball looking for the KO here on Flareon's. As Flareon's just going to be super annoying, surfing around. Here comes Screwball looking to possibly hit. Look, I mean, absolute waste of time, but able to juke right there, and they were not caught by the Will-O-Wisp. Finally catching them, grabbing the berry here, and these two are just in jail right now. I don't know what they're doing.
The fact that Flareon has full HP, grabbed both berries, never even touched Screwball, so he never had the opportunity to take the berries back for themselves. Finally, a 3v1, tons of damage put in. They're looking to score his Ignorance downstairs. Now, OG needs to take over with the Zacian, something that was so ban-worthy against Orange Juicers. It seemed to debilitate them when they didn't have it, and now they've got a 3-person push, a quick KO, and they've got a goal zone that's going to get some damage done to it.
I know it's over, but how did he get out of that? how did he actually make his way through the entire enemy side of Ignorance? And now he's up here on this fight. Regieleki getting very low right now. The Midnight Slash stopping any more scores from happening with the 5 points do go in. Reggie getting low, and it is secured by Juicers.
All right, big wood hammer there, taken by Juicers. We're going to have to use some KOs. Protein Shake coming alive, 3 KOs for them. OG goes down, but not without taking the tree. And now Screwball's low, but here comes the big Snorlax. It's going to put a block down. It's going to get punched in the back of the head by Goop as they're moving forward here. They're doing their best, and they are slamming Zugrug around. Can't really join the fight where they want to, and maybe that's just enough time that Ignorance needed.
You know, I know a lot's been said about this meta, but some of these matches today have been some of like the most fun matches I've seen on broadcast in a hot minute, I've got to say.
Correct.
This is really exciting. So I get it. They do need to nerf these speedsters a bit, but this is crazy chaotic and super fun. And you're still seeing top teams play at an insanely high level. Nice catch there by Neon, able to get the KO and put some points in as we have Zug in some trouble in the central area right here. Big time power nap. Oh my gosh, call an ambulance, but not for Zugrug as 2 go down.
I mean, Screwball able to avoid that simply by popping their Unite move, fading back towards their goal zone, and is enough of a presence to send Roland and Flareon's running away. Roland just going to grab all the change they can. They're going to start stressing the scoreboard in any way possible.
We can see here 123-109, very close for these two teams, and a lot of that is because of what Neon was able to do into that tier 2, keeping this match close. Screwball looking for a possible 15 right here, able to get it. Scoring in that goal zone, an unnecessary hex, but a hex nonetheless, as we do have 40 points right into the top tier 2 from Roland. It looks like Leafeon's up there as well with another 12.
Aeon's position to get caught here, and they do. Tons of damage goes in. They're able to dart away somehow. Goop with the coverage, Screwball with the rotation over top of him, and just a Gengar's presence is enough to make the Orange Juicers react. Screwball still hanging on tight here. Finally, they go down. Moving back to the middle, Regirock is there. A block pushing people away. Can we go in? The Swole Slam is in. Zugro getting KO streak of 2, and they're going to get a KO streak of 3. Regirock's getting eviscerated. Straight to score is the Juicers and gives Zugro a 4-pack as the Snorlax.
Come on, dude. What is going on here? I mean, you're giving Zugrug this absolute raid boss of a Snorlax, and he is dominating this match here. 251, 124. OG looking very good on that comfort pick of Zacian. I do wonder if you take that away from OG, what you would get here. But of course, in this meta, there are just so many valuable Pokemon that it feels like you need to be targeting right now as we head up towards this Regieleki. Multiple members of Ignorance looking for a fight, but Orange Juicers are ready to go.
Roland looking to engage, help the engage. Humble two-step is out. Kratos wants a KO on Goop. Can they clutch it out? They do take the Regieleki while they're getting some knockouts to boot. Moving forward, the Razor Leaf is down. Scribblenauts is running away. The chase continues, and they're going to get this knockout, I think, fairly easily. Credit to the Leafeon, credit to the Zacian for the Gengar. Neon is standing on pad here, looking down. A level 13 Snorlax who blocks in the Regieleki, and now they have an opportunity for a big overdunk. No, they just shut it down.
Is there any reality that Zugrug gets to play this next game? Maybe even another game in the entire tournament? I mean, this is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's wild work, and I think Zugrug knows it, so they're trying to take advantage of this moment. So they're like, yeah, might not get this one again. Now, Scribblenauts finally goes in. This support Gengar has been a look for sure, but I haven't really seen him cashed in much value at this time. Soup goes down on the tree, and now Juicers are really taking it to him.
One thing I do like about this is they're kind of using like a lot of the build that actually doesn't care as much about having as much XP as the other, right? You've got the Sludge Bomb that does max HP damage, and you've got Hex that gives you a lot of iframes and can kind of rip through your opponents and objectives a bit. So they're definitely playing Gengar in a really interesting way here. I'm just not sure that the EXP share maybe was necessary. You'd probably still want it to have some experience.
Yeah, at least some amount. Look at that long-range Flareon's flank, the 40 Eos Energy Psyduck, as we've got 5 minutes till Rayquaza, and Ignorance is going to need it.
You said 5 minutes, but I think you mean 5 seconds right here. They're going to go score in the bottom tier 2. They're going to put the points in, and we see multiple members of Ignorance ripping through Ray right now. Snorlax, the one player trying to stop it here. Zugrug with the block. Ray is going to go down to the side of Ignorance, but Juicers have already scored 560 points as they can head back and try to defend right here. One shield broken.
One shield broken, but not enough points in pocket here. So a good look and a good read by the Orange Juicers, immediately going for those scores, creating a gap that is almost insurmountable. And Ignorance is going to have to find a ton of change on this map, as they do have a couple shields still existing, but those aren't going to be long for this world, as now the Juicers can turtle up a little bit and defend.
Yeah, now you can see multiple members of Ignorance. There's a lot they need to do, right? They need to find Eos Energy so they can score with their shields, but they also need to charge some Unite moves on their powerful Pokemon. Like Broteen is clearly looking to charge a Unite there on the Absol. They've got a chance. They've got a minute left. It's not insurmountable, but a really great counterpunch there by the Juicers put them in an incredible spot, even though they lost Ray.
Yep. So now they're moving forward. They need a ton of points. I'm trying to take inventory of how many points they actually have, but it's not enough, Spraggles. They just don't have the actual change to go put it in the bank right now. So the deposits are going to be looking a little light.
Yeah, this is just such a tough moment for Ignorance, because what they have to do is keep their shields, but then also somehow convince the Juicers to fight and lose so that they can get enough points to score. And it just looks like there really is not much they can do here. Moving in with Jupiter, possibly looking for a quick score. They do score onto this tier 2 goal zone, but again, 632 to 336. There just aren't enough points. There's not enough Eos energy, and the Juicers just played that so phenomenally well. And I mean, salute to the Snorlax, because I don't think we're seeing Zug on that again.
No, and if we do, that is a mistake on the side of Ignorance. Snorlax was a dominating factor, and it didn't look like Ignorance had much in the way of a response to it. So if I were them, I'd eliminate it from the equation.
I know that was, I mean, when you look at that composition, it was kind of wild, a little I don't know. It felt like a little wild from the Juicers, a little silly almost. It felt like sort of a trick play in some ways. But I have to say, one thing that I've noticed about the Juicers that always makes me feel like they're close, but they're not there as like the world champion team, is I feel like they don't have a lot of moments like this where they can really switch things up. A lot of different looks that you'd see a team like LG or maybe Fennel would provide. This to me right here feels like a real flex where they can show off how skillful they are as a team and what kind of different strategies they can bring to the game. I'm really impressed with the Juicers in that game 1.
Yeah, it looked great, right? And they asked a lot of questions of Ignorance going into game 2. Can you leave Zugrug on the Snorlax? Are you just going to allow OG to have his comfort pick in this Zacian, which they are currently playing at a different level as compared to the rest of the Pokemon in their repertoire? And then you just have to deal with Kratos, who's really just kind of good on all of these speedster-type Pokemon that can really just pick up whatever's left over and feel like an impact player. So I agree with you. I mean, Orange Juicers presented something fresh and new. A lot of questions being asked of Ignorance right now that they need to answer if they want to be successful here in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, really nice stuff there from the Juicers. I was wondering how they were going to look today. You know, they were coming off kind of a difficult run at the Eos Cup. They had some good moments. They were doing all right, and then they ran back into their nemesis of Fusion, aka from Peru, and it just feels like, you know, after a tournament like that, you wonder how they're going to bounce back, right? Especially showing up in losers, and I didn't get to watch them qualifying yesterday. Showing up in losers, having a run like that, I didn't know what OJ we would see, but dang, they look good.
They really did, and playing with confidence too, right? That's maybe the hardest thing to find when you have a tournament or maybe some results that kind of go in the opposite direction, is finding the confidence to pull out a composition like this rather than just kind of go into the comfort tank when you have that opportunity. So I'm with you. Orange Juicers look good. Ignorance, on the other hand, did have some moments, not afraid to get creative themselves. I don't know if they flew a little bit too close to the sun and their wax wings melted a little bit, but they have to have some diversity in their picks if they're going to try and contend with what the Juicers are doing, especially now that the Juicers are playing so unconventionally.
I mean, I really liked some of the things that they threw at the Juicers right here. I think that Gengar is very cool. It's one of those picks that when it doesn't win, you're like, Rocky Helmet, EXP Sure Gengar. But when it does win, it's like, we actually did crack the code. This is the new meta.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's all results-based information and decision-making here. Orange Juicers, though, at this point in the game, I felt like they were really in control. It was before things started going really sideways. I think where it started was what we saw was that KO streak of 4, right, Spraggles? And then from there, it just kind of became the Juicers show.
Yeah. Absolutely. There we see, obviously, the Ignorance able to grab that Rayquaza right there, but it definitely was not enough. The Juicers deciding they weren't even going to fight over it. They didn't want to flip it. They didn't want to lose a KO either side. They were going to score that entire time, leave Zugrug there, the one-man army. Maybe he could stop them. Maybe he could slow them down. Either way, the Juicers were in a dominant position. Really impressive game from the Juicers here in Game 1 as we're going to get ready for Game number 2. And I wonder what different looks Ignorance is going to throw. One thing for sure, there's no way we see that Snorlax. I just can't imagine.
Unless they're setting up themselves to be able to choose it first, right? Of course, that's an option to remove it from the hands of the Juicers, is to take it for yourself. But that looked like a problem to me, a big time problem. But the concern is, specifically if you're on the side of Ignorance, if we cut off the Snorlax, man, you let a lot of powerful picks slide through. You're not keeping OG off of Zacian. You're maybe not keeping Flareons off of something you might rather be playing, like Inteleon, for example. And then you still have to contend with everything that Kratos can play, everything that Roland is doing as well. So great signs of life for the Juicers. Ignorance, though, I think you get rid of the Snorlax. I think you maybe even get rid of the Zacian, force OG somewhere else, and then try and grab as many of these speedsters as you can, and really try and win yourself a powerful game 2.
Yeah, there is a real question as to whether or not OG has been deepening his Pokemon pool since we saw them at Eos. I do feel like one of the biggest things that got exposed in the Juicers gameplay was the fact that their top path, OG, didn't have a lot of options after Zacian was taken. But it's been a little while. That's definitely something that the team could react to, as we see them throwing a lot of different looks right here. So they may be baiting out a moment like that so that they can give OG one of these speedsters and go, no, we've been preparing for a moment like this. We actually have a lot of options that we're able to play here. As we get ready for game number 2, now these are the losers quarterfinals, Doob Snacks, which means that if OJ wins right here, Ignorance does go home. The Juicer's dream to head to the final stretch is still alive, where I believe there will be a trophy this year, but don't quote me on it.
Yeah, definitely don't quote you on that to the Juicers. They, after winning, of course, the regional finals last year, a little bit gussied up over the fact that they didn't leave with any hardware. But they've got it now from the AOS Cup, so how mad can they be, Spraggles? How mad can they be?
Hey, I mean, that's the real question right here, as we see Inteleon, Talon, and of course, look at that, targeted bans from Ignorance. They say, fine, 3 speedsters are available, you pick one, we'll grab the other 2. I like this play a lot from Ignorance. I think this is really smart.
I like it too. Kratos grabbing Absol, unsurprising. That's a Pokemon we've seen them play pre-buff, so no surprise there. As it looks like they're going back into the well here. Gengar, Meowscarada perhaps, and I don't hate this, Spraggles. I don't hate this at all.
Look, I mean, 3 powerful speedsters are on the board. If you know how to play any of these, it would be very good to steal them. Snorlax, not available for the Juicers. Of course, they are able to grab the Duck, which looked very good. They're still able to grab this Zacian, and Kratos has been great on Absol for a while. So this is a scary Pokemon to see.
It really is. It really is. And a good way to facilitate Kratos is, of course, Flareon's. Again, into stadium.
Let's go.
Okay. Oh, right. Ignorance putting a couple wins in the column of the Goodra statistics for the weekend as well. I like Goodra, too. I mean, it got some decent buffs recently as well. And I don't hate it. Screwball going to step into this Blastoise role. And Ignorance doing Ignorance things, which I'll tell you what, I'm a big fan of, Cowboy.
Okay, so these next 2 picks are really interesting right here. We've got the Alolan Ninetales, which we saw actually work pretty well for the Juicers in some previous tournaments, right? I feel like, if I'm remembering right, it gave LG some trouble when they were running this Pokemon, so I could see something like this happening. Final pick over to Ignorance. We're going to see what they want to slot in here. Glaceon would be kind of interesting, although Absol does make Glaceon's day pretty miserable. Espeon, on the other hand, with that Unite move that kind of counters something jumping at it, feels pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. And you're taking a look here. There is no full heal or anything on Kratos. So, you know, that's going to be a decent opportunity for a catch. As I'm looking across the way, I know that we're in a speedster meta, but this game feels somehow less chaotic than the last one. I don't even know if that's true, but it just feels that way.
Well, I think when you don't have an EXP share Gengar, I mean, things always feel a little less chaotic, I've got to say. Flareon's right here. One thing that, you know, some of these speedsters really hate is walking towards an Alolan Ninetales, because, man, if you walk towards an Alolan Ninetales and you get face-checked with Blizzard Avalanche, you are in so much trouble. So we're going to see how Ignorance decides to play this. This time, obviously, they're focusing on putting a lot of their experience onto that Gengar, onto that Meowscarada. They're going to have to deal with the Absol on the other side. And in a speedster meta, seeing one of the best Absol players I've seen run it, that's going to be really tough to deal with.
It is, but they did at least insulate themselves with some tools, right? All jokes aside, Goodra is very good at scrapping toe-to-toe with these speedsters, you know, if you're going like Muddy Water, for example. And of course, Blastoise, you know, even if it's just like a defensive Spinstoise, right? Just to put in consistent damage coming in, can't really be hindered, and it can really stick in the pocket to maybe facilitate your Meowscarada and Gengar.
Well, here we go, heading into game number 2 here. Orange Juicers are going to be your purple team. Ignorance, your orange team right here. As we see Zugrug and Flareon's heading down to that bottom path. Of course, we're not going to be seeing the Snorlax once again, but Flareon's on this Alolan Ninetales is a very powerful Pokemon, so difficult to deal with early. And look at this aggression right here, just pushing into the face of Ignorance.
Yeah, so much pressure was just put there by Flareon's, and of course, Zugrug, incredibly aggressive, always willing to stand in there and see how much time and real estate that you can give them, they will take. And now Protein Shake, tons of pressure being put on them by Roland, able to secure there, but level 4 and tons of damage on them. They have to run away as Kratos kicks us off with the K opener on the Gumi.
Yeah, Kratos to the bottom path right here. It can now run top if it can make it in time. However, OG going down in that top path. Roland really slowing down the Gengar. It is going to get its level 5 off of its red buff right now, and it's going to try to run to the top path as quickly as it can. Screwball in some trouble right here. The pursuit looking for a KO. Absol able to pick up one.
Now coming through is the Haunter. Protein Shake steps up, misses their engagement, gets KO'd by OG back the other way. You hate to see it. And now Gumi goes down again. So yes, while Ignorance theoretically has built themselves an opportunity within their draft to contend with what the Juicers are doing, they need a lot of time and experience to get this thing online.
And take a look here. Flareon's almost level 6 in this bottom path, which gives you the Blizzard Avalanche combination. You get Blizzard at level 6 there. Roland just doing an amazing job of stalling this Gengar on the side of Ignorance.
Oh, I mean, that's they've just been on a time-eating mission this whole time. Going into the engagement on OG, they're going to need the support of everybody rolling in, rolling up from the central area. Going to see what kind of pressure they can put on as they try to cheekily steal the Bunnelby there and walk away.
I wonder, is there any player that gets to have more fun in a match of Unite than Roland from the Juicers? I mean, truly one of the most annoying things to deal with ever. He must just be cackling the entire time.
Okay, hold on. We had a big pursuit here on Protein Shake by Kratos and Roland, and Protein, with the support of Neon, was able to turn it around and get themselves 2 big KOs and tons of experience. That's a great look for Ignorance.
Yeah, that was really nice for Ignorance. Obviously, Absol going down there is huge. They're able to secure that. That's a level 7 on the side of the Juicers, but level 7 on the side of Ignorance as well for their attacker, Espeon.
Yeah, now it's for me, I'm looking at Goopiter, right? When will this Meowscarada become relevant? OG steps in, but taking all of the damage for that is, of course, the body double of Goop. Scribblenauts standing in there, level 5. They'd like to get the Blastoise quickly here, getting pulled back and surfed through by Roland. So a little bit of contention between these water types here.
Yeah.
Oh, nice trap on Goop.
Yeah, that was really nice right there. As we get to see the Juicers just start to rip this apart right here. Registeel very, very low. We're going to see if we can get it secured. No, nothing from the side of Ignorance. Psyshock doesn't make it happen. We actually expend the Unite move, but you know what? It's a big objective. Juicers take it.
Yeah, right. I mean, use it, secure it. Don't leave it up to chance. Make sure you're leaving with that experience, with that buff, to see where else you can find equity on the map. Goopiter going through, throwing the body double to OG. As Scribblenauts tries to cut it off. Here comes Kratos. Damage being put in, surfed into the wall, stunned. Protein Shake with the cover, and it's going to let Screwball to get out here. But are they going to be able to get a knockout back the other way? We're moving Gengar and Meowscarada here. Neon pops your Unite move just to catch Roland, and now Goopiter and Protein have to seal that up. They're caught actually by the side up, moving back, bang! 3 players knocked out instantly, and that's all off the back of Roland with that psychic.
Those combos right there from the Juicers, that boom bop, boom bop, boom bop, bang! Alolan Ninetales Unite move takes out multiple members there. Beautiful plays, and you saw them, steal basically the Unite from Espeon right there. They feinted like the Absol was going to move in. They didn't. They peeled back. All it caught was Roland. Amazing stuff here, and now Blastoise in some trouble. Only level 8. It can't Unite move to get away from that.
No, they do get the quick knockout as it was spinning on top. Protein Sheik goes in to put damage on the Regieleki. Forces out their Unite move. They're going to pop up through the ground. Can't quite find anyone as the Midnight Slash comes through and finds 2 targets back the other way. KO Streak of 2, Credit of 2, and at least Neon can step up and sort out Flareons before Zugrug comes in with a Horn Leech and throws in their 30 banger.
Dang, look at this right here. 251-0 right now for the Juicers. I mean,
not a lot of points.
Yeah, not a lot of points. I mean, when you really look at it, it's almost double Ignorance right here. Maybe even almost 2.5 times as many points. Just really difficult stuff for Ignorance to deal with. I thought the Snorlax was tough, but I mean, really what's crazy here is this Absol. Wow.
Finally, the Goodra is online, so we'll see if that actually makes a difference here, because they did pick it kind of in the middle of their draft. So if it doesn't find any value now that you have it online, I don't know what you're doing with it. Regice is here. We go for the secure. It is taken by Neon. Well done. Now Protein Shake taking tons of damage, engaging into the backside. Going to try and get a KO there. Protein's getting chased down by OG. Hydro Typhoon kicks up. Doesn't really feel like it found any targets here, as now we're just spin pumping on top of the players of OJ, getting 2 KOs. Pressure is on. Pressure continues. Finally, Roland shows up. Surfs on top of Screwball. Screwball's still staying in the front line here, giving Ignorance the opportunity to retreat. But did they overstay their welcome? We're about to find out, as Orange Juicer's going to let them off the hook.
Yeah, it looks like they are. They're just going to let them peel away from that. Still not a single point for Ignorance, but actually a fight that they can feel pretty proud of right there. A nice fight. They were able to take down the Juicers at an objective. The pursuit kind of bringing them in here. Blizzard Avalanche catches, but right there, that's the Hex Gengar. And they're looking to see how they want to make this play, just scaring them away from this. Regieleki getting low. Huge secure there with the final part of that Unite move. Nice stuff from Ignorance.
Now trying to follow through and find more KOs was Ignorance, but they just leave with OG. Neon peeling back. Roland is trying to put the pressure on as Regieleki is getting worked down by OJ. Screwball not getting good vision downstairs for Ignorance, but it is still 251-0. Orange Juicers definitely in control.
Yeah, without question, they're in control. However, the fights have been looking a lot better for Ignorance, and that's kind of where you want to be. This match is still not outside of the realm of something that, Ignorance can come back into. Nice KO pickup right there. The boosted attack able to take down the Gudra, but that's a good trade. You got the level 13 Absol.
Yeah, just giving up the Gudra isn't bad at all there, right? Especially since it was just to Flareons. Now, Flareons is, again, getting pressure put on them by this Pump Stoys here, spinning and using Hydro Pump. OG putting pressure on. Meanwhile, we got another KO. Screwball not able to take care of Zug, and it looks like we're going to get a decent over plus 20.
Yeah, nice moment there from Ignorance. They're back on the scoreboard a little bit. Still 251 for the Juicers, but 100 points now for Ignorance. Actually, with a decent position right here. Able to take Regice. Gengar's level 13. I mean, things are really coming back in for Ignorance, and it does feel like they've been slowly clawing their way back into game number 2 here. They're going to need it. 20 seconds until Rayquaza, and if they don't win this one, it's all over for Ignorance.
Quickly positioning is Juicers and Ignorance right now. We're going to see how they decide to go with this engagement. We've got kind of a pseudo flank by Protein Shake. Are they going to be the ones to kick this thing off?
Yeah, we're going to see who wants to start this right here. Zugrug getting some damage put on them, and actually a huge catch. Zug goes down immediately.
And now all of a sudden, Screwball gets the agency to run forward. Roland is there, puts some Psychic down. Surf back the other way. Nobody's knocked out yet. Hydro Typhoon eject on top of Flareons. They get kicked up, and now we're going to keep going through. We see the health bars going down. Roland is buckled. There goes Flareons as well. Rayquaza is there. Kratos is just going for the steal. They're popping your night move, but it's too late. Ignorance gets it, and now they're going to scramble and score. They're only down by 151. The Dex of the Gen 1 Pokemon Dex. I said that twice. That was awful.
The Dex of the Gen 1 Pokemon Dex as the Dex moves towards this Tier 1. That's a part of the Dex. That's 100, which is a good portion of that Dex. Another Hundo Dex into this Tier 2. That's going to be 251 to 300. That's almost a double Dex.
How many decks can we work into this broadcast? We've already got 16 of them. The record continues. As now Ignorance, what a showdown. And a catch on Zug, which is something I feel like we've seen before. And after that, it would just became go, go, go. They put the pressure on, got some quality follow-up KOs. We saw Roland fall, then Flareons. Kratos just had to hang out and try and make a prayer play. Not enough. Ignorance taken here game 2. It is close, but they do have the opportunity to win themselves.
Yeah,
this game.
This is really interesting right here. They have one shield left. They have to watch this home goal zone, but they are really close in this match. Nice big KO right there. It looks like the Juicers are in a little bit of trouble. They are going to assault this Tier 1 goal zone. Zugrug, oh my gosh, Flareon so close to getting that goal, but not able to make it happen. Beautiful defense from Ignorance, and that should be the game.
Oh man, well done. That is, as the kids say, a whole Dex right there of play out of Ignorance. And now we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, really amazing stuff here from Ignorance. It really did feel like their fights kept getting better and better and better as the match went on, until that final moment they got the catch on the Trevenant, and as soon as they caught that thing in their Pokeball, it was time to fill up their decks. 300, 251, Ignorance tying it up.
Very well done. Very well done. And it's amazing what a Gengar can do when it's not limited by the experience share. And I enjoyed watching the Blastoise Goodra approach. And I mentioned it mid-match. Finally, when Goodra was online, we better see what this thing can do when you actually start fighting. Because if it doesn't do much, what were you picking it for? And I think Soup Chef delivered on that when they finally ticked over.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of those moments where the Juicers were in control for a lot of that match, but we did have multiple strong Pokemon slowly getting online, becoming better and better as the match went on. You can see the damage here, by the way. Neon with the Psyshock. When you look at the side of the Juicers, outside of Kratos, which would want to get in and start to fight Neon, they really don't have an answer for this. It outranges everything on the side of Juicers, and even if you try to get close to it with things like Hydro Pump, its Unite move, Goodra, it just makes it really difficult to shut this thing down.
Yeah, and I think the proof is in the pudding. They didn't. They weren't able to shut it down. You know, Neon had a good secure on a basement Reggie, kind of in a big scrapping moment, which really helped Ignorance push over the top. Listen, Ignorance, these 5 players have been playing together for a long time, so it's unsurprising that they're finding some success in a meta where things are anything but static, right?
Yeah.
Everything feels all over the place, and Ignorance has always played a little all over the place. So they must feel very comfortable and at home here, and now they've got your AOS Cup 3rd place team up against the ropes here in a win or go home scenario.
You know, I got to say, this is something that we're seeing, happen game after game, right? Is a single catch will make a huge difference in these final fights. And boy, these defender catches today, we saw it in a game with Team YT when the Umbreon got caught. We saw it right here. That was that amazing combination there by the Juicers. But as soon as that tank goes down, it is just game on. Like they don't have enough defense insulating the rest of the squad.
There's a nice secure there by Neon in the face of a Trevenant Unite, able to stand tall and secure that for the team. Hydro Typhoon pressure back the other way, and you're starting to see what this composition can do when they finally have all their pieces in place. So well done by Ignorance in the late stages of the game.
Yeah, and obviously we were watching just a highlight reel for Kratos in a lot of this. So here's when they decide to move in. Obviously, they're doing very well in this fight. They already take the Trevenant. Big time Meowscarada Unite move looking for a KO. Ray is at half in this moment. Espeon Unite trying to get a catch right there. We have Rayquaza getting lower and lower and lower, and just huge secure potential on the side of Ignorance. And they fulfilled their potential, getting that point. This was very close to Flareon's being able to score right here. It almost happened. You can see the bar getting real high up there, right there. That would have been the game.
It absolutely would have. Moving forward, they would have filled the decks to the exact correct amount that they needed to win. But Gengar stepping in and just A-pressing them is enough to stop it there, which turned out to be, I don't want to say the game-saving play, but certainly a let's not lose the game here play on some nonsense. So we are straight into Game 3.
And here we go, the draft for our final game. Juicers are going to be taking that first pick. Again, they lost the last match, so they do have the option as to whether they want first or second pick. Gengar is going to get the first ban, while Snorlax is going to get the ban on the other side. No surprise there. That was insane in Game 1.
It really was. Now Orange Juicer's putting a little bit of respect on Protein Shake's Gengar, realizing that thing definitely took over the game. Talonflame getting put on the chopping block. So now Ignorance has control. Are we going to attack OG? Are we going to attack Roland? It looks like we're going to attack Roland. We're going to ban the Sableye, and we're going to see where the Juicers go with their first pick. And they might go Absol again.
It feels like they either have to take Absol or Meowscarada. They may think that their opponents are a little more comfortable on the Meowscarada, but at the same time, they're way more comfortable on this Absol. Over to the other side, we see Goopiter. It looks like they're going to be locking in the Meow, and they could be taking away... No! They decide to actually let Inteleon play. We've been seeing it banned most games here, but we're bringing it out here in game number 3.
Yeah, I think the Juicers are happy. Not specifically Flareon's, but they've been playing very well on some other characters lately, and they have the opportunity to get OG exactly what they need and a very serviceable pick in Psyduck, which is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game right now.
Next 2 picks on over here to Ignorance. Umbreon, obviously, a powerful defender / supporter, essentially. While you have Blastoise, that's been looking pretty good in really any look for Blastoise. You don't see a ton of Rapid Spin, Water Spout, but besides that, just about everything you see from Blastoise is pretty amazing. Final 2 picks here to the Juicers. We're going to see how they want to round out this roster.
Man, we might see it. This is a pretty traditional OJ setup here. If we go Blissey, Tree, that in of itself, says, we're trying to drag this thing back to the middle, maybe play a little bit less in the deep waters that Ignorance likes to live in, and see if we can play a little bit more into our style, the traditional NA Orange Juicer style.
Well, one thing that we saw that was really interesting earlier, if Flareon sits on Duck, which they looked pretty incredible on Duck in Game 1, we could see Zugrug playing sort of very similar to this Snorlax, just using Trevenant as sort of that heavy carry Pokemon in the bottom path. And we see the items being switched up right now. We've got an attack weight, weakness policy. It looks like Assault Vest on Tree. One big reason for Assault Vest, obviously, if you look at the other side of the board there, if they are playing Snipe Shot or, even Liquidation, you are eating an entire hit of damage from the side of Neon.
And that's going to be critical, right? Because Zugrug's going to be leading the charge. Most likely the one that is going to get hit and needs to take those hits, it's Zug. So in that sense, of course, it makes sense. Protein Shake grabbing the sword, I don't hate. I think Aegislash has just been very good from pre-Aos Cup till today. I think it services different aspects of the game incredibly well, so it never feels like it's a wasted pick grabbing Aegislash.
No, it doesn't at all. And when you take a look at some of the picks on the side of Juicers, one that I thought was interesting was seeing the Blissey with the special attack specs, which leads me to believe that we are going to be seeing a soft boiled Blissey. A lot of the times it feels like when you're playing against this Inteleon, you just need multiple ways to heal your team out of these huge snipe shots that it can hit you with, right? So we've got the Assault Vest so that you can have that front line eat the snipe shots, and then after that, if anyone gets kind of tapped with this, hopefully Blissey is able to heal them as we head here to game number 3. Orange Juicers, your purple team. Ignorance, your orange team. Again, these are your losers quarterfinals. Both of these teams are still alive in this tournament, but in 10 minutes that will not be the case because the loser will be heading home.
And quickly putting pressure on his OG. They're trying to send OG back to the Pokemon Center here. Low on HP. That's going to open up the gate for Jupiter to get a stack in. Now slowly peeling back. And of course it's Roland. That was on a crosstown shootout mission as they are just putting pressure on whoever they can at any point in the game they can. Quickly evolving though is Jupiter ready to go.
Well, that was a really interesting decision there from Roland. I think they thought they could make a sneaky play and possibly pick up a KO, but instead they don't get the wild Pokemon, they don't get the KO, they at least get this stack, but of course they are going to pay for that one. They're sent back to the Pokemon Center with a big-time Sacred Sword.
Now holding down OG has to be concerned here. They know Roland just got knocked out. There's a bunch of players stepping up here for Ignorance, 3 players to be exact. Jupiter bails out and Scribblenaught is last. Just trying to see what they could get away with, which wasn't much. Here comes Kratos. They're gutting on top of Protein Shake. They're trying to crack these 2 swords, and they are successful with the help of OG.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. We now have Roland. They are evolved into Blissey right here. If we take a look at the bottom path, Zugrug. Oh my gosh, what happened down here? Level 6 Trevenant. We still don't have a level 5 on the other side. This is absolute devastation for Ignorance in the bottom path.
Yeah, Drizzle finally evolving there, but that's not enough. They need Neon online. You take that for the snipe shot, not for whatever the heck they've been doing so far this game. 62-4 on the score line, but things feel like it's slowly going to...
Oh my gosh!
Oh, it is, Zug is coming unglued!
I mean, this is a different look from Zug than we've seen. Zugrug feels like very calm, very chill, is one of the better defenders in the game, definitely one of the best in North America, no question, possibly in the world, but this is carry Zugrug. This is evil Zugrug.
Evil Zugrug has been unleashed. All you have to do is, you just put the kid in the dark, take the light bulb off, and they just absolutely go maniacal on these two squads. Nice engagement by OG. Pressure on Jupiter, following up his Flareons and rolling, looking to see if there's an opportunity. See if they can bait somebody in for Kratos, who goes straight in, by the way. Tries to mark a couple targets. They're going to peel back because they've got almost no HP. Here comes Protein back the other way. Deep engagement here, and that's a KO quickly on a Squirtle that has been unable to evolve. But the pressure from Ignorance they try to mount is completely cut short by the Juicers.
Yeah, really nice stuff from the Juicers. They're going to move towards this tier 1. A lot of opportunities to take this here. Jupiter can't even really act like they're going to fight at it. They know if they move in, they're going down. Regieleki, easy secure here for the Juicers. That could push towards the tier 2. We have Kratos at level 10 right now, deciding whether or not they want to go home. And this really could be a good place to push. The only problem is they don't have a lot of points to put in if they do score right here. Kratos getting caught. We could have the Unite move right here from the Absol, and we do.
Yeah, and they needed that just to try and get out of jail here. And they are going to sort the sword out. So now they can go back and maybe help with this push, which now everybody's stating on pad for Ignorance. Trevenant Unite makes that an easy target. Regieleki's on the doorstep. Regieleki is delivered like Uber Eats. Straight to your home, son. Scribble not pulling forward here. They're level 6, trying to hit to Blastoise sometime soon. But it's Kratos knocking everybody out. Bliss assistance is still nothing to scoff at, as that goes straight on top of Flareons. Everybody's into the action now. Ignorance is trying to hang tough, but it's becoming so difficult. Zugrug is being relentless. Maniacal Zugrug indeed, my friend. Evil Zugrug indeed, my friend. The pad stays standing as the Roland's still trying to stack in their face, and is, at least for the confidence of Ignorance, going to be unsuccessful.
Yeah, they stopped a single Blissey stack, but besides that, 237 to 4 right here from Ignorance. Now, that top goal zone left at only 14, if I was looking at that right, which means you can sneak in there kind of at any moment, break that tier 2, and set up a lot of opportunities to win the game here. I do think they may have, like, unlocked another level here for OJ, and it's Carry Zugrug. He is absolutely monstrous in these games.
He's not letting anybody off the hook either. He is just standing there, going after him, walking towards him. Kratos just trying to say, like, hey, I'm an attack. Like, I like to get some attacks in too, guys, as they're stepping up. But everybody knows that it's the Trevenant leading the charge right now.
Yeah, Trev just sets up so many huge moments. We have Regieleki in 10 seconds here on the top path. Obviously, Ignorance doesn't want them to take this, but they also kind of want to watch this goal zone because at any moment, someone could just sneak back there and break it while this fight is going on. They're positioned for that, and they're also positioned to see what the Juicers are going to do right here. Jupiter in a lot of trouble right now, uses their Unite move. Kratos has to peel back. Ooh, gets caught by the Sacred Sword.
Nice coverage by Protein. They needed that knockout here. Bliss assistance on Trevenant, their front. Another Unite is popped. Tons of players marked. 2 players down. Hydro Typhoon doesn't quite get their target, but at least it cuts off Roland from the rest of the squad here. Trevenant Hornleech is back, trying to get Screwball not down. Protein Shake wide guards there, and the curse is out. Hornleech push, and now they're just going to start A-pressing each other a little bit, as now it's another Hornleech back. Is OG ever going to step into the fray? They've got the personnel advantage if they want it. Quickly dispatches Jupiter. Bang, they're gone. Neon gets collapsed on as well, as all of Ignorance is split up, so they've decided to work on Regieleki. Here's another Hornleech by Zug. Snipe shot goes wide. Boosted auto there, and it's taken by Roland, because why not?
I mean, what an incredible secure there from Juicers. One thing I will say, Ignorance wasted enough time to make this not a super worthwhile Regieleki for anybody here. So given that that was secured right at basically the 4-minute mark, we will not see another one here for Rayquaza, which does shut down this game-winning play of a Regieleki walking into the main goal zone of Ignorance. They must be breathing a sigh of relief right now about that. However, they have to remember how poorly this match is going for them everywhere else. 319 to 4 right now for the Juicers.
Yeah, this is a worse scenario than in game 1, where the Juicers went just for that crazy back cap flank and let Ignorance actually take Rayquaza for free. So Ignorance really needs to shrink this lead in this next minute to really try and put themselves on even footing with the Juicers going into that final Rayquaza.
Yeah, here we go. 1 minute until Ray. Only a level 11 on our Meowscarada, just ticking over to 12 here. Our Sword also at 12. Zugrug right now, quietly almost level 14. Well, I say quietly. I guess that's not true. He's just been absolutely demonic in their face all game. Evil Zugrug is here, and he's dominated game 1 and 3 of this series.
He really has, right? Just take the light bulb off, let them run roughshod with whatever defender they want, and it seems to be working out for the Juicers. We've got 25 seconds until Rayquaza, and Ignorance is down by 315 points.
Yeah, really stressful for Ignorance here. Now, obviously, they have a little time. The Juicers don't need to do anything right now. The Juicers are in a very comfortable position. Both teams, although are not comfortable, given that this is Game 3, neither one wants to lose Ray here. We have 5 seconds until Rayquaza. Zugrug taking that forward position. If they catch someone from Ignorance, they can take a big fight right here. The curse is out, and Zug is just kind of catching some heat here and sealing what they can find for the side of Ignorance. Those are the snipe shots we talked about being healed by the soft boiled.
Yeah, and of course that Assault Vest coming in. Nice long-range hit, though, but Roland is not letting Zugrug off the hook, right? They're going to make sure that they are staying with them part and parcel, as Jupiter's going to double team in, see if it's worthy of an engage there. Scribblenauts is just getting space, as we haven't engaged quite yet.
I mean, Ignorance needs to make the play, and the Juicers know this. They are in a great position here, and with the soft-boiled, the snipe shots aren't able to whittle down the defenses of the Juicers enough. It looks like this may come down to a flip here. Again, look at that. The Assault Vest soft-boiled, it's like the snipe shot never landed here for the side of the Juicers. Beautiful stuff here from the Juicers. Ignorance in some trouble. They decide to move in, but they don't even need this catch. They can just move right back.
They're trying to go straight after Zerga put the flower trick on. Protein Shake doesn't quite get the engagement. The curse is there, and they're peeling back. Going to pick up Speed Berry, join the team. 2 players marked by the Trevenant Unite move. Horn Leech into the middle. We're going to spin to try and create some separation. Umbreon Unite is out right back on top. Hydro Typhoon pop, and Zug goes down instantly, but it's 3 players down for Ignorance. The damage has been done. Coup de Grace is there, but it's not going to be enough. Just Neon hanging on with no HP, sorted out by OG, and now they're going to start working on Rayquaza. What a showdown. 10, Jack, Queen, King, that's an ace. All of Ignorance is gone.
That's right. The Juicers take a beautiful fight. And of course, Zugrug does go down, but the entire team survives there. Oh, actually, we also had Absol go down, excuse me. But that was just really impressive. Obviously, they knew they needed to take down Zugrug, but Zugrug going down there allowed the Juicers to just completely dominate the rest of the fight. Ignorance with a tough game number 3 as the Juicers looking better and better. The only question is, can anyone stop Evil Zugrug?
Well, yeah, I mean, Evil Zugrug looked awesome. That Trevenant, we haven't seen Trevenant play like that in quite some time, that aggressively, right? Back in the days when it was just like playing that pseudo all-rounder, getting into path, that top path early, stacking, doing all that, those level of shenanigans. I'll tell you what, when we scrolled down and I saw Trevenant level 6, and I think you called it out, like, what happened down here?
Yeah.
That was just another feeling of like the beginning of the end, right? KO streak of 4 in game 1 for the Snorlax, level 6 on Zugrug at whatever, 8 minutes, and it was just completely downhill from Ignorance from that point on.
Really impressive match here. Game 1 and 3, I mean, 2 looked really good for them as well. They just had kind of a really tough moment midway through. But this is a different look for the Juicers. This kind of really interesting, we're actually going to flex away from Flareon's being our massive carry. We're going to hand that over to Zugrug as our defender carry in the bottom path right here. And Flareon's looking insanely good on this duck. The funny thing is, when I first met Flareon's, they were playing a jungle Hoopa carry, so I'm not super shocked to kind of see them playing like this. I'm really excited to see the Juicers here, Dupes, next, because it feels like, again, as I mentioned before, they're playing on another level, something that I haven't seen them really bring out in the championship series yet, and I think it's a great look for them.
I agree completely. With this one sorted, unfortunately, Ignorance's run here in the final stretch play-ins comes to a conclusion, but the Orange Juicers juice on. Up next, we got another pretty awesome matchup, Team YT versus Revelation, and Revelation is actually the team that sent OJ to the losers bracket, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday.
Yeah, that's going to be a really cool one. I thought Team YT looked incredible earlier. Obviously, they were running into one of the most dominant players, one of the most dominant teams in the entire championship series right now. So who knows how they're going to look running into the rest of North America right here. Juicers, of course, had the big question mark over their head at the start of this tournament, starting in losers, having a tough run at Eos, running into their rivals. But man, they look good here today. I love seeing how teams are are reacting to this meta. And I said it before, I'll say it again. I love the shakeup of this meta for the championship series right now. This is the most like change we've seen month to month in forever. Since Duraludon or something like that, like crazy, you know?
No, it's absolutely awesome. Every team is taking a different approach to how they're going to contend with this shakeup, as you mentioned. We're seeing a lot less healing supports. We're seeing engaging and carry tanks. You know, we saw it in EU, and we certainly just watched it there. So there's tons of different ways to adjust and approach where we're at. And credit to the Orange Juicers, teams like Luminosity, Nouns that have adjusted quickly and found success.
I got to call out, by the way, you know, that fight was obviously crazy. There was a lot happening there. The one thing I didn't see, I saw Midnight Slash. I didn't realize just how powerful that Midnight Slash was from the Absol right there. Just absolutely ripped through Ignorance. I think it caught 3 and picked up a KO on 2. They almost also got Inteleon down, so I saw the Absol kind of chase the Inteleon right there and then just barely get taken out. Really impressive series from the Juicers. I thought Ignorance looked pretty good in some of those games, but that did feel like the Juicers were in control of that. Like Dupesnack said, we've got YT and Revelation coming up next with Zoinks and Wonder Chef. We are going to take a quick break, but do not go anywhere. Much like the Speedster meta, this is a fast break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are here in the final stretch play-ins. A few teams have been sent home already. A few more teams forging ahead at their chance for a trip to New Orleans to play at NAIC. Wonder Chef, my friend, how have you been?
I've been great. I mean, honestly, today is, you and I were just talking about it, a weird bracket as far as like who made it through and who fought who. And after that last match, there is a three-way like tie of like one team beat one team, and or like team A beat team B, and then B beat C, and then C beat A. And there's just a whole bunch of weird stuff going on. But we've got another really interesting matchup going on here. Revelation versus Team YouTube. Revelation has multiple members that were part of Team YouTube at a point.
I think a month ago.
And Celestial. Yeah, like not long ago at all.
Yeah, so we're going to see them match up against some of their teammates as well. YouTube adding some new members to the roster recently with Lewis and Russ as well. I'm pretty excited to see some of the picks that those two players in particular have the potential to bring out. I have been a fan of Russ's rollout Wigglytuff in tournaments past. If we see it again, I will go ballistic. I'll be so happy.
I will too. I was a Wigglytuff rollout main for longer than probably anything else that I've ever made in this game.
Whoa.
But we are going to start with the bird, which is looking so good right now. I'm surprised we haven't seen it a little bit more. I mean, obviously we saw Overlord. Oh no, sorry, it wasn't Overlord on it. But wait, no, Overlord was on it.
He was.
Game?
Yeah, it was. Overlord.
Yeah, that's right. I got him a little bit mixed up. But basically, LG doing quite a good job with this Pokemon. On the other side, though, this Snorlax, I'm really surprised that it's been getting through it all. It's been dominant every game we've seen it.
Yeah, a lot of these speedsters receiving bans, and surprisingly Inteleon having an extremely high ban rate in this tournament. So despite it being a speedster assassin build kind of world, some of these attackers still have a lot of value, and Revelation understanding that Team YT really likes to rely on some of those long range damage dealers. We've seen Lewis play a few other attacker style Pokemon though, including the Miraidon, which is still available, so we could see Team YT locking that one in. But for the time being, it looks like to counter this Mewtwo-Y Blissey, we're looking at the Pikachu Aegislash duo.
And that's going to be strong. Pikachu really, I feel like, getting a huge uptick in usage this event. I mean, partially because it's just so good against speedsters, but I mean, we actually haven't seen the Mewtwo-Y Blissey too much recently. Obviously, it's been really popular, but I think we've just been seeing a lot of Blissey bans, and particularly with just obviously the speedster strats this time around. Umbreon being taken in the end is pretty good. There's a chance that they could have potentially gone for that as a kind of second defender pick, but probably not, so you're probably comfy picking that.
Yeah, I'm curious with the Umbreon on the field if Russ actually tries to reevaluate the held items. Right now we do have Snorlax picking up that Buddy barrier. Oftentimes when a Pokemon like Umbreon, who has the Unite move that can steal away shields, it becomes a bit of a non-factor in the late game team fights, which is exactly why you pick that item for those late game situations. It does have a good amount of HP recovery, but we've seen a lot of Assault Vests rising in popularity and Resonant Guard. So Russ is going to, I suppose, hear my advice and make that quick switch. And I think another fun thing is we're going to have So Sad Sam on the Aegislash. Traditional, a very, like, clear-cut attacker, mage-style player. Awesome to see So Sad Sam bringing some flexibility to the table.
The Aegislash is another pick that we've been seeing it pretty consistently right now, and obviously it was pretty dominant in the previous meta, and it's still very good. It's just so flexible, so good at kind of delaying the fights that the speedster meta right now wants to take. I mean, it really gets to play at its own pace. And I mentioned before, we're seeing a whole lot of Secure or Shifu single strike being nerfed just slightly. We're not seeing as much Blaziken, so being able to have that coup de grace Unite move is just so valuable right now. Where you were saying Secure is good, but you know, it's just not quite what it was last match.
Yeah, or it has a brand new look. I mean, there's a lot less Pokemon with just a very simple Secure move, and rather they're relying on their Unite move to do it. Absol, I think, is a really good example of that. You just mentioned Aegislash, but there are a few Pokemon that are still roaming around that have some options. One of those being banned, though, is that Meowscarada. The Flower Trick, receiving some recent buffs, has been ridiculous. I think that's why we've seen it banned so much, but hopefully Revelation gives us a front row seat to why this Talonflame has been such a frequent ban, as we see it locked into the central area.
Immediately commentating, I'm going to go off topic. If anybody didn't see Brazil just now, it was an incredible moment where Masquerada, post-KO, being KO'd, was able to get the secure in a 1v5 on Ray. But wow, so already a quick, nice double KO from the side of Team YT. And those are some Pokemon, too, that you do not want to get out of control. That Absol has been also like a nearly 100% pick rate over the course of the day.
Yeah, what a powerful early game path as well. Pikachu and Absol together. You have a lot of really good early crowd control with Pikachu, and then Absol actually holding that X attack, a battle item, giving them a big burst of damage even in those first few levels, like levels 2 to 5, and Fui taking full advantage. Team YouTube definitely having a big push on the top side. They're going to invest their central area player in Sam there, but Revelation going to respond with a full 4-player push to the bottom.
This is extremely aggressive, and I like it. I mean, I'm actually surprised they weren't able to defend that slightly more. I do know that they're really, decently behind on levels just because of, I guess, just how many people there are there, including the center area Pokemon. But that's a pretty strong defensive comp, and they are able to kind of poke back a little bit. Snorlax and Miraidon, especially B-Miraidon, usually such a good team for defending those goal zones. And it's not like it went down completely, so they're just playing safe.
Yeah, Revelation didn't have huge pockets either, like a lot of AS energy, so the scores were rather quick. Fui in a dangerous spot. Huge foul play from Pikadiff is going to take down that knockout. Absol going to fall. It's a lot of experience sliding over. It's only going towards the Umbreon and the Blissey, so not exactly the Pokemon that you want to be leveling up quickly, but at least there's a break in the armor for Team YT on the top side.
Severely low amount of people in center area for the 8-minute spawn.
Yeah.
I mean, Pikadiff doing a good job of trying to say, like, okay, well, there's people here. I'm going to try to stop as long as I can, but nobody's coming to help you. Nobody's trying to get that farm, so you eventually just got to give it up. And, of course, with 3 rotating center from Team YT, they are going to move forward in levels just slightly, and they're taking advantage of that, trying to push this bottom goals on another quick KO coming from Fui, starting to really pop off on this Absol. If they didn't get KO'd a second ago, oh my goodness, finishing it off with the charge beam. I mean, this is just looking so good for YT right now.
Yeah, Team YT building kind of this traditional dive comp in a way that we've seen a little more frequently in Unite in metas past, with a large amount of poke damage from range and then someone to really close the gap when it comes to the Absol. In the recent metagame, we've been seeing people just do away with any poke damage and just run double speedster and things like that with the recent state of the game, but Team YT playing it a little bit more traditional here about proving why it is a solid system to build your team composition around.
Honestly, relatively, I guess, more normal on both sides. Right now, this Regice, speaking of, is pushing in pretty far. Looney are actually getting caught out. So much CC on that bird. Not a chance to do anything in that fight. And we're going to see Revelation have to run away. Another KO, taking out that Blissey. This Regice is pretty freely going to go to Team YT. They just cannot stop this damage. I mean, there could have been an attempt to steal there, but really, they weren't close enough at all. Another Unite just being popped to help them push down this Tier 1 goal zone. Certainly, this is not, surviving for long. So Team YT is going to slightly take the lead as far as points go, and they're immediately rotating up top. Perfect timing as well to get the center spawn, but then up towards that Regieleki.
Yeah, Team YT with a great fight win, but Celestial on the Zacian getting a lot of points into the top side. So keeping this match extremely close, especially in that points argument. But look at how aggressive So-Sad Sam is playing, essentially playing a pseudo second defender with how incredible the Aegis-Slash defensive stats are, and they can get right in the face, but it does not matter. That Helping Hand Safeguard are going to open up the Blissey for the secure, and Talonflame takes over everything else.
Oh my goodness. Team YT just melted, just absolutely disappeared. Only one member left, and the only reason they're left is because they weren't there. Russ will try to solo defend as long as possible against this Regieleki, but, I mean, Revelation really wants it to go in. There are going to be a bunch of reinforcements spawning just in time. Russ doing a great job of just delaying that as long as was necessary, so that's not going to be a Regieleki going in. A full retreat from Revelation, and I do think it's really smart they realize, like, okay, too many spawns are back. Immediately, they just pivoted and just backed up.
Yeah, those electric-type Pokemon, ironically, incredibly strong at defending the goal zones. Pikachu and Miraidon both having a lot of area of effect damage. You were talking about how good the Charge Beam is in the early game to defend some of those, and now at this stage of the game, the Unite move is also perfectly fit for some of those situations. That Bright Future Meteor Storm, tons of AoE, and big damage.
Oh my goodness, a ton of damage off the bat, and so now we're going to be seeing the Unite just for some shielding, and this is a pretty major fight over basically nothing at this point, but YT is going to be able to trade a 1-for-1. Celestial running away extremely low, gets hit with the heavy slam, gets KO'd 20 feet in the air for some reason, and so there's an opportunity for Team YT to push in. They've got a slight numbers advantage, but it's a very, I was going to say, tanky set of defenders for the side of Revelation, but that doesn't really mean all that much at this moment, getting belted completely off the pad. And you were talking about how the plays that you're looking forward to from Russ, I think is looking great right now.
Yeah, Team YT playing with a really exceptional level of coordination. I know they lost against LG earlier, but that felt like one of the better aspects of this roster as their team play seemed really, really strong. And we're seeing great coordination, timing their crowd control exceptionally well. Not an easy thing to do into a Safeguard Blissey, right? You're picking that Pokemon specifically to try to avoid some of these stuns, but the way that Team YT are timing these engages, it feels like they're winning a lot of these situations. The big part that they have to worry about, though, is just Revelation's just raw damage numbers. Mewtwo-Y, Zacian, and Brave Bird Talonflame are all so dangerous at any point in the game, and if your battle plan isn't perfect, it can fall apart.
Right, it's just the battle plans have been pretty perfect from Team YT so far, and they're really fighting together as a team basically every single situation here. As we've seen a lot of situations where Revelation is kind of split farming, which is exactly what we're seeing right now as this fight's going to begin. 3 minutes, 30 seconds, so we're going to see all the Unites being popped. Celestial extremely low with the Bliss assistance going as deep as possible, manages to get a KO. Trades out, though, not the worst trade in the world. Russ trying to hold on as long as possible, but will certainly be going down in short time, although, almost proved me wrong there. I do like the choice to back up as Absol. That does mean that Regieleki should be going to Revelation. Not sure if they're going to try to full push it into the tier 2 again, but that's a kind of their first big team fight win in a while, it feels like.
Definitely. Is this the first heavy slam Snorlax we've seen on broadcast today? I don't know if we've actually seen it interspersed into the rest of these fights, but either way, it looks really solid. And when you're running the EXP share on the Snorlax, you're going to be playing a little bit more of that traditional defender, even with the flail helping out for the max HP buffs. Either way, we're seeing Russ play a little bit more focus on that crowd control, and we're seeing why it's worked out for Team YT. I mean, these big fights where these chains crowd control moments are happening, that's where it seems like they're finding the win, but Revelation found a pretty solid way to split up that team fight last time. Zacian with a very far forward pressure, Talonflame with the flame sweep to try to separate that team fight. That was a good look from Revelation, but they are still falling behind on that point lead.
I do love this heavy slam pick as well, because they honestly have so much damage on their team that I feel like at this point, like, just even more CC could help them quite a bit, which they already have. They have quite a bit of that as well. But you know, there's just so much that you can do, kind of playing that spacing oriented defender, which is exactly what we're seeing. And Russ is actually going to pop in immediately. That is a weird engage. I mean, uses the Unite to be able to survive, but nobody backed them up. It almost seemed like they were going to start trying to burn Rayquaza, but that's not exactly what's happening.
Pigandif actually not even going to use the Unite move. LX to try and hold onto it and just run away, but Revelation was such an aggressive team fight. They really save a lot of their Unite moves as soon as they find their way to the backline. Aegislash, the lone member of Team YT to survive the initial onslaught, but is not there. Revelation with a full team wipe here at the end. We were talking about this. The damage numbers, the engagement potential from this Revelation team comp is so ridiculous, and when the Snorlax is far forward and not defending the rest of your backline, unfortunately, things just fall apart.
I mean, we were just talking about how strong Team YT's coordination has been as far as their team fights. I gotta say, that one felt really weird to me. I mean, I started that off really thinking that was going to be an initiation, but the fact that Russ jumped in, it just felt like there was some sort of miscommunication as to like whether they were going to burn down Rayquaza or jump in after Russ or something. But I mean, it was just so many resources used for basically nothing, and Revelation was just like, oh, okay, and then they just turn around and they win. So very strange initiation. Would love to know what the plan was right there, but I mean, Revelation doing a great job of taking advantage of it.
Yeah, we weren't on the broadcast last time Team YT was playing, but you and I were discussing kind of backstage a little bit about what this attacker Pokemon in this mix, in this metagame means, and usually it means you gotta play a lot more defensive with your defenders. You gotta kite, you gotta protect this long-range damage from the Miraidon to make sure they can be a consistent factor in some of these longer team fights and these more important endgame team fights. And with Snorlax not there, kind of hand in hand, it felt like Miraidon just didn't really have enough defensive options. And Revelation take full advantage. Lunaire's Brave Bird looks incredible, and they're going to start our series 1-0.
You called it pretty perfectly. You said if there's one little mistake in the strategy, things could fall apart very quickly, and that's exactly what happened. Revelation looking so strong. I mean, this is a team that I feel like we didn't even get a chance to talk about as much, but all names that we've seen before from other different teams, and honestly names that have been switching around teams a decent amount throughout the course of this season. So I wonder if this is going to be a more permanent home, or if this is more of like a temporary team just for the kind of second half of the season. But they're looking very, very strong. I mean, defeating Team YT, also having that knowledge that we mentioned earlier of some of how Team YT thinks. Pika Diff, we know, has been somewhat of like a coach role before, and just like a really smart player as far as like MOBAs go. So definitely has a good I think advantage going into Team YT, just having his knowledge.
Yeah, I think that's a really good look into what this team is feeling. Obviously they're new, but you're talking about it, they're looking great now. A lot of big names, and I do follow a few of these players on socials, and I know Lunaire, like before this event, tweeted out saying that like this is the most confident they have felt on any UCS roster headed into a tournament.
Wow.
And like Lunaire is an incredible player, right? They haven't had a lot of success in these UCS tournaments in terms of championship wins, but in terms of tournaments outside of the UNITE Championship Series, they have an incredibly successful career, and then they're starting to put up major numbers in this event as well, and what a want to do it. I mean, the championship prize for this tournament, a travel award to New Orleans, so we cannot understate how important that is. And seeing the confidence from this team, yeah, they might be in loser's bracket, but to take a game one so handedly against a team like Team YT, that's a fantastic start. And if Lunaire thinks the vibes are good, I'm going to believe, because they look really, really strong right now.
Well, they are in what I usually consider one of the most dangerous spots, not for themselves, but for the rest of the bracket, in a bracket. So Revelation, they actually defeated Orange Juicers to make it up here, which is a very, very impressive win. Obviously, Orange Juicers looked at as probably the second best team in the region as far as consistency, but the only team that beat Revelation, obviously you can only lose one time, otherwise you're out of the tournament, but it was Ignorance. And now Ignorance is out of the tournament, so they're in a spot where they have lost to nobody that is still left in the bracket. Only people that they've already beaten are left in the bracket. So I feel like that is a very, very scary place to be in for the other teams, where they have nothing left to lose. They can just play at their best and have more confidence because they don't have to run that match back. And I think it's certainly showing. So I mean that was just game one and it felt close, but I mean still looking good.
I mean, what a start to their day as well. We didn't get to see this match on broadcast, but taking down Nemesis in your first match of the day, I mean, Nemesis into Team YT, that is a very difficult bracket, and Revelation, at least so far, are displaying that they can absolutely hang in a lot of these situations. Very cool final team, but this is what we were talking about, just that split. You see that Lunaire is basically able to solo down the Miraidon. Fui gets a decent engagement. You see they go down before they can use their Unite move. Same case for Miraidon. I mean, those two misses, really, really tough, but maybe as soon as that split fight happened, the writing was on the wall. Either way, we're headed into draft for game number 2. Inteleon will hit the ban screen again. Meowscarada, Gengar, and Psyduck, we are looking at identical bans going from game 1 into game 2.
Honestly, I feel like this is one of those matches too where Team YT, they were in control a lot of the time. They were winning so many of the fights. It just came down to that one fight that didn't go very well. So I feel like if they get the option, they're not going to be switching around their draft all that much, just because they can say, well, it works right exactly like we wanted to. We just didn't play it out to what it should have been, right? Which, I mean, hey, that's Unite, that happens constantly. But regardless, I think they're not going to switch their mind. We are going to see some pretty similar picks altogether.
Yeah, I mean, this GM plus Blissey combination has been pretty wildly successful in, I think they were playing into the bottom path in that last game, of course, the attacker support duo. So very impressive stuff. I love that Dispenza's got the energy amplifier on that Blissey. It did get tuned back a little bit on the amount of Unite moves it can use, but energy amplifier still an awesome item to pair with a Pokemon whose Unite move really is the shining part of its kit.
Ooh, and I mean, is this a 100% repeat?
So far, yep.
Yeah, there's nothing going different. Like that, I do love seeing that though. Obviously I love seeing teams adjust in draft and make some different strategy choices, but I do really love when teams start to run it back and be like, okay, well, let's literally just do this again with the knowledge that we saw last game and seeing how they adapt. But is going to be very different. I felt like the Umbreon was pretty good, but Ho-Oh, one of those buffed Pokemon, a little bit more recently, and on the other side, Mimikyu.
Yeah, I'm interested into the reasoning behind Picadiff's decision to play the Ho-Oh. When they were playing the Umbreon, it felt like they were very aggressive in a lot of their plays, right? In the early game, one of the first strikes that Revelation kind of had was thanks to a great foul play attack, and Ho-Oh is one of those more aggressive defender players. You're doing a lot of damage for a defender, or at least a lot of consistent damage the enemy team does have to respect, and with no healer on the other side, that is going to be a lot of damage over time from those burns and things like that that Ho-Oh can create. It's been kind of difficult for Team YT to deal with, but Sam also making a flex, leaving the Aegislash behind and going for the Mimikyu. Obviously a very different operating Unite move. We're leaving secure for kind of a single isolation target, but it's also a Pokemon that snowballs pretty hard, and with Fui and Sam working together in tandem, it feels like maybe YT is trying to rely on some of the players that have been around for a bit longer and some of their star damage dealers.
Yeah, I mean, how many times for how many years have we seen that combination of two players just supporting each other and being an offensive line and being a very scary force? So, yeah, you do love to see it, certainly, and I do like that we are seeing, again, like I said, I like seeing really similar comps, but I like the fact that we've seen, like, one strong adaptation as far as both sides go, and honestly, I'm looking mostly at the Mimikyu. We can kind of guess how Ho-Oh is going to go. It's a little bit, I want to say, like, one-faceted as far as, like, going to play out into matches. But, well, we'll see if it works or not. That's, of course, going to be the big question mark as we're going to go into game 2 here as Revelation up 1-0.
2 Firebirds as well. Let's not forget that. A very exciting draft for Revelation. Be going in with double Fire Flying type. Exciting stuff. Celestial could be going alongside of Dispenza into the top part of this path. We're going to take a lot of early damage. Despite using that X attack, it is not respected. Celestial taking it all the way to the goal zone.
That's huge. That's a exactly 100% flip from what we saw in game number 1. I mean, you were talking about how strong that path is. Any early path with Pikachu in it is terrifying, but the fact that they were not able to win that, in fact, getting KO'd is pretty huge. A little bit of an over commitment. We're going to see potentially again, if we going down a second time, and that's going to be an evolution as well for Lunier. That is just a great start for Revelation.
Yeah, Lunier getting the KO as well, so important. Zacian gets it, it's strong, but that is an evolution that the, I believe, Fletchling into the Fletchender is going to successfully get after that knockout. Huge maneuver. Revelation is going to make the full rotate down, but Team YT close on their heels. Full 5-player push into the bottom side.
Oh, and this is looking a little bit scary. Pikachu can survive a little bit, but yeah, immediately has to back up. And there's no way you're going to be able to defend that long against that many players. So they will not be destroying the Tier 1 goal zone. Didn't have quite enough points. The team actually had more they could have scored, but they choose not to. And Celestial getting a pretty nice back cap up top in return. So Revelation's still going to be holding on to the points lead, obviously by a marginal amount. But look at this, a huge invade into the center area. And that's, I mean, well, pretty aggressive is what I'd say.
Yeah, 100%. And Dispenza will go down, but Lunier going to take the red buff. Electro Ball, too much damage for that Talonflame to deal with. And so said Sam, going to pick up a KO streak of 3. That is exactly what this Mimikyu does. So much damage, and as soon as you get one knockout, it feels like the next dominoes are about to fall. Big push from them. That means all the experience for Team YT in the middle of the map with those center birds are eaten up, and Team YT going to be taking this experience lead handedly.
You know, saying it was a huge invade, I thought that was both buffs. It was actually only one buff, but I don't know where the other one went. So just one of those things that maybe happened
Sam
off
had the
screen.
blue buff
Someone just
into
burned
that
it.
fight.
Yeah, it does look like maybe that was the case. But regardless, it was still a good invade. And right now, this could be an ambush being set up. A lot of people in tall grass, and immediately we're going to see Spencer being the first target. So said Sam, though, getting extremely low, just trying to run away with that Mimikyu. And, I mean, good mobility from Ho-Oh, but not going to be able to catch in time to stop that damage. Did not have that mobility up. So far, no KOs. And honestly, well, I was going to say no KOs, but said Sam getting melted. In trade, we are going to see Pikachu go down. Celestial really, really low, not able to escape, but they're just trading all over the place here. This is just 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. Oh, the check button to get out of the one solo Unite.
Oh, okay. We've talked so much about this metagame, like both on stream and off of it, but my favorite part about it is with all these, it feels like a lot of high skill Pokemon are in this fight. We watched an Absol try to dodge a Sacred Sword from Zacian, land the KO, and then Talonflame sweeps in. We see an eject button to dodge it. It just feels like these players have a lot of room to use their skill expression, and it's a blast to watch. So Sad Sam is going to use their Unite move, but 1v4 is a little bit too much for that Mimikyu to handle, and Revelation is going to walk away with both the basement Reggie buff as well as a chance to push onto this bottom tier goal zone, but for now it's only going to be Pikachu holding up that forward offense.
Yeah, just trying to delay that team. I feel like could have definitely escaped, but was really trying to, I think, delay. Maybe for them, yeah, exactly, to hold on for while they got the Regieleki was what I was about to say, which was getting sold up top, and they're not going to be able to defend this bottom goal zone. It only has 30 HP left on it, so even with an overdunk, which they got a 0-point overdunk, it's not an overdunk, it's not an underdunk, it's just a dunk. It's an exact dunk, yeah. They're still behind by quite a few points after taking on that tier 1 goal zone.
Oh, Lunaire in a very dangerous spot. Does land up flying with 2 targets, but still has the Unite move. Flame Sweep so huge. No eject button to dodge this time for a Kilo. And Lunaire going to walk away with 2 knockouts. Celestial getting in the mix as well. And this is a very big push for Team Revelation. They can get a big overdunk to match that, like you just mentioned, even dunk on the bottom side. This is going to be a huge points lead for them to work with.
Pretty good overdunk, and with the fact that they did already have the the lead, that's pretty much all you want. I mean, there's still a ton of time left in this game, and still tier 1 up top available for Revelation. So Team IT, I think there's a decent chance we're going to see that being aggressed at some point before the final stretch. But overall, Revelation's got to feel really, really happy. I mean, you can just look at their levels. They've got 2 level 12s, only just barely now getting 2 level 11s on Team YT. Everything seems to really be working out for them, and oh my goodness, Celestial doing so much damage to 3 members at once. In fact, just kind of a 2v4 right there, forcing out at least 1 Unite from that Snorlax. They're going to continue to push down, and oh my goodness, never mind. So much damage from Fui.
Oh, wow. I mean, Fui's absolutely carving them up right now. KO streak of 3 eventually will fall. Lunaire and GM showing up, and a weird situation for Revelation there. They kind of take that fight. They're going to walk away with the win, but it felt awkward. I think the call for the Mewtwo Y Unite move was a solid one. It just felt 2 to 3 seconds too late in that spot. There was still a lot of great pressure from Team YT on that goal zone, but the bounce back is real for Revelation as Lunaire is picking up so many knockouts. I would not be surprised to see them double digits in the stat line at the end of our game.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of really high, I think, like KO numbers and damage numbers and everything today. This is a lot of fights, exactly like you said. It's really, really fun fights to watch. It's been for basically every single game that we've watched so far today and in EU. Right now, it's got a little defender party. They're just sitting on opposite sides here, just enjoying nature. When they say touch grass, this is the kind of peaceful touching grass that they're talking about. You have an opponent there, but you're both like, okay, that's fine. Okay, finally we are going to see the aggression. Like I said, I think Team YT wants to at least try to do something up to this tier 1, taking the Regieleki to prevent it from going to their own tier 2 and potentially take down the tier 1 of their own would be great, and they will take it.
Wow, but the counter score from Revelation with us 90 points into that bottom tier goal zone, so up to 295 now. Miraidon going to take up that KO. Big play for Lewis. That is going to be the Miraidon Unite move at 320, so they should still be able to get it back if they're able to knock out a lot of wild Pokemon, but either way, that's a big investment. They're going to go up to 177, but again, that bottom path score feels like it's just kind of an irrelevant push now for both these teams. Either way, big play. Celestial going to get 1 KO, but they are likely going to go down here. The Volt Tackle ensuring that from Aquila.
That was pretty far forward for Celestial. I was actually literally just about to say that Revelation's macro is incredible. They are not overextending almost at all. Every single time that there's a chance that they're going to lose a fight, what they do is they get value somewhere else. We've seen 2 huge back caps while team fights were happening, and that's why we're seeing them not give very much kind of rubber band experience, I think, back to Team YT. And look at this, level 15 on the bird at the 2-minute 30 mark, and they have not let Lunaire get KO'd in a long long time. So yeah, just none of that EXP has really been going back. That was actually scary.
That Shadow Sneak lands, immediately Sam goes in on that fight. You just know as soon as that Mimikyu gets a chance. So Talonflame getting a little bit lucky there. It felt like from Russ's bounce off of the block. But position 1 by Team Revelation. Pikachu with a big sky attack, finding a lot of Pokemon in tall grass and totally isolating that play. Russ playing still pretty far forward and aggressively, but you can see they're a little farther back than they were last match. The Shadow Sneak will land on a Celestial, but it's a bit too risky of a dive right now.
Oh, this is a scary initiation. Celestial being kind of the one to move in first and somehow manages to make that work. Almost taking out a Kilo, not quite. And now just jumping on this Miraidon, a great eject button from Lewis to get out of there, but finally, eventually goes down as the rest of the fight's happening over on this east side. I mean, we are going to be pushing them all against that wall, but Russ not able to do quite enough, I think, to stop the rest of this Team Revelation. They're not all the way down to the team side of Team YT, but Revelation knows that they do not have to be the ones to push down Rayquaza first, so they're just pushing forward, getting a little bit more XP while they can, letting the reset happen. Celestial looks like they're going to be going back to heal, and we're certainly going to be getting at least one more fight in this center area.
And I think Pikadiv's standing in there's a really awkward position when they use the Unite move. I believe that Lunaire's feather was just outside of the AoE that the Ho-Oh was trying to bring them back into the battle a little bit earlier. That means the whole 30-second respawn timer for Lunaire's Talonflame is going to fall through, but they are going to jump back into this fight. They're going to knock out a few Pokemon in the central area, try to get closer to the Unite, but Fui is not going to wait for that at all.
How is Celestial just invincible? What is this? I thought that was actually the end of that Shadow Sneak hit, but all right, they are going to be able to survive, and unfortunately, it's going to be the opposite way with Sam going down, and now Fui has to try to get into that backline for damage. Not going to happen, as we're going to see GM just do plenty of damage. Rayquaza is down to about half life, but only the Snorlax left. Russ not going to be able to survive long enough to stop this Rayquaza take, and that should be it. Revelation with another huge name under their belt. Nemesis, Orange Juicers, and now Team YT in one tournament run.
All right, LG. I think this team is coming for you rather quick. I mean, obviously, they have not at that point in the tournament, but when our final seconds count down, Revelation adding yet another name to the wild list they have found in this tournament. Revelation with a 2-0 victory and a very impressive look. I think they looked even better in Game 2 than they did in Game 1. Team YT kind of holding down the early game, keeping it close, but once we hit that mid-game and Revelation found a score lead and found a lot of good aggressive positioning, it felt like the writing was on the wall. Lunaire with 15 KOs.
And 225 points and 2 assists just for fun. But wow, that was an incredible Talonflame game. I mean, I've been a big fan of Pokemon for a long time. It's wild to see it not only like somewhat in the meta, but just being like dominant. And I'm surprised. I said this I think at the start of the match. I'm surprised we haven't seen a little bit more from Talonflames just throughout the day, but there's so many good options. Damage from Celestial, super huge. I was really surprised that Celestial was the one initiating like all the fights, and it worked out.
Yeah, it felt like Dispenza for the most part of the game is just trying to get Helping Hand onto GM, but other than that, they are Unite moving Celestial. Those are the two jobs that the Blissey has got to make sure. Impressive stuff from this matchup. Team YT are going to bow out of our tournament at the 5th place position, still earning some championship points to their title, but either way, a very solid tournament run from them. Revelation, though, I think truly becoming one of the main storylines of this final stretch qualifier tournament, which just, like you mentioned, so many incredible teams left in the dust.
Right, they're going to have to defeat a few more incredible teams before they can make it all the way, though. Certainly, their run is not over, far from over, because we've still got some great teams, especially up in that winner's side. But, I mean, it's so great to see the shakeup. In North America, obviously, you know, LG's been relatively dominant, but it's mostly been kind of the top 3 or so teams, and we've only had 3 winners so far. And it's not to say that we're necessarily going to get another winner today, but certainly today has been the biggest mix-up as far as new teams. Ignorance making it for their second time into top 8. The Goofy Goobers, their first time. That was such a great moment. Great slow-mo. Shout-outs to production. But yeah, this is just an interesting day, and I really don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels up in the air. We have a really exciting winners finals match coming up very soon with Kiss Kiss versus Luminosity Gaming. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The next matchup in the losers bracket that's been teed up is really exciting too, with this Revelation team getting a rematch against Orange Juicers, and well, I guess it's Orange Juicers getting the rematch against Revelation.
Yeah.
Gonna be wild scenes out there. Gonna be very exciting stuff happening in the winners finals as well. We are in a very weird NA bracket, but it feels fantastic watching some incredible Pokemon Unite today, and it's just getting me very excited for New Orleans. It's going to be happening a little bit later this year.
We're in like the final stretch of the season right now, right? Like not just the final stretch because it's the final stretch, but there is just event into event into event, and it is just, I mean, it's awesome. It's great to see these teams are looking so good. So I'm excited to see how any of these teams can do. And I'm sure a lot of them as well will be in New Orleans, kind of opposite what we got to do for AOS Cup is that, you know, the EU teams, it's like, okay, they didn't qualify here, but they're probably going to be there. This time around, it's like we could see any mix of these teams attending in New Orleans. Not a far trip for anybody in the U.S. But great stuff from Revelation. Again, I can't say it enough, and certainly they are the storyline to watch so far for today. And that rematch is going to be very exciting.
I cannot wait, but we're going to be jumping up to the winner's side of the bracket next with Luminosity Gaming versus Kiss Kiss. You don't want to miss it, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be jumping to a very short break. More UNITE Championship Series when we come back.
And welcome back, everyone. We are here with the final stretch play-ins to see who will get that sweet travel award to New Orleans for NAIC. I am Wonder Chef, joining Zoinks once again for casting this winners finals match, which is a very, very interesting match. Two teams that obviously we've seen, I think, a little bit of LG recently, but Kiss, great players, great team. They've been doing well. We haven't had the chance to see them quite as much.
Yeah, they feel like a huge spoiler team in this tournament. Looking at their bracket, they haven't had as tough of a road as some of these teams, like namely Revelation or something like that, but they are in a position to try to take down Luminosity Gaming. And on that roster, there are some really fantastic players. This is a team that is well known for really interesting and kind of out there drafts, but they're going up against Luminosity Gaming, who this season has been making that their identity as well. Going to be a really cool clash of teams.
Right, LG, I said this to you before, and I said I was going to say this on broadcast, but they're a team that I feel like is just doing so well in this current meta. Every time we have an offensive meta, they feel so at home. I mean, they're a team that even in normal metas, they try to take as little true support as possible. They really want to fight and be mobile, and that's just what this meta is about. So they're in absolute comfort town, I guess. So they're looking really strong. But then Kiss is a team that, while it's a bunch of great players, they've done very, very well in the UCS so far this season. I feel like I haven't had a chance to see them in this new meta, which may be one of the biggest meta shakeups that we've, I don't want to say ever had, but certainly this season. Totally. So they're, like you said, a spoiler team to me. They're a big question mark to me, and I know they'll play well. The question is just, what will they play? What will their style be to adapt to the current meta? And I have no idea.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting. I mean, the meta game is already all over the place, and then we have two teams that really like to flex and adapt. So that is going to be really fun to watch. If you want some more generic stats, our statistician behind the scenes got us some updated play rates and win rates and stuff like that. The two Pokemon on top of the win rate, probably thanks in a lot in part to LG, are Mew and Zoroark. Mew with an 85% win rate in our tournament. That's including the qualifiers yesterday. And Zoroark with an 80% win rate. The top two Pokemon in terms of pick rate are Snorlax and Umbreon. So not very many bans towards those two Pokemon in today's tournament. And then in terms of ban rate, the top ban rate Pokemon far and away is Gengar with 156 total bans. Talonflame second behind them with 118. So Gengar, far and away the most banned Pokemon, the biggest feared speedster in the North American tournament.
Can't believe we're saying that. This is the weirdest thing ever. I remember just at EUIC, right? There was that stat of one Gengar was picked every single EUIC, but it was only one Gengar, and it was on stage every single time, which that's been the state of Gengar, where every single year for every year that it's been there, it's been a surprise. It's like, oh my goodness, a Gengar. But now all of a sudden we're like, yeah, no, Gengar has to go. This is just too scary. So maybe we kind of led into that from seeing the singular Gengar over at EUIC. But seeing the Talonflame in that last game, certainly understand why that's second on the bans. Very, very good time for that bird. Yeah, it is incredible. And I think, of course, the other two major speedsters have been talked a lot about due to the most recent patch have been Absol and Meowscarada. We've seen a lot of Absol, but I do think this is going to be one of our best debuts and looks at what Meowscarada can accomplish in this game. I think in this winners finals throughout the best of three, I would be shocked if Meowscarada is not on our draft screen in some way all three games, including the bans or the picks potentially. It is one of our Pokemon to watch, by the way. The specific build we have on screen right now is the Night/Trailblaze build. However, we're probably going to see a little bit more of that Flower Trick double team throughout the tournament. But either way, held items looking good. You can run the eject button. It's one of the best items by far on Meowscarada. Any Pokemon that you are using your Unite move and you're kind of stuck in a similar way of pathing, if you can change that up mid-move with eject button, you just get so much more value out of it. Some players opt for the Shed Ninja Doll to avoid taking damage. However, the eject button, I think, is the more competitively, consistently chosen option. It helps you be offensive when you need to as well, getting that mobility for the chase down if you really, really need to, especially in that early game. If you can secure one path KO, that's gigantic. But I love Shedinja Doll. I always want to see it all the time. I play it on Pokemon I should not be playing it on, but we don't need to talk about my bad games. Because, in general, Meowscarada, I think a lot of people were looking at it as the it's weird to say, but like the bottom of the top of the speedsters right now,
yeah.
where it was going to be like, okay, maybe this is the one we're going to see a little bit less, and it has been. But every time that I've seen it in basically every region, it has looked incredible. I mentioned this earlier. If anybody wasn't watching, there was an incredible Game 3 moment where Meowscarada post KO in Brazil on the Brazilian broadcast, as we were casting right now, where they managed to steal away Rayquaza with the flower trick post KO, like 5 seconds after being KO'd, and only a Comfey was left, but they managed to win the game by 10 points because of that. Really, really incredible moment. So I'm loving everything about the Meowscarada, and particularly LG's Meowscarada play has been gross, complimentary.
Yeah, Overlord is just so fantastic at that Pokemon. It looks amazing. I think Trainer obviously will pick it up if they need to as well. It feels like those two players can play any of the Pokemon within that Speedster class, and honestly, all-rounder as well. And I guess Curios right there in the mix as well. I don't want to take that damage dealer player out of the mix because of the huge variety of Pokemon they have been playing. So we'll see how that lines up. And I was talking about this a lot in the last match that you and I were casting, was that the particular reason that I love this metagame is just all the chances that we have for skill expression. Yes, team fights are wild and fast, and the KOs are going to happen frequently, but it's a blink and you miss it kind of situation in so many spots where you're using moves just to barely dodge damage or just get you over that finish line. Double Team Meowscarada, probably one of the best examples of it in the entire game, able to absorb hits for you with that body double, get a perfectly timed stun when you switch places with your double team. It feels like Meowscarada, one of the best showcases of good players that we have here in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, and I know we're talking about Meowscarada a lot as we're waiting for this match to get started, but I mean, when is another chance we're going to get to talk about Meowscarada?
I know, yeah,
this
let's
is
take
awesome.
You know, let's talk about Gengar only, actually. Let's go to Gengar.
Yeah, okay. No, we are here in a match, but yeah, Meowscarada, one of the speedsters that, by the way, has like kind of the most defensive options. Right? Oh, immediately banned. All right, so forget it. Oh, all right, I am no longer a fan of Kiss Kiss. They're making all of our talking points moot. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so all the speedsters that we're literally talking about right now, are we going to see the Talonflame banned as the final ban? That would be funny. I expect we're probably not. It may be. Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, all right. Well, then, what's a speedster? I don't actually even remember.
Yeah, curious. We are banning out all of the speedsters. That is really interesting. I mean, my heart breaks a little bit that we won't get to see Bora Reach pick up the Gengar, but okay. Uguay, also known as Joey in a past life, is going to be playing that Snorlax with a Muscle Band Rapid Fire Scarf. That is the most Flail-lax build that we have ever seen, by the way.
I love it. I love the Snorlax first pick. I feel like towards the end of the brackets, the Snorlax picks have been stronger and stronger and stronger. On the other side, of course, though, super strong comfort picks from the side of Luminosity, so they're certainly going to be happy with what they got. But wow, taking both the Umbreon and the Snorlax when there's, I mean, basically like all the tankiness has been picked, I think, on both these teams already.
Oh, Overlord hovering the Tinkaton for just a moment. Now, I don't really think it's got a great place in the metagame right now. Its early game is just so tough, and with so many strong early game Pokemon, it's not going to have a great place. But its passive of Mold Breaker doing amplified damage to shields is an interesting talking point with Pokemon like Umbreon and Snorlax in the mix. So maybe we'll see that pop up. But Luminosity with a bit of a blast from the past, going Urshifu and Blaziken, very similar shades to what was really successful at EUIC.
Yeah, you know, I was talking about Secure. Honestly, this is a very scary Secure team on both sides. Oh, are we going to see the big cat come out? This has been, I mean, it's been picked in a lot of the other regions. Actually, I was talking about this with you off stream as well. But yeah, the Zeraora has been pretty successful, which is surprising because it's not actually a Pokemon that got buffed. But into this current meta, it's been looking really good, looking at like OC and looking at some of, I saw it in EU, and I think I saw it in Brazil at least once. But I'm excited to see how that works.
Okay, Curio's going to stick to this Buzzwole pick, despite there not being as many kind of speedsters to try to influence like they were in their first round of their winners matchup, but Zeraora, not a bad option, and of course, I think Mimikyu, one of those Pokemon that if you can get a full combo onto, you'll feel really, really solid. However, Oblivion is going to be bringing that full heal into the battle, and so will Machisel. So both these players are going to be very aware of what Curios is going to try to accomplish, but Luminosity Gaming with a full-on brawl composition, Kiss Kiss with a similar option, but going with a little more defensive utility rather than just all-out self-sustain. And then, of course, Boar Reach, the outlier with a lot of damage. I think that's going to be an important player to watch. Inteleon has very little threats in that backline if they are playing it safe, and JL and Joey are playing more defensive. By the way, Joey, not wanting to have as much fun as I thought in the first place, has switched up their items, is going experience share, buddy barrier, same old, no rapid fire scarf flail.
Well, there's always next time. So anyway, Luminosity wins game 1. No, I'm just
yeah. Move along.
Try again. No. This is such an interesting draft. I, of course, was proven a fool immediately by saying, okay, they've already picked all of the tankiness that we're going to see in this match, and they immediately choose 3 tanky brawlers on the side of Luminosity. But that is something I mentioned, like, literally last set, was I was saying, I feel like maybe, like, a tanky brawler meta could kind of work right now based on what the other, like, teams are choosing within the meta and going a little bit more speed. Now there's just not great targets, right? I mean, what is going to be the target here as we go into game number 1 of Kiss Kiss versus Luminosity? What's going to be the target for the Mimikyu? What's going to be the big target for the Zero Aura? Obviously, you can get some like kind of just like raw damage to everybody from the Zero Aura, but they don't really have anybody to pick off in this matchup.
Yeah, I think one of the strengths of Luminosity's composition is just going to be their split fighting potential. Like, I really do feel like in any situation, they'll be good, whether it's a 1-on-1 or a 2-on-2. It feels like Luminosity Gaming's composition can kind of self-rely a lot better than Kiss Kiss will, who's going to play a little more coordinated and count on a lot of early poke damage from Boar Reach.
Yeah, Boar Reach is, I almost want to say, like, the most important player to watch within this game, right? Yeah, like a lot. It's going to depend on which targets they hit, like who else is hitting those targets, whether they can stay alive. Like all of it is going to be big. But for now, we're still just playing a little bit patient in this early game. We're going to see both center area Pokemon going up top for the assist. On bottom, that's a pretty scary path. Another Pokemon you never want to fight early is going to be that Buzzwole. Even though they've got a pretty scary path on bottom as well to counter it, you still just do not want to take that. But wow, that's aggressive.
Yeah, JL trying to see if they can steal that back wild Pokemon to get that level 4 evolution. Will not be successful, but a long path away is going to escape, as that is, in fact, a blue Shifu. So a Surging Strikes Water Bear Pokemon that will give them a little bit more mobility to try to threaten that Inteleon. It's something that we have been saying again and again. It's kind of a riddle they have to answer, and it's Trainer picking it up. Crazy that Overlord's going to leave one of their favorite Pokemon on the table.
Yeah, that's super surprising to me. I think I've literally never seen that happen. All right, 4-person push on bottom, and Uwe is not going to be able to defend that solo, so they're going to let that go in, setting up for a huge overdone, because I don't know, only 5 HP, I think, on that bottom tier 1. Up top as well, it seemed like they got some points in, so LG taking a pretty strong lead, probably some stacks as well for Overlord. But I want to go back to exactly what you were saying. That is bizarre. I've like never, ever seen Water Bear not go to Overlord on this team.
Well, yeah, and it's normally because Trainer is playing the Dark Bear, right? We're normally seeing the single strike, but instead, a big swap up, wants to play a little more aggressively, threaten the backline a bit, and wow. That little play by Overlord on the Combuskin was so brutal. JL was able to get a small dunk, and the score didn't get them their level 4. And they had to go and try to contest that wild Pokemon, and Overlord denied that as well. So we are looking at a 7.5-minute Eevee from JL. Really tough look.
Yeah, that is definitely not where you want to be. The poor little level 3, less than half of everybody else. Just give JL 1 hit. Okay, finally, there we go. Only went up to level 4, not quite 5. Okay, there's the level 5. So much XP, returning XP. I don't know what to call it, gatekeeping XP, but that is going to be huge for them, as now they're going to be able to push down most of that EXP. They're going to be able to be a little bit more aggressive for this bottom spawn, but with Otter coming down, I believe it's Trainer as well coming down. It's going to be scary if they want to. They can get all run through by Trainer right here. Goes for 1, goes for 2, but does not get any KOs quite yet. It's just going to be spacing them out, though, as Overlord takes the Reggie for free.
Yeah, that's what Urshifu Unite move. Only had like a 5 combo at any given moment. Probably my favorite aspect of Urshifu is that when you use that move, you get a literal combo counter above your head. I think that's so awesome. And, well, Trainer is going to get 1 KO in that push, but I think most importantly, the Reggie going over to their side. No Smackdown. It's off cooldown right now for Curious. Finally has it back, going to start this fight with a superpower. Instead, an Oblivion, no full heal to respond with, is going to get trapped in that combo, and Curious is exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, that's just been the strategy from Curious this past several games that we've seen the Buzzwole from him. Trainer, once again, really kind of playing as that front line, and it's pretty cool because it is really one of the only Pokemon that has mobility on the team, so I think they're almost playing like a poke game where they walk in and they're like, okay, well, now, you're going to back up, so I'm going to back up, and if you want to engage, then I can engage, or I can back up and then bait you and the rest of my team, and it's just really all about the mobility, so I love seeing this. My first time maybe ever seeing Trainer play Blue Bear, but I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I'm gonna level lead this ridiculous. Trainer can afford to do some of these big dives, right, and still walk away. That snipe shot does slide onto Overlord. Things get a little risky, but they are able to walk back. Big Bliss assistance on a Curios for the major spacing in the front line, but it's Zeraora that's actually gonna be keeping up that move. Gets a Unite move off, does land a lot of damage into Curios. The surf support is there from Otter, but it is not enough to turn the tide of that fight. Kiss with finally a little bit of momentum as they're able to defend against that Reggie Lucky push, get a few knockouts, but unfortunately, the way the levels are, a counter push is just not in the cards. They need to clear out their own central.
This is definitely a slow game for Kiss at the moment. That's kind of the best they can do. We are going to see the 1v1 and the Unite coming out from Oblivion on Overlord. They will be able to take that out. Pretty big KO is tied for their lead at level 11. The other level 11 member sitting down here. Trainer, though, probably going to be able to defend this gold zone. Everybody now going towards this Reggie Ice that's going to be spawning. Curios is going to get the dunk in, but a big Unite coming out from Snorlax, getting 3 launches on both rolls. That is huge. Completely shutting down this push. Otter goes for the steal, not able to get it, but Kiss doing a great job there, specifically Oogway.
Oblivion with a very aggressive dive. Lands that Shadow Sneak onto Otter, but Otter just walks right beside the Blaziken there for the support. Bliss Assistance is onto Overlord, but that is not going to be enough. Kiss translating this objective into a huge teamfight win. A few more KOs happen, but with Urshifu and Buzzwole waiting in the wings, that is simply too stalwart of a defense to push that tier 1 again. So Kiss getting levels, getting some teamfight wins, but they have not been able to translate those into any points in these goals.
Yeah, first level 12 in the game is going to be Zeraora. That's pretty huge, and this is one of the big question marks as to how that Zeraora would work, but I expect we're going to see get a ton of damage in this final fight unless something weird happens. There could be a back cap. We're going to see that down there, Otter. No, you can go for it. You would be... Oh, they'd be safe now, but there is going to be some fighting now happening in center. Another big back cap happening up top. That's going to be some points, and some points is better than nothing for Kiss. But Kiss also winning a fight where they were down on members in the center area. That was a 3v4, and they get all 4 KOs. That's going to be a huge overdunk potential. Well, pretty big. A total of, what, 22? Altogether on that top path, but they've got to keep going because they are still down by 150 points.
Oh, this is huge. I mean, we have level 13 Zeraora too, so not only are we doing huge area of effect damage, Zeraora is kind of passively healing, getting defenses from it, but when you have that level 13, that discharge plus, you're slowing any enemy within your range as well, so these team fights are going to be looking a little bit better whenever that Machisel Zeraora starts getting to work.
Yeah, I mean, how cool is that we're seeing Zeraora? But we got to see how it's going to happen in that last fight. This isn't a push here. It's a little bit of an attempt. It doesn't seem like it's going to, really get all that much done. But I think it was just really creating space to see if anybody's going to defend. So they could get this basement Reggie, which is going to be happening in just a few seconds. And we've seen a lot of fights that really are like the end game fights at the basement Reggie at the 2-minute mark. Looks like it's not going to happen this time. It might actually be a good thing for them that Oblivion got pretty much dunked back to base right there, because that meant that they backed up. They can play a little bit safer, and Kiss does need to make the action happen, but they've got some pretty scary levels on board.
Oblivion with another really aggressive engage on that Mimikyu. I mean, lands one Shadow Sneak, decides to go in, and they almost had a chance to get away, but a great Psychic by Otter on the Psyduck pulls them back, and Luminosity Gaming going to be getting some much-needed EXP from that. Still only level 12 on the Buzzwole and the Urshifu, but at least Overlord almost level 14. But Chisel finds them first, immediately going to dodge out with that Volt Switch.
Oh, a really huge engage from the backline, kind of from Oogway, and then they decide not to really fully engage upon it. I thought that was certainly going to be how they started things off, but so many different ways they can choose to engage. Jail's going to be moving in. Oblivion was actually the first one in and the first one out, and now as well, JL down only 3 members of Kiss. They just walked in almost one at a time, finally getting a huge one pick from the side of the Inteleon, but only 1 member left. We'll see if Oogway can delay for as long as possible. possible. I mean, they do have the Unite left. They're really holding on. They're just making it as frustrating as possible. Can they get the steal? No chance. I love the attempt. They almost delayed it long enough for Oblivion to get back into the fight, but it just wasn't doable.
I genuinely thought that final flail hit might be the ticket to getting the Rayquaza, but no such luck for Kiss Kiss. Instead, Luminosity Gaming able to absolutely crush it in that final team fight. You even called it out, Wonder Chef. A great engage by Uguay on the Snorlax, able to split a couple of Pokemon away from the pack with a nice block, but it felt like Boruich's snipe shots didn't really land in that situation, so there was no early poke damage to play off of. Instead, they just had to kind of bounce back, and Oblivion dives in off a big Shadow Sneak on the Mimikyu, but also is going to get immediately shut down by that Buzzwole. Feels like Luminosity Gaming's draft was just really well prepared for a lot of what Kiss Kiss was trying to accomplish, and this triple brawler look looking exceptional for LG.
This is weird. It's like it's deja vu. When we were watching the Team YT match as well, same thing happened. Like the Snorlax jumped in, great potential engage, and I was like super ready for it to start. And I'm like, okay, and they jump in and they're gonna be using the block, and then nothing. It's like I feel weird. I feel like did I say something wrong there? But no, yeah, just I think maybe again a little bit of a miscommunication as far as when they were going to engage, whether or not they were within range to follow up and engage. Yeah. And then as soon as that happened and they backed up, then Oblivion went in. I think maybe thinking that first initiation was going to be the initiation. They went down, and then after that, JL went in, and then they were alone, and then they went down, and Boruich got 1 KO in all of that. But it just unfortunately, like you said, it wasn't enough. It needed to be a lot all at once. So yeah, tough team fight for them.
Yeah.
But great rest of the game.
Yeah, really tough look. I mean, Boruich putting up numbers outside of that final fight, though, right? 73,000 total damage. Machisel at 103,000 damage on the Zeraora. I think that was a really, really cool pick from Machisel. Had some great looks on that Pokemon. However, that final fight, we did see it start off with the Zeraora being that kind of, scout checking out that tall grass with that Volt Switch. They did take a decent amount of damage, so they weren't really there to follow up on the Snorlax play. Just a little bit of miscommunication or coordination that didn't exactly line up where they needed it. On the other hand, Luminosity Gaming having some great damage numbers on their side. Overlord with 103,000 damage, and Slashcan dishing out the healing with 111,000 healing numbers. Truly tremendous.
Yeah, only like a 600 damage difference between Machisel and Overlord, both getting 6 digits. Very, very impressive. Honestly, I liked a lot of the picks. I didn't feel like this was a game that was won or lost on draft. I mean, certainly there could be things that are different, but it didn't seem like anything just like completely didn't work out. It was just, again, that last fight just seemed really rough. Unfortunate. It happens, obviously, to basically every single good team. It's happened to LG before. But if we could see the initiation be a little bit stronger from Kiss Kiss, I mean, they fought themselves into an advantageous position as far as like levels and strength going into that final fight. It's just not how it worked out. So really interesting to see what's going to happen the rest of this set, whether they're going to go for a similar strategy or not.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the chance to totally switch things up. They were in that first pick position, right? They probably will be going back to that same well, but Luminosity Gaming with that final pick of the Buzzwole just seemed so solid. You're watching it right now, absolutely crushing it. We do see Bora like get an auto attack in to take down the Buzzwole eventually, but felt like the damage had already been done at that point of the game. And this was, of course, Uguay's final hope for Kiss Kiss to try to hold this down, take the Rayquaza away, but with that overheat being channeled, Overlord very, very confident in their ability to secure. They step up to the plate.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very strong, secure team. Now that I'm thinking about it, the one thing that I think could have been a great change for that game is I feel like we didn't see as much mileage out of Mimikyu just because there were not a lot of great targets for the Mimikyu. Yeah. Obviously, you do get to solo unite somebody, but one thing that I know Oblivion plays that I think would have been really cool against that comp would have been Metagross. I feel like Metagross would have been really gnarly into that comp. Everybody's in melee range. You're just hitting everybody, building up shields, and your defense is so good against this very physical comp. Plus, yeah, Oblivion's used that before in the past, so I think that would have been a pretty cool pick and maybe something that we could see if they end up going the same strategy on LG. But I feel like LG, once you use a strategy like that and it works out, you probably shift to something else just to keep them off balance. Maybe I'm coping, but I really do think a fun adaptation in the situation, and it would only work in a draft like we saw from the bans to kick off that match where we saw 4 speedsters be banned in that matchup, is we go double defender like we did with the Snorlax and the Umbreon.
then maybe you go double the attacker. Like, you grab the Inteleon already from Bora, and then maybe Oblivion goes something like the Chandelure, like a really good crowd control option into multiple Pokemon that love to press their moves. I think it'd be a nice answer. I think that Curios in no world would go to the Buzzwole in that final pick, though, knowing how the draft actually played out, right? So maybe it wouldn't be such a great pick in that 4th pick position, but maybe if they end up in last pick, if they want to elect for that 2nd pick spot, they could have a little bit more variety in that final choice. I'm not too sure, but yeah, I think if we're looking to change things, I do think it's the Mimikyu that might need to be looked at for this team about how we want to switch things up, because whether it was the Shadow Sneaks becoming a little bit too aggressive or there wasn't enough follow-up, either way, it was not working for Kiss Kiss whatsoever.
I also feel like maybe like Trick Room could have been effective
Yeah.
in those fights. I don't know. That's a stretch. I just like thinking about alternate
I like
things.
it, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if we're gonna get the 4 Speedster ban again, which is looking very, very likely. So we could see your strategy. Of course, for anybody out there who isn't as familiar, maybe with like how metas work, it's really like when Speedsters are strong, attackers usually get worse, but then the tanky brawlers get a little bit better. So if you're in a meta right now where you're never seeing attackers, even some of the best attackers in the world, like Flareons, are not really playing attacker role too much because the Speedsters are so good. If all of them are banned, you can suddenly shift to a very different meta. So I do like your strategy a lot. Not that we're going to see it, but hey, we could.
We definitely could. I'm not too sure. Either way, their draft is going to be identical so far. With Kiss Kiss did choose to take that 1st pick position again. Inteleon going to be locked in. A Buzzwole pick here would be really interesting. I don't mind that at all from Kiss Kiss. It would be the first Pokemon that would be different from our draft in Game 1 and the 2, if only that Kiss Kiss is stealing it away from Luminosity Gaming.
Interesting. I feel like that's a really heavy commitment to steal that away so early in the draft, because that now, I mean, you just know that anybody that's going to be a really easy target for that Buzzwole is just not something that you're going to want to pick. That's hilarious if they end up going the Mimikyu and they literally just kind of, they're just trading. I mean, it's Pokemon, right? Trading is a strong concept in the Pokemon franchise, so they're just playing the game how it's intended. But aside from that, we're seeing exactly the same comps, just trading 1 for 1. Will we see any difference at the end? I would like to see maybe something ranged here rather than the triple brawler, just because they do have that Buzzwole now. But okay, that works. Are we gonna see EXP share though? That's the question.
Interesting. Yeah, I think Slash and Otter will probably hold on. Hey, we can build Damage Duck. It's happened before. It absolutely could happen again. But no, I think Curios just gonna be going with our classic damage moves on the Mewtwo Y. Definitely one of the strongest Mewtwo Y players that we have within the region. Potentially the most success on that Pokemon so far in North American tournaments, and Overlord on Blaziken and Trainer on Mimikyu are things we have seen time and time again. But I actually think the most storied player slash Pokemon combination on the roster right now is Slashcan on Blissey. I'm talking World Champion Season 1 through the entire history of the UNITE Championship Series. It feels like Slashcan always finds their way back to this Pokemon and absolutely dominates in games.
I am very scared to see how this is going to go. This is a combination that we've obviously seen a good amount. I'm assuming it's going to be the Helping Hand Blissey alongside the Mewtwo Y. That's just kind of the classic at this point. And we also saw the hood, so I'm assuming that's what we're going to see. But that's going to add a lot of range damage onto what is now a slightly less... not like aggressive, but a slightly less divey comp, I would say, altogether from the side of Kiss Kiss. So they are going to be able to play that kind of like mid-range game and just space out the melee options on the other side. So I feel like Curios could do a lot of damage in this game and really change up how their comp is, even with only one switch. Yeah,
I like it a lot. One of my favorite aspects of it is, and again, I've talked about Luminosity Gaming being very, very good at this, but their ability to split push is so strong. With Mewtwo Y in the mix, you just got to be listening to your teammates' comms, but if they tell you to Unite move and use that infinite Cyburn, sometimes that can be a great way for Mewtwo Y to be fighting on one side of the map and impacting the entire battlefield all at once. It's such a strong Unite move for that exact reason, and I think Kiss Kiss might be having a tough time playing around that infinite Cyburn later on.
We'll have to see. Is right now JL just going in for the stack early. Maybe going to be paid the price for it. Looks like maybe was able to get 2 in on the bottom. Reach just able to slightly defend against this well, now going to be 3 members of LG trying to push in on bottom. Trainer sneaking through, but Borich not in too scary of a position, isn't able to defend against it, but isn't KO'd, and that's really what's huge.
So Trainer joined that bottom path with no glowing circles beneath them, by the way, and our picture-in-picture, and now our main picture is showcasing Oogway with 2 of them. So Snorlax with an incredibly successful central area invade in this early game, as Joey is going to walk out of the enemy central in the Snorlax with both the red and the blue buff. Big push, but now the damage is what they're going to have to reconcile as Overlord and Trainer start getting to work. Otter on the chase down.
they're really having to chase up top. A good amount of points going in. Finally, they're going to be taking down Oogway. That's, by the way, now both buffs over to someone else. I think it was that Overlord that managed to take that. So that's nice, you know. Take him back eventually.
Exactly. I was actually going to say, I think it's so important that Overlord is the one to get that KO, by the way. I mean, Psyduck taking them, you don't really love the red buff or blue buff onto that Pokemon, but you really like it onto the Blaziken. And actually, now that I say it out loud, maybe you do not mind red buff on Psyduck. Either way, good luck from them to make sure that they're back in their hands. And it will be the Buzzwole falling as Oblivion gets KO'd here on the top side.
Yeah, just way too many members of Luminosity up top, and we are going to see now Machisel back up to make sure that they aren't able to like completely push in. Points very, very even this time around, much more even than they were looking in the last game, but we're seeing just like little bits of aggression and small scores kind of everywhere across the board. Obviously, it's not exactly a 1-for-1, but very nice. Going to be able to get at least 1 KO, and only Kyrios left means that you're a lot less effective together, but oh, wait, hold on a minute. Overlord coming in from the bottom side, and he's going to be able to at least, well, no, I was going to say take out 1, but Machisel running 6,000 miles to the east.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, JL landing some nice wishes to make sure the damage reduction was there in time. I think the only reason they're able to walk away, but eventually they will fall as Machisel has to go in a little bit further. Oogway with a big engage. JL follows up immediately with a nice foul play, and Oblivion, the final part of the combo with the superpower, but it's still not enough as Trainer, Slash, and Kyrios combine for a KO on the top side, and now that Regieleki is as good as theirs unless Oogway lands a wild Snorlax play.
Hey, I mean, Snorlax can definitely steal, but interesting. We're actually just going to see Luminosity walk away from the Regieleki. And it's not so much that they really want it right now, but again, they have a tier 2 available, so if this gets pushed down, they're really going to have to defend it. Overlord on bottom, soloing this Registeal. Nobody even close enough to try and steal that away. A little bit of a score as well from Slash in that bottom tier 2 onto Kiss Kiss's side. But now the question is, how are they going to deal with Regieleki? Will we see an aggressive push from Kiss Kiss? Will they just try to build some space? And it does look like they're trying to be aggressive, rotating through the east central area.
Yeah, interesting. I like this push on the bottom side. I like how LG played around it, though. Kyrios hiding out in that tall grass for as long as they could, trying to play for vision, let the team know if it's a Regieleki push or if it's a big rotate from Kiss Kiss. And now they have a good angle on both. Overlord finding themselves in a dangerous position right now, going in 1v3.
Well, hey, making it work decently well. Oblivion coming in with the Unite and is not able to actually get a KO. Overlord going to be taking out JL, but only getting taken down in return. However, it's not going to matter. That is 4 members now down. And Trainer looking so good on this Mimikyu, getting the triple. Was that a quadra? I don't know. Just a triple. Only a triple against one of the best teams. Yeah, no big deal. But Trainer saying, hey, you know what? This pick didn't work out for you last time. Let me show you how this is supposed to happen in this matchup.
Oh, and I'm so happy we got a little highlight reel from Trainer because I get to point out one of my favorite things about this player that I think they do better than anybody else in NA right now. So good at tracking enemy central area timers, is always going to be there as soon as they spawn in. Is forced into a Unite move, going to try to walk away, but both Oblivion and JL giving them no means of escape.
Oh my goodness. Once again, 2 members down from Kiss Kiss. Luminosity, they've really won basically all of these mid-game fights pretty consistently. Wow, a great heavy slam to jump over that center path, but realistically, I don't think there's any chance you get away. Are they going to get the score in? Oh my goodness. That is so troll. Incredibly troll.
Yeah, one of the biggest reasons we're seeing blocks be so strong is, of course, that bonus to the shielding, but we see a lot of Snorlax just use block immediately and then immediately cancel the move just so they have that extra bit of shielding. Is so ridiculously strong. Registeel, the next one to spawn in, though. A damage buff for the whole team could be huge here at the 4-minute mark.
It could. Oh, the Mewtwo Unite going off, and that's going to be a decent amount of damage, but this might be the first fight that we're going to see Kiss do very well in. They're all still very healthy. Wait, was that a... No, I almost thought that Slash stole that away for a split second, but Chill's going to go finish off Slash. Trainer's still here to defend, so's Kyrios. Honor coming in as well, and they're not going to be able to hold on to this push. 2 KO streak, though, from the Chisel. That Zero Aura honestly looking so incredibly well. Honor's going to go down, triple KO streak, and, they made me eat my words. I thought they had to back up, but we are just seeing the Chisel do so much damage so quickly, gets past the charge overheat, which does manage to hit JL and get that KO once again, but no such luck in pushing down this tier 1. A lot of KOs on both sides, though.
Yeah, I mean, Registeel buff doing a lot of work, and I think that first engagement for Kiss. I mean, Zero Aura able to get some huge KOs, even just with the discharge. Really, really solid play, but LG with a great response, as per usual. Overlord at level 13 on this Blaziken, getting a Bliss assistance in the enemy central.
Wow, this is so aggressive, but a great job defending from Kiss, trying to chase down Overlord. They already managed to take down Slash. That's a pretty big win. Oh my goodness, that overheat let it on to everybody. It hit all 4 of them. If there was any follow-up to that, that would have been absolutely disgusting. That was, I mean, look at it. You can still see their health. They're almost all KO'd, and now they're trying to get the finish, but unfortunately, not going to be able to get any of those KOs from Trainer. Looks like JL might go down to Kyrios in the end. There's still, I mean, this is just fighting to fight. That's what it's been. But man, that was a gross overheat from that tall grass.
That was sick. I got some notes for our NA Mimikyu players, I think. We are going in very aggressive into these 1v5 situations. Now, trust me, I am a fan of these aggressive pushes, but now we have seen Trainer getting caught out by them in that last team fight. They're going to have an easy respawn time, and they're at level 14, so they're doing just fine right now. Uga, the big engage, tries to get that X speed to get to the other side and block, kidnap somebody. Only Slash can the one to be hit by that crowd control, though. That means LG can focus totally on this Registeel.
This is scary. This could end up being the fight. That's a really big, aggressive push from Kiss. But Chisel already going down. It means Unite coming out, and that's going to be 2 members down now for Kiss. This looks like this will be the final fight. Kyrios should get the final hit. No, actually, whatever. It doesn't matter. One of the members from Luminosity got that final hit there, with now only Oblivion left in fighting position. Uguay as well is going to be there towards that center area, so it's not going to be the easiest thing for them in the world to try and burn down this Rayquaza. They're trying, though. They're going for it. Uguay does not have the Unite left. There's going to have to be a huge steal, but no, Oblivion the Overlord, other O name, once again, with the strong secure. You can't beat the overheat. Overlord, overheat, it just makes sense.
It truly does. I mean, yes, what you gotta do, manifest with your gamer name into the move name, and it just looks like that. Overlord also gonna get a KO and a board reach before they try to deposit their 50 points to get that Hundo Burger, but unfortunately, no Rayquaza shield, no way to help them in that rapid scoring attempt. And Luminosity Gaming, of course, our current monthly North American champions, as well as our current EUIC champions. It feels like this team is in a championship form that we have never quite seen from this roster, and they are dominating yet again. This will be a 2-1 finish in our winners finals.
Also LAIC champions, right?
LAIC champions, 2-time world champions. I mean, the accolades, the trophy case is getting, honestly, a little too full, some would say. I think we got to clear some stuff out, but I'm sure they will make room for a travel award to NAIC.
Yeah, they're just giving them away. If you walk up to an LG player and you're like, hey, can I have any of your extra trophies? They're like, oh, here. And they send you a whole bag. They're like, we're just trying to get these gone wholesale because we're just going to win more. So we got to build some space. But certainly well-earned as we get that, that awkward 30-second Unite moment where there's really not a chance for Kiss to make this comeback. So the way, though, I got to say, the LG draft, I feel like the first match that we saw them in winners today was what I would have expected from this meta, but the second two, which is obviously, the ones from this set, really interesting.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that they've got some backup plans. I wouldn't even call them backup plans, but some alternative strategies that are looking really good into the current meta. They knew what to do when all of the speedsters were banned. They knew how to kind of go back to previous picks when they were available. Obviously, still looking very, very good on all of these old picks. I think they're in a great spot to win today.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, really interesting banning phase. I mean, to be honest, from both these teams, kind of a handshake to just take down both these major speedsters, and then in both games giving up the Snorlax. I mean, Kiss first pick prioing that Pokemon. Luminosity Gaming favoring the Blissey and the Psyduck more and more in this matchup, and I do think that is a major part of why that ends up. Overlord with 15 KOs, by the way. Trainer and Curios close behind with those numbers. 100,000 from Trainer, 116,000 from Overlord, and Curios with 86,000 damage. Slashcan sticking to that healing egg set as well on the Blissey in both games.
I cannot not point out Machizel with 96,000 damage on the Zero Aura. Obviously, Zero Aura is a pretty high damage Pokemon because it gets a lot of like collateral. But this is a pick that is like pretty interesting, and I feel like we didn't talk about it all that much, but it did seem like it worked out despite the fact that they lost the set. Like that seemed like a great pick for them, and a good kind of example of why it's like being picked in a lot of other regions right now and doing well in a lot of other regions. So really good stuff to Machizel. That's fun to see. Always love seeing the big cat in these games, and unfortunately just wasn't enough. Just a little bit maybe. I mean, it's not that the damage wasn't enough. It was just maybe the coordination in some of the fights where LG was just on top of it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this team get another look, though, on Kiss's side. You know, they're going to be headed down to our losers bracket. They're going to be playing in our losers finals for whoever is going to win that losers semifinal. The match is going to be coming up next, but they are not out of this tournament. They have a chance to rally back. I'm really curious if their draft is going to change all that much, or maybe just go back to the drawing board in some of those early game team fight situations and, you know, try to not let this match get too out of hand, because felt like Luminosity Gaming was coming out of the gates hot in both games 1 and 2 and never really let Kiss back into the game.
Yeah, LG basically looked, they were comfortable the entire time. There was not a single moment. I mean, you could see it in most of their fights. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, when they wanted to do it. And on the other side, you know, again, not like to say that it's like a particular player's fault, but I feel like the role that Oblivion was on had some interesting choices to be made. And I feel like maybe Kiss, if they were to change one thing, it's kind of figuring out how to use that role well against the way that Luminosity was drafting. Because we saw the, you know, obviously like Mimikyu's great, Buzzwole's great. They're all great Pokemon on a good player, but unfortunately, it just felt like there were a lot of times where it was like just Oblivion in getting KO'd. We actually get to see him get KO'd right there, and it's something to do with like how their comp worked versus how Luminosity's comp worked. I don't know. I'd have to like look at maybe a little bit more of the match to really think about it myself, but that did seem to be a part where they weren't all fully coordinated.
Yeah. I don't know. I love this team. I love their look. I do think Kiss is a strong squad. Unfortunately, they weren't able to show it in this matchup again. I am really hoping that we're going to get to see a little bit more from them in the losers side of the bracket. And Overlord, a couple times in a row on this Blaziken, just absolutely crushing it with those overheats, lining it up. Impressive stuff from them. And I mean, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that in the tournament, especially if those bans keep falling in the way that they did in that matchup specifically. We're going to be getting an interview with one of the Luminosity Gaming players rather quickly, and I really do think we got to talk about their drafts a little bit, because between their match number 1 against Team YouTube and their match number 2 now against Kiss, they are very different looks, and I'm wondering if that's from specific preparation for teams, knowing the NA rosters they've battled with, you know, night in, night out for so many years now, or if it's simply just we know this matchup is good. So we are going to be bringing in Overlord for our interview from Luminosity Gaming, crushing it on the Blaziken. 2 matches in a row. Overlord, congratulations on finding yourself in yet another grand final. You were looking fantastic out there. How are the vibes in the LG camp today?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely pretty high, you know, going in the grand finals. You know, there's definitely this has been a really interesting patch, I'd say. One of the most interesting patches they've ever released. So definitely going in this tournament is a little worrisome, but we definitely pulled together. You know, a big fan of, you know, the way our drafts are going right now. Obviously, you know, me and Trainer, you know, very proficient on like the speedster characters that are in the meta right now, so we're very happy.
Yeah, speaking of that, actually, this is a weird question because it's like from a little bit further back, but this was the first time that we saw you not playing the Rapid Strike Urshifu and instead Trainer on it, as far as I know, as far as at least that I've ever seen. What happened that made you two not like switch those roles earlier on? Because it was great to see Trainer on it and you obviously switching, but what was the decision there?
I mean, Trainer has been, he's been practicing Urshu for like the last month or so, and he's, he's definitely more known on like the single strike style, the Red Bear. But he's definitely been practicing his Water Bear as well. His Water Bear is very good, but I just prefer being the Blaziken. I think Blaziken is, one of my priority picks. It definitely feels like, it's pretty easy for me to like call the game and like shot call the game when, you're playing the Blaziken, because, it's kind of like centralized around the Blaze. It has like the objective rip, the objective secures, like, the big overheat secures and whatnot. So it's just something that fits my role the best.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Now, I have a more lighthearted question, I guess. I mean, obviously, your team's so successful, and we always laugh. It's a rarity when you don't have, like, a 6-digit damage number game at the end of the tournament. But now, I mean, Trainer's putting up those numbers. Curios is getting a lot of those numbers in the knockouts. Is there a little bit of scoreboard checking amongst your team after every game, being like, hey, I did it again? Like, do you have a running total in your mind? You're like, I got the most damage this tournament, or is that not even a thought for your team?
I mean, we like to joke about it a lot, especially when like Odd or one of the Expedia attackers ends up out damaging Curious or Trainer. For me, sometimes we definitely like to make fun of them for it. But no, I mean, damage isn't like it's not like the objective of the game. The team that does the most damage is going to win the game. So at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta ask, we were just talking about it. You had some very, very different drafts as far as like the bans and what you were denying between your first set of the day and now your second set of the day. Obviously, no speedsters at all going into the second one. Is that something that's more based on who you're fighting and just the fact that you know them and you've known these players for so long? Or is that just kind of a reflex as far as y'all being the second ban and just how things work out, like a strategy that you've created?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, from second band, it's definitely, I'd say you have a lot more leniency because with like so many speedsters being in the meta right now, being able to like choose 2 of them is very beneficial. But we don't mind, banning, all 4 of the speedsters, giving like the handshake, making sure all of them aren't in the game.
Yeah.
Because we're still, pretty confident in like like our Blissey Blaziken comms, for example, and our Shifu comms, something that we're pretty confident on. So yeah, we don't mind either way.
That makes sense. Well, Overlord, thank you so much for your insight. It was awesome to see. Good luck in the grand finals a little bit later today. We are going to be jumping to a very short break, and when we come back, we'll be headed down to the loser's side of the bracket here in the final stretch qualifiers. We'll see you all there.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are. We are playing to see who is going to win that spot to NAIC for the final stretch. These are the final stretch play-ins. Doob Snacks, we've got an exciting one coming up.
Yeah, we're going to see Orange Juicers march through the rest of this bracket, but sitting in front of them is the team that sent them to the losers part of this bracket yesterday, pretty early on as well. Revelation. We've already got a draft. We're just gripping and ripping. We're going straight through this. Again, you've mentioned it, Speedster meta, and we are being speedy on broadcast today.
I gotta tell you, I'm living for it. I love it. Get us into game. Let's see these speedsters banned out right away. Of course, we have Gengar, Absol on one side, Snorlax with the first ban. Final ban over to the side of Revelation. Now, there are still 2 of those scary speedsters left, and by banning one of them, you kind of give one for free to the juicers, right? So it doesn't look like that's where they want to start. They're going to ban Sableye, a very annoying Pokemon that Roland is known for. First pick over to the juicers. I would not be surprised if they're going to grab one of these 2 powerful choices, either Talon or, yes, Meowscarada. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, if you leave one up, at least you leave 2 up. At least you guarantee yourself getting one. And Celestial quickly grabs Meowscarada, and unsurprisingly, Dispenza nabbing Psyduck, because that's been a very pivotal Pokemon to all these teams winning games all weekend long.
Now we see Roland grab the Blissey here. One interesting Pokemon that is available, and the Juicers did not pick it up, is Inteleon, something that one of their players is absolutely known for. However, they're putting some priority on that Zacian. We've seen this a lot for their side. One big reason is we don't really know how many other Pokemon OG wants to play. When OG's on Zacian, he looks great. Otherwise, who knows? But that being said, they do get the Inteleon for Flareons. If you look at this draft for the Juicers, outside of maybe 1 or 2 things that could be slightly tweaked, this feels insanely good.
Yeah, I mean, the only switch out is maybe Zugrug wanting Snorlax instead. Roland's pretty much comfortable everywhere right there to support the team. I do like this Gutter Metagross pick by Revelation here. And Revelation has been one of the few teams that has been using Ho-Oh quite consistently. Pikadiff, whom we watched earlier, didn't quite get the win, but at least it makes sense. So, this is what happens when we're in a speedster meta. It changes the texture of things, and Revelation's certainly going deep into the toolbox here to pull out what they need to try and win.
I really like something like Mewtwo Y here, I have to say. Compared to Inteleon gets to play at extreme range, but Mewtwo Y has incredible mobility. With double teleports, you essentially have 2 eject buttons as a just regular move on Mewtwo Y. Plus, if you're running Psystrike, you have this unstoppable, sure hit at range. I really like this pick into this meta. We were seeing some Miraidon earlier, and I have to say, I don't feel like Miraidon is it, but I do feel like Mewtwo Y is a really solid choice as we are getting ready for our losers semifinals. Orange Juicers versus Revelation. As you mentioned before, Doopsnex, Revelation is the team that sent Juicers down to the losers bracket. Now, we didn't get to see those games on broadcast yesterday, so I'm curious to see how these ones go today, if the Juicers have changed anything, or if we're about to see Revelation send them home.
Well, we know the Juicers are playing with the things that they like, playing the things that they're comfortable with as well. My question is, why isn't anybody banning Zacian?
That is really the question for me as well. I do feel like if I'm playing into the Juicers, of course, Sableye is an absolute nightmare. I am more concerned with taking away a tool from OG and seeing if they have anything else in that toolbox that they like to play with. Flareon's in this bottom path looking for the secure, though. That goes over to the side of Revelation.
Orange Juicers, your purple team. Revelation, your orange team, as we are in the loser semifinals. Best of 3, game 1. Let's get after it.
Yeah, here we go. Kratos getting an early secure right there. Close to their level 5. They're going to move in on Dispenza right there, possibly picking up the KO, but OG is in some trouble. Now they gave that one up. Kratos now has to watch out for Celestial right here. If they are able to stay on top of them, and they just barely miss, but they're able to take down Talon regardless.
That is a W for Revelation. Getting OG down, getting Kratos down. Only exchange your light bulb Psyduck in that process. You got to be feeling good. Luniere moving up already level 5, OG 4, so they are outgunned here. Roland's still 3 as well, and we've got a 3v2. Tons of experience flying in, and the engagement is really what they care about. There's 2 more KOs for Revelation.
Great fight for Revelation up top, and maybe we are seeing exactly what happened to the Juicers right here as they are losing on the top path. However, bottom path looking pretty dang good for them. Already level 6. max on that Inteleon. Very close to evolving.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're going to need now, especially for how wonky and sideways the top path went. They need to work through their bottom path, and Flareons and Zugrug are both incredibly capable players to help get the team back on their feet by leveraging those two Pokemon right there. Ticking over, now we have the tree online. We've got the Drizzile moving forward, playing invisibility here. Roland's struggling to evolve to Blissey, but that's going to be coming here in short order. I wouldn't be surprised.
And here we go. We're looking at the experience in the center right here. All of it heading over to Revelation so far. We're going to see if any of it can be stolen. There's Zug in some trouble right now. Kratos moving in to try to stem the damage right here, but they are continuing the push. Nice, huge pickup by Revelation.
Yeah, and that was really facilitated. Pikadiff swooping in on the Ho-Oh, really getting in the way, dealing some more damage, allowing Lunier to come through and close the door on it. Again, Matang, just level 6, just level 8, but hitting a bunch of crucial knockouts there, making them a pretty quick Metagross.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for the Juicers to deal with, and we're seeing a little bit maybe of what happened in those off-broadcast matches. Pikadiff in some trouble right here, being caught by the snipe shot. No, possibly going down, but barely making it out. Not another snipe shot chambered for the KO.
There is a snipe shot, though, to steal away that wild farm. They thought it was free, but it was very contestable. Right into the back line is Pikadiff, putting pressure on Flareons, and now they've gotten all the space in the world. Mega Mewtwo is mega indeed, as they're A-pressing this Regirock. They're trying to burn it down. Lunier is going to have to step in and cut off Zugrug, swooping in and securing his Kratos. And now we're using Unite moves. Metagross pops their Unite move only to get dispatched up quickly. And now it's a KO streak of 2. It's a Brave Bird in by Kratos, can't hit their target. So they did their job. They got the objective. They got some knockouts, and now Orange Juicers all of a sudden are finding their footing.
Wow, I mean, I gotta say, really great play by the Juicers right there. The snipe shot doesn't hit it. However, the Brave Bird from downtown absolutely secures it right there. And we did get to see a little bit of what I talked about earlier with Mewtwo Y. That Brave Bird moving in, but just so much mobility opportunities from Mewtwo Y actually peels away. Neither the Mewtwo Y or Psyduck goes down in that exchange when very close to them actually getting caught.
Yeah, that could have just made matters worse, right? Like, don't hemorrhage any more value than you have to after losing that objective. Now we've got a little bit of a trap. Celestial seeing the players move in. They go straight for them, sitting on top of them. Blitz assistance on time to save OG, and that's going to be a KO on Celestial because of it. And now Regieleki is hit. Are they going to put some points in? They do. They close it out with the 30-banger, and Dispenza is getting beat up quickly, and they are down. And now it's just the Metagross here. They bought back their Unite moves. They're KO'd in the middle of it before. And can they use it? No, it doesn't even find any value, Spraggles.
As you like to say, the Coliseum into the Mausoleum. They really dug their own grave right there. It was a perfect place for the Brave Bird to land, Dude Snacks.
Oh, it's like a big target painted on the ground, and Kratos is all good with hitting that one. They've already done it twice within the last 30-ish seconds, so Orange Juicers are feeling it, and Kratos is huge, kind of taking over the game this go-around.
Yeah, Kratos looking fantastic right here. Every single opportunity they have on the Juicers to stun or set up any kind of disruption on the side of Revelation is met with a massive flaming Talonflame landing right in the middle of them. It's getting very close to its level 13 also, which gives it a huge breakpoint in damage reduction.
Straight on top of Zugrug is Pikadiff, leading the charge. Flame sweeping around, putting a big ring of fire on the ground. Trevor Unite is popped into the backline. Metagross is down first again. Poor Lunier. OG trying to make it happen. Nice Ho-Oh Unite to pick back at least the Metagross, but can they leverage it? They do. They get 3 down now in concert as the Metagross is back into the action, and Pikadiff is kind of anchoring the squad. Straight into the backline is Hitman GM, putting the A-presses down on Inteleon, so they can't move too far forward. Roland just hiding out, seeing who they need to get to. Brave Bird, snipe shot kind of goes wide, doesn't matter. They still close it out. Flame sweep just to get away. Regirock is still sitting on the table. We're going to see who's going to eat dinner tonight. They're starting to work through it. Regirock on 20%. It's moving down. Dispenza comes in, swoops through, and is taken by Roland on the behalf of the Orange Juicers.
And here we go. The snipe shots go a little wide. Lunier coming in right here. Big time Metagross Unite looking for something, but every member of the Juicers is out of there. Flareon's able to escape with the Fell Stinger as Revelation pushes towards this tier 1 goal zone with multiple members of the Juicers right here. This is going to be tough for Revelation. Dispenza somehow not going down, living on a wing and a prayer, that little Psyduck wing, and here it comes once again. The Brave Bird looking for another KO. Psyduck not able to make it out this time as it goes down. That's a double, and Talon crashes back in for a triple.
You can't lose sight of this Talonflame. It's moving too fast, it's dealing too much damage, and it is all in the face of Revelation. Kratos, I mean, this is their game. They've been a walking highlight reel, and they've really shown what a Talonflame can do.
Yeah, and now we do have that level 13 breakpoint dupes next. So every player on the enemy team that Talon lands on with Bravebird reduces more and more incoming damage onto Talonflame, just making it so difficult to deal with if it catches not only one, but 2 or 3 members of Revelation. You could see a 75% damage decrease on the amount of damage coming in, which makes things even like Unite moves kind of useless against it.
That's a great point, and Revelation knows that, and how they are going to approach it is going to be key here. Now, they have done a good job maintaining the score, something that a lot of teams haven't done particularly well against the Juicers so far, so they're still giving themselves a great opportunity. One good catch, one great opportunity on Kratos, getting a quick KO, and they are right in this thing.
Now, it looks like they are looking for this Inteleon right here, which doesn't surprise me. It's going to be hard to deal with the Zacian. It's going to be difficult to deal with the Talon once it gets that damage recovery. That damage reduction. But as soon as you can get Inteleon down, a huge source of damage is away from the side of the Juicers. 197, 103. With 2 tier 1s up, there are multiple opportunities for Revelation to back cap right here. But instead, they're just going to eat a few snipe shots and have to walk their way home. It looks like Psyduck is going to base in this moment. The Juicers just waiting for their opportunity.
Ho-Oh swooping around, just trying to suss out where these members from the Juicers are before they kick things off.
And that's right. The snipe shots just keep flying by Noob Snacks, and is going to be Revelation that has to start something. The fire spin moves in.
Straight into the background. Now they're going to move forward very quickly. We need a pop so Unite moves. Bliss Assistance is out just in time. Gets on top of Zugrug, but actually they get dusted before that comes through. The eggs aren't surrounding the tree, and now they caught the Inteleon as well. Coming around the top is OG. We know we have Braveboard on Kratos. They're Rayquaza is getting ripped up, and now they're finally pivoting and drawing attention to the Pokemon that they need to knock out before they take this thing off the map. Nice Flame Sweep, gonna hit straight into the Mewtwo-Y, get a knockout here. It's just Kratos standing. Ho-Oh Unite just to bring back the Mewtwo-Y, and that's gonna be enough here, I think, as now Kratos is in an absolute blender. They're put down. Rayquaza's low. Roland's coming in for the save. Can they get the Egg Bomb?
Whoa.
No, it's just a hair too late. Taken by the Mewtwo-Y.
Beautiful stuff there from Revelation. A really nice fight. You know, they caught them, and Blissey did go down before that Unite move got to fully activate, right? So we did not get to see a Bliss Assistance save in that fight as we have Revelation moving forward here. Great fight from the squad. 543 right now to 197 with all those points in and only 35 seconds left. It is pretty much curtains here in game 1 for the Juicers. And I got to tell you, we saw a lot of what the Juicers bring to the table here, but we did not see that evil Zugrug, and they may have needed it.
They may have needed it indeed, but you got to tip the cap. I mean, that was a Revelation call on the engagement there, going straight in, and then you see, the fire spin on the Ho-Oh really set everything on fire, set things ablaze. Revelation followed through, and they found critical knockouts early. Roland couldn't help the team sustain, and of course, Inteleon, Flareon's being down first, couldn't keep those pot shots going and squish and making targets a little bit more squishy for Kratos to crash land in and get some knockouts.
You know what I gotta say I really liked about Revelation's play there around Rayquaza was they had multiple members of Juicers down, and they kind of start hitting Ray, and they recognize, they've got Kratos still, they can crash land on this at any moment. So they kind of fake like they're going for Rayquaza and then immediately dive in on the remaining members of the Juicers. And they make sure that Kratos does not have the opportunity to Brave Bird in from the Reddit bush and secure that.
No, absolutely, because they had OG there as well, and the Zacian Unite move has a great secure window as well. So just a little bait and switch, pull them in, make them think you're going to take this thing off the map, and then immediately turn your attention to the last 2 players. And then you just got to contend with Roland and the deep 3 there with the Egg Bomb to try and secure, and they're able to eke it out.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Revelation. Great fight. When you get a catch like that, especially when Blissey goes down at Rayquaza without its Unite move going off, this is your moment, right? I mean, that's massive. You have to take this opportunity to fight right there. Look at the stats, by the way. I wanted to call out Lumiere there on the Metagross. In their face all game, 94,000 damage.
Yeah, I said I really liked the Metagross call. I wish it would have gotten maybe just one level bigger, because there were some really good engagements it had in the mid game that seemed to fall just a bit shy, right? We saw specifically them use the Unite move, the calculating crashed, but the math wasn't right for them today because it was Kratos crash landing getting KOs. That doesn't mean the pick wasn't good and there wasn't value to be had. We saw those damage numbers, but if they were just a hair bigger, I think this game would have gotten a lot worse for the Orange Juicers.
Yeah, we definitely saw the Orange Juicers have a pretty solid game up towards near the end. It was very close for both teams. It definitely wasn't, completely one-sided. It felt like the Juicers had control heading into Ray right here, and it did take a little while for Revelation to kind of get online, especially with some of these massive plays from Kratos.
Yeah, which we just saw one right there, right? The secure straight into the KO streak of 2. They've put some pressure on Force Revelation to retreat, but they knocked out the Metagross in that moment, right when it tried to use its Unite move. And then here, I believe, is when Lumiere tries to queue it up again, tries to go for a power play, but there's just too many players on the Juicers there ready to go.
Yeah, and
Bang,
here we have
there it
the
is.
Unite move. Brave Bird right in there, not able to take down OG on that Zacian. It felt like one interesting thing from this match. Oh yeah, there was the canceled Unite move from the Blissey. It does go down very quickly, as well as the Inteleon. So now you have Revelation kind of start Ray, and they see at the top of the pit, there's Zacian, there's Talon. They decide to send multiple members away to deal with them right now. They pick up the KO on Zacian, and then they force Kratos' Unite move. Kratos peels away. He actually misses this Brave Bird. Maybe he hits one, I can't remember. But this Brave Bird does not give him, he hits two actually. This Brave Bird does not give him enough sustain, and with the amazing support there from the squad, they're able to push them out. Boom. Blissey right there, not getting the secure, as you mentioned before. Of course, there's always that Hail Mary play with the egg, but a really nice fight from Revelation. They saw their moment, they took it.
Yeah, the Pikatif Ho-Oh engagement, right? Swooping and hitting the fire spin. But what I just caught on that replay there was Lumiere on the Metagross was able to 1v1 with the Metagross Unite on Inteleon. Because the focus was where Pikatif was engaging, I think, I certainly lost sight of where Lumiere had gone. And they ended up way into the backline and was able to put the pressure on. And the Inteleon stuck, in those walls. It really has nowhere to go. And that KO was critical to kind of be the beginning of the end of that fight for them. So, like you said, very well done, well executed to a game where the Juicers felt in control, in the mid to back half of it.
I would also say it feels like they gave the Juicers exactly what they wanted and knew how to play around that, which was pretty dangerous for them, right? Like, I don't know why exactly they would want the Juicers to have Inteleon and have all these things, but they may not actually be amazing in this meta. In fact, if you do look at the Inteleon's damage from that last map, it was lower than the Psyduck on the other side of the board. So they definitely didn't get the value out of that Pokemon that they were hoping for.
No, and that calls the question, is Orange Juicers going to switch anything up? I mean, we're talking about maybe they didn't get the result they wanted, but it felt like they were in control in certain aspects of that match. So does that give them pause? Do they switch it up? Do they go maybe more into the unconventional path that we saw them go into earlier today?
Here we go. Next draft, Juicers take Absol Gengar. On the other side, we have once again the Snorlax and Sableye. First pick over to the Juicers. And they may be taking this Talon again, but they also could decide to steal the Meowscarada. I do feel like the Talon was extremely good. I'm not surprised to see it.
I'm not either. I know Kratos probably just has more reps on Talonflame as well, right? So there's a comfort level thing. Unsurprisingly, Revelation going straight back to Psyduck and Meowscarada. Both look decent that game. Why switch it up?
And now I'm guessing we're going to see, OG once again on this Zacian. I'm not sure what our next pick is going to be like. Oh, Zugrug deciding to take away their defender pick in the Ho-Oh. This is going to be interesting because Pikadiff has been on this all day. We do not see the Zacian grabbed here. I personally, if I'm Revelation, I would take this from them right now just to see if there's anything else OG would like to play in that role, because I haven't seen it yet. However, they decide that they're going to steal away the Inteleon. For me, that didn't feel like much of a difference maker game one, so this is an interesting call.
It is. Maybe they don't have anybody that can play Zacian. Maybe nobody that wants to anyways. OG quickly goes to Zacian, unsurprisingly. But let's look at the items that Zugrug currently has loaded out on this Ho-Oh. Double stacking Assault Vest Ho-Oh. We'll see if they go, evil Zugrug mode here in Game 2.
I mean, that's what they're going to be looking for as we see Flareon's rocking the EXP share on the Mew. He is an incredible Mew player, and I think this is a really solid setup for him. We've talked about it before. The best looks from Juicers today have been when Zugrug basically has his face on a wanted poster. I mean, this guy is just carrying super hard, and it doesn't really feel like Zugrug, right? He feels kind of like one of the more supportive, team-focused defenders that you'll see, kind of like the classic tank player. And right now, he, is making a lot of plays that are carrying games.
He is, and I want to see him carry this squad by going straight at the other team, screaming like a banshee. Why not? We've said, you and I specifically, how much we dislike straight up attacker Mew. If you're going to be choosing Mew, put it into the support-esque role. So I like this switch up as well. If you're going to unlock Evil Zugrug, might as well put the support Mew into the hands of Flareon, give it the bulb, and allow Flareons to play alongside with Zugrug, because those two are part and parcel in that bottom path, have been incredibly successful in the past, and are looking to repeat that here. And I think they got a pretty good chance.
Yeah, I think they absolutely do. And we're going to find out if Revelation can handle Evil Zugrug. So far on stream, no one has been able to. So I'm really excited to see this. The Juicers need this to stay alive. I think for the Juicers story, one way or another, they need to make it back to NAIC. It feels like that would be a huge win for them if they're able to get to NAIC, win that thing, and actually get that final stretch trophy. But if they want their invite right now, they need to take down Revelation to stay in this tournament.
Revelation not gonna go down
Orange
without
Juicers, your purple team. Revelation, your orange team as we head into game number 2. All right, go ahead.
All right. Revelation not gonna lay down on this one, though. They're gonna have the Orange Juicers fight for it. They're up a game, so it's really backs against the wall here for OJ. They've been in this position before and have been successful on bouncing back. Is Revelation going to give them the room to breathe? They certainly don't want Evil Zugrug to have too much real estate to take over. And OG goes down again to Dispenza. Roland goes down to Celestial, and this is just a mirror image of Game 1.
Yeah, this Meowscarada actually has an insane burst in its move Leafage, and I think a lot of players don't, first off, we just don't play against Meowscarada a lot in general, right? But that burst is massive, the secure is incredible, but it also picks up huge KOs. Meowscarada kind of struggles a little bit, right? Because it needs to get to level 6 before it starts getting its other moves, but man, that first burst with Leafage is really something.
Batang going straight in there, but over-rotating are the Juicers to really try and take advantage of this. Surf back through here by Dispenza is going to try and create some space, and it's Kratos that goes down early. Dispenza eats a boosted auto. OG's there to get one. Can they get another one? No. They get sorted out by the Florgado that goes back towards their side.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Revelation. I mean, they obviously had a player advantage on the side of the Juicers right there, but Revelation able to play around that really, really well, sending the Umbreon up to the top path to help with that. Pikadiff now making it back to the bottom path right here. Zugrug on level 5. With this Ho-Oh, you would love to stack up a ton with this attack weight. It helps put a lot of damage out with your flamethrower.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a little glutted with points, right? Carrying 28 points. It's not going to be the easiest thing to score when you think about stacking early in the stage of the games. Flareon's getting quickly repositioned by the Umbreon there as Kratos catches themselves in a tidal wave of Surf. Follow up with just, I believe that's foul play, right?
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, they're just chasing it down right here. It was like Surf, foul play, just so much stun right there. Nice big Sacred Sword, however they walk out of it. One play that I thought was great last game, I just have to mention it right now. OG's Sacred Sword was timed so well after Pikadiff revived some of their members with its Unite move. He just had it ready to go as soon as they came back. We obviously can't see that in this game because the revive is on the other side, but I want to mention that because I loved it when I saw it last game.
Dispenza doing a great job with the Psyduck Surfs to reposition players on the Juicers and make it difficult for them to go toe-to-toe with the Meowscarada now that it's evolved. Coming right back in is Kratos, trying to find their way out as their HP bar was eviscerated. But now it's Zugrug that's low. The chase is on, and the support core wants themselves a knockout, going straight towards them. But the coverage is there. The KO for Zugrug is there, and well done by the Juicers to buy time.
Yeah, that was great by the Juicers. You knew Zugrug was just waiting that entire time, seeing what they could do to possibly get that fire spin back online. Nice big secure here for the Juicers. And you saw Roland right there just body blocking all of those snipe shots.
Yeah. I think he ate 3 or 4 of them in that exchange. Definitely worth his weight as a Blissey, body blocking those down. Zugrug quickly rotating up top. Going to see what they can do with this Ho-Oh up there. Going, as soon as I say that, to the middle.
Yeah, and here we go. 4 members of Revelation down here on the bottom path. Roland does not go down to that snipe shot, but we do have them continuing to push here. Bravebird finds them in the bush. Huge.
Nice sneak attack by Kratos, and now the pressure continues as poor Pikadiff just has to sit on pad. Bravebird is there, trying to go for the foul play, reposition to get some time in, but those points are going to go in, and now Lunier is there just in time to take a ton of damage. Dispenza going to have to be there, flame sweep back through, but the only player they poached was the Ho-Oh with the Bliss assistance, and now it's the Mew that takes credit. So this team is moving very well against around Evil Zugrug.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be working all right against Evil Zugrug here. However, I mean, things in the bottom path going pretty well for the Juicers. 97 right now, 29. This feels a little bit like game 1 where they had a pretty good handle on it. Celestial in this top path, quietly level 10 right now, which is a very scary place for it to be. It does not have its Unite move currently. Reggie now being ripped by the Juicers.
It's going to be tough for Revelation to work their way in, especially around the fire spin, but there's the Unite move by the Psyduck in, and Flareon's gets a KO on the Umbreon, gets a secure on the Regieleki, and that's the value that a Mew can bring. Oh, nice. Electro Ball in, sets up the fire spin on top of Celestial, who has to try and get out. They get engaged on, they make it to the berries, and now they're going to switch back through. Can they get a knockout? No, they can get dealt with themselves. As OG goes down, we're going to go for a revive here from the Ho-Oh, and we're going to pull OG right back into the mix. Flame Sweep goes straight into the wall because that's where that move hits, Spraggles.
It always hits the wall. This could be a perfect score. OG with 19. Beautiful 46 there. 262 to 29. A huge revive sets up a big play for the Juicers. They are in control of this one. And once again, it is when Zugrug is carrying that things are going well. I kind of love seeing these attackers in NA start to switch to these more supportive attack roles. It feels like it really fits them.
It really does. Regirock getting shredded. Bliss assistance on OG. Bravebird secures. And the snipe shot comes through, deals some damage, but they're about to get collapsed on. OG comes through, Dispenza with the surf separation. The Bravebird straight into the back line. Gets him 3 instantly as the Meowscarada is trying to fight in the front, but they are 4v1'd, and they are now 4v0'd as they were sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Beautiful Bravebird right there, tagging 3. The Aerial Ace boosted, followed by the Aerial Ace boosted, just getting those resets, ripping through Revelation. Game 2 right here is looking even better for the Juicers than game number 1. Game number 1, they looked solid, but this just seems to be a much better setup for them. We still have Kratos absolutely demolishing Revelation, but on the side of the Juicers, the support Mew, whoa, what a Sacred Sword catches 4. The support Mew has been really powerful.
Bravebird straight in. You're going to get a KO quickly on Hitman. There's another player down, moving back. Roland has bit the bullet, as now the fire spin into the backline might be enough. Bravebird follow-up is there. Pikadiff getting tons of pressure. The Metagross is on the chase. I think they expended their Unite move, but can't quite find any targets worthwhile as Kratos gets another knockout. Hitman's back into the mix. They need to start A-pressing Kratos quickly. They need to get Kratos down here. Finally they do, and the rest of the team stands, but they have to retreat. They're so low on HP.
So incredibly close right there, landing with that Bravebird. I mean, almost taking down 3 more members of Revelation. You can see OG in this top path, just seeing what he can take away from Pikadiff right here. Nice situation for the Juicers. Zacian, of course, rips through objectives very well with pretty good secure. Also, Regieleki already at half right now, and Revelation just deciding to get the experience on their side of the map. 20 seconds until Rayquaza, and the Juicers are in a commanding position.
They absolutely are, right? The scoreboard looks oppressive here, but the levels aren't too bad for Revelation. They've got enough experience to battle with.
Yeah, and here we go. Just seeing how they want to engage in this fight. Obviously, it's up to Revelation because the Juicers are in control of this match. Celestial moving in. It's unclear whether they start the fight, but they are going right now. Huge Brave Bird.
Metagross puts the trap on the backside. Flame Sweep doesn't hit anybody. Inteleon pops their Unite to go invis, and they're going to start A-pressing everybody down with those critical hits. Chasing Zugrug, the snipe shot barely goes wide, but there we go. There's the follow-up engagement. They're able to just iron hit them down, and now Rayquaza back to the middle. They've got two key members on the Juicers in the Pokemon Center now. How are they going to play it? Revelation looking for an opportunity. Brave Bird over the wall, looks for a target. They put him in the trap here, and OG gets a KO on Pikadiff. They're going to keep moving forward. Ho-Oh's almost back. Brave Birder is down, and that's 3 players down, and Revelation needs to start working on Rayquaza because we've got the Ho-Oh coming back. Roland is spaced out. Flareon's is there. They've got a deep secure as well. Where's Flareon's moving forward to? They're kind of trapped. They're sealed up with the egg. They're pushed out, bullied out. Rayquaza's getting low. You need to go for the secure. Hitman's going to line it up. Snipe shot is there. Secure Juicers are now putting the pressure on Ho-Oh, reinvigorating the squad, just picking up 1.
Here we go. Meowscarada is scoring right now. Umbreon scoring in the top path as Revelation is rocking this. 318,
wow.
315. This match is incredibly close. The shields are being broken. No joke, an earthquake is happening in California right now. I'm feeling this match. Holy Doomsnacks.
Holy indeed. They're down 3 points.
No!
No! That's the difference.
Oh
Are
my
you
gosh.
kidding? 335 to 318. The 3-point separation is gapped by Pikadiff stepping up, putting in 10, and the Psyduck scoring downstairs. This game is so close, and now they've got themselves turtled up around the goal zone. This is tough for the Juicers, and I don't think they know they're losing.
The Juicers they might have an idea now that the points just keep trickling in with the tier 1 gone, no one able to score. Revelation is going to 2-0 the Juicers here, and if the Juicers are going to head back to NAIC, it is not going to be with a free paid trip from the UNITE Championship Series. They are knocked out here in our loser semi. And no joke, there was an earthquake during that moment. It was very wild.
That is wild indeed. I hope you're safe. I hope everybody in your area is safe as well. But who isn't safe is the Orange Juicers as they fall to Revelation 2-0. And really felt in control most parts of the game, but great back-end fighting by Revelation in that final team fight to find themselves a victory.
Wow, what a match. I mean, I just have to give it up to Revelation. They played these Ray fights so incredibly well. They just did so well. Kratos absolutely dominating throughout this. Zugrug, unfortunately, you saw him peel off back towards their side of the map and try to use their Unite move, but they caught Zug before he could Unite, and that's gonna take away that huge opportunity. Also, Zugrug not back in time to revive another member around the Ray pit to try to stop them right there. Look at that, 318, 361.
I mean, you see 318 right at the 8-minute mark, and how far behind Revelation was, just sitting on a measly 29 points. But not only taking Ray in a convincing fashion, they were down by so much, they need to take Ray and almost have everyone on their team still standing, right, Cowboy? Like, they couldn't have given up a single person. They needed every single ounce of shield they got from that fight.
Yeah, I mean, here we are going to take a look at some of the big moments through this match here. One of the moments that you're going to see that was like such a huge difference maker, it was the Ray fight when they got Zug and Zug was not able to Unite yet. I don't know if he wasn't in range, just barely couldn't make it happen, or they decided to try to save the Unite move for a more important moment. This was that huge overcap on the tier 2. Regirock right here with the precision for the Juicers. It goes down, and they're just in such an amazing position for this fight.
Yeah, I mean, they lined up all their secures right there very well, right? Brave Bird, Mew was there, Flareon's was there with like an Electro Ball, Solar Beam, what have you. They just threw everything in the kitchen sink, and they were immediately able, off the back of a huge Brave Bird, to get a bunch of knockouts here. As we look at this Ray fight, that was just expertly crafted by Revelation.
Yeah, they did so well. You know, they just kept baiting members of Juicers in, obviously, threatening them with taking Rayquaza. Now in this moment, we do have 3 Juicers that are somewhat near Ray, but it's just not enough right here. We look for a secure in multiple ways. We have a Fire Spin, we have Blissey, we have Mew. It just isn't enough.
No. You know, you had Flareon's Electro Ball just a hair early, as just can't quite stop the score there from Pika Diff, and that was 10 of the 20 points that was scored to put them in the lead by that slim margin there. Super well done. I mean, what a fun match that was, and it went down to the wire. If I'm Orange Juicers, I don't know what's going through my mind right now, I must say.
I think Orange Juicers have had a tough run here, right? Eos was tough for them. This is tough for them, but they can still bounce back. NAIC could still be on the horizon for them, but they are knocked out of this tournament here today. Coming up, our next match is going to be Kiss Kiss versus the team you just saw, Revelation, in our winners finals. We will be right back after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Things are really shaken up here in the final stretch qualifiers as Revelation. It was not that good. It was super normal. Anyway, yeah, we just had an earthquake. Woo, yeah, I'm Californian, so we have to talk about it every single time. But anyway, things really are shaking up here because Revelation is going on the losers bracket run of a lifetime, taking down so many top teams, double eliminating Orange Juicers now. And we can actually take a look here. Of course, I'm Chef. That's Zoinks. Zoinks! Tell me about this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, what a wild run. Nemesis also being taken down by this squad, Team YouTube, and now they're going to be going on to play against Team Kiss Kiss. Now, both of these squads are able to brag about beating Nemesis in our bracket so far over these 2 days. Of course, our open qualifiers happening on Saturday, and just our top 8 today on Sunday. Kiss Kiss able to defeat Nemesis 2-1. Now they have to go up against Revelation in this losers finals matchup. Winner of this goes on to play Luminosity Gaming for a championship in North America, a very coveted title, but also a trip to New Orleans to participate in NAIC, which, of course, the grand prize of that tournament will be a spot at the World Championship. So basically, baking in a second chance to qualify for Worlds if you're not able to do it in the regional finals later this year. That is just so important, and I know that's what these teams are gunning for today.
Yeah, and LG's just collecting these world spots now, like Pog. So, somebody's got to eventually take one away. It's like their trophies. Like I said, you go up to ask them, they're like, hey, can we have one of your world spots? They'll be like, yeah, sure, whatever. We weren't using them all anyway.
Sure.
But no, obviously they're the final goal of this bracket. And really interesting to be a top 3 match here between what I would say are kind of 2 wild cards as far as the bracket goes. Again, if for anybody who hasn't followed North America throughout this season, it's really been LG, Orange Juicers, Nemesis. Those have been our only 3 champions so far in UCS. But these are 2 teams that we know have amazing players. Have been on a million other teams on those, from those players in UCS, but they're all together really kind of for the first, well, I wouldn't say the first time, but this season is their first time that these teammates are playing together, and they're both looking extremely good. Revelation, a lot newer. Kiss Kiss, we've been seeing them do very well, just not quite make it.
Yeah, just some small change-ups recently, one of which we have been a pretty huge fan of has been Machisel playing on this roster. I mean, the Zero Aura looked so good, and unfortunately, the match that they did lose in that winners finals, but I think that might be one thing we want to be expecting headed into our draft into this next game is Machisel seems to really like that Pokemon within this meta right now, and it feels like Kiss Kiss, a team that is very adamant about banning some of those big-name speedsters also. So I think that's what we're going to be looking at headed into this matchup. I don't know if we'll get the chance to see Celestial end up on the Meowscarada again. I feel like that's something that Kiss Kiss is likely going to try to thwart in the banning phase. But it's all going to come down to some of those later picks. I feel like Lunaire has been such an X factor for Revelation, not only in the battles, but of course in some of these drafting phases. Picking out this Metagross, which just seemed like a great answer, but a very risky pick to pick up early. So we're going to see what they end up with a lot of the times at the end of these drafting phases.
And really, the most interesting thing to me about this entire weekend of matches in this current meta is that almost every match that we've had has felt really different because they're very different situations, right? The bands set up completely different like atmospheres and sub metas within each match. So, for example, Kiss Kiss, we got a chance to see them against LG in a completely like non-speedster based match, right? Because they had all 4 of the main speedsters banned out, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's what we're going to see from them the entire time, right? We've seen the speedsters do quite well for the side of Revelation, and Revelation may not agree to, as Overlord called it, the handshake, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, we'll just all ban all the speedsters and play a game that we're more used to. This could be something completely different, and like honestly, I almost feel we almost can't even make comments on the match until we know what those bans are. Huge ban meta right now.
Yeah, I can't wait to get into it. I mean, we've talked a lot about some of the damage dealers from Revelation. I think one of the support players in Dispenza has been so fantastic on the Psyduck throughout this entire tournament. If I'm on that Kiss Kiss squad, I am trying to do everything we can in the draft phase to make sure that maybe JL can pick up that Pokemon and steal it away from that team, because Dispenza's truly been a different beast on the duck in my opinion. But it sounds like we might have a minute or 2 before we head into the match. I did want to shout out, unfortunately I didn't have any like super fun creative things for the whiteboard today, so I got suggestions from our chat to draw a few Pokemon. Magikarp a little bit cut off there, but just trust me, the face looks great. I think I did a pretty good job on Gengar. Cramorant, maybe not my best work of all time, but you know, you get it.
Yeah, I'm not going to judge about drawing Pokemon. Let's just put it that way. I think it looks great. I appreciate that you went for the pre-evolution, but especially the Gengar. Honestly, the Gengar is pretty perfect. I do have to say. But what you really should be putting back there on the whiteboard, I think, is the Revelation hit list amongst all the different teams. Yeah, because that's pretty long. We need that classic like X-Men like wanted.
Perfect.
I don't know if somebody knows exactly what I'm talking about out there. But it's that's basically what they're doing with all the top teams. Is they take them down one by one. And I mean, looking back at it again, they've taken down now Orange Juicers twice. They took down Team YT. They took down Nemesis. They took down who did they take down in the match before that? Was that T3 that they defeated? I think
potentially. I think T3 was a little bit earlier.
T3
on
was
in
a
the
different bracket. Yeah. But yeah, they're just continuing to take down top team after top team. So we'll see if Kiss can be added to that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's tough to call Kiss a top team, but maybe that's going to be changed up in terms of narrative going into this matchup and into this tournament. Both these teams are at the bare minimum top 3 in one of the most important tournaments of the entire year. You know, we started off the season with the AOS Cup play-ons being one of the most competitive and most important tournaments of the year, and now we are hitting the midway point of the season with the final stretch qualifiers, feeling like we're in the similar position. And interesting, Kiss going to ban away that Snorlax. They have seen what Oogway can do on that Pokemon. They're going to be banning it, and it looks like Revelation, or actually, I believe they got him flipped around on these sides. I believe Kiss going to be banning the Psyduck, not wanting Dispenza to get that Pokemon.
Yes, I do see that this is a little bit flipped for the moment, but I'm sure it'll be fixed. So Absol is the first pick. That's actually pretty surprising. We've seen Absol a lot today, but it hasn't really been the highest priority as far as a lot of the speeches that we are seeing. I mean, we've seen the Masquerader do quite well. Like, I guess a lot of the first picks are banned. I guess that does make sense. And Absol has been kind of like the silent playmaker throughout the entirety, especially the fact that it does have so much secure, like you said, from what we have currently in the meta.
Yeah, its Unite move in particular. Lumiere are going to be running a little bit different of an Absol than the last time you and I got to cast that Pokemon when we were watching Team YouTube, and Fui had the X attack and I believe the Energy Amplifier as well, kind of going all in. But this will be classic. Oh, maybe a change up. I was going to say classic Revelation, but instead GM going to be going to that Inteleon that has been really fantastic for them. Dispenza going to stick to the Blissey.
Blissey is, I mean, I really thought we were going to see Blissey still banned a lot today, but again, this is such an interesting ban meta where we could have 8 bans altogether, and that still wouldn't be everybody that teams would want to ban within the situation. Like, this is a really interesting time, but obviously it's going to work really well with a lot of these damage dealers, which is basically all we're seeing right now. In fact, we're going to see Borich pick up the Pikachu. I wonder if it's going to be the support Pikachu, which is more what I'd expect. Currently not holding support items, though.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a few Pokemon switch up on the enemy side in terms of what player is going to be playing them. In particular, I think
Jail
maybe
Zacian?
I was going to imagine that would be a Machismo Pokemon, but we'll see. Celestial going to lock in the Blaziken. I believe for the first time this tournament, at least on our broadcast, that Celestial is going to be picking up that Pokemon. The final option for Kiss might be this Mimikyu. Now, last time we saw Oblivion on this Pokemon, it wasn't the strongest look we've seen from them, but having a chance at redemption here in the losers final, they're going to lock that one in. Inteleon going to have to be dodging a lot of enemy damage with that Meowscarada and the Mimikyu constantly being threats towards the backline.
Right. When we saw Oblivion last time playing the Mimikyu, there were not good Mimikyu targets. We saw the shift from LG to go 3 brawlers and 2 tanky supports. So there just really wasn't a good Shadow Sneak target. This time around, I mean, there's obviously one of the strongest Shadow Sneak targets ever when that Inteleon, but there's a few different, really kind of squishy options as well, even on the front line. Like, if you can hit the Absol and go in on the Absol, it can melt immediately. So I do like to pick a lot more for this situation. And yeah, we do, of course, see the Pikachu go for that support picks. So it's pretty much what we expected. A lot of the switches, although I do gotta say Oogway on the Zacian is not something that I've seen before.
Me neither. So a little bit of a new look for this roster. That is going to be exciting. Also, I was talking about some of the Absol items earlier on in that matchup. It will, in fact, be the X attack for Lumiere running into this game. No Energy Amplifier on the Absol, but is going to go for a bit of that early game surge game plan with that X attack. Just a bit of extra damage sometimes can translate into an early KO. That means he hit 5 faster, that means you get going a little bit quicker in this matchup. A gorgeous Day of Sky Ruins will not have to worry about any Dream Eaters or Sludge Bombs because, unfortunately, Gengar is banned yet again.
One day you'll get to see Gengar.
I know. This was the tournament I was able to, and now it's just permaban. I mean, such is life.
I see, at least. And does look like there's a little bit of pause, so we will solve that one out. But one thing I was going to say was that I really like, exactly just off of what you were saying, the early game focus from the Absol, because I do feel like Revelation's team is going to take a little bit longer to reach its like maximum strength, right? Like you're going to have to wait to get the snipe shot from the Inteleon, you're going to have to wait for the Blaziken to fully get online, and the other side, they have, I think it was just the Meowscarada, who can kind of somewhat play its game throughout like I would say like the majority of the game. Not that it's like an early game Pokemon, but it's not like they are completely waiting until the end game for the ability to fight. And the rest of their team is non-evolving, I think. I'm trying to remember exactly what their comp was, but almost at least primarily. So I do like the fact that the Absol can help enable Revelation to get online a little bit faster and compete earlier, because they've been a pretty aggressive team when they can be.
Yeah, I love compositions that don't go all in on either like the school of thought of building for late game or just trying to win early and keep that pep in your step, if you will. I do like having a little bit of variety. Absol is going to hold down a portion of the game that you might as well struggle with in other factors, and another portion of that late game focus from Revelation will likely be the Ho-Oh. So last time we saw it when that would battle against the Orange Juicer, Zugro kind of counter-drafted, stole away the Ho-Oh that Pikachu's been playing so much of, and actually went for a non-EXP share focus on the Ho-Oh. Went for more damage. We were talking about double stacking on that Pokemon is really strong. Pikachu has not been doing that at all in today's tournament. It has been a very hardcore focus on the experience share Resonant Guard focus band build on that Pokemon for the majority of it, and just playing very defensive Fire Spin, Sky Attack, just make it so difficult to push into your team, absorb, soak up that damage, and then of course as soon as you hit level 9, all of a sudden it feels like you're able to take 3 or 4 fights in a row thanks to some of those huge Unite moves that bring people back from that respawn zone.
Yeah, and then of course as well being one of the best at defending goal zones in the entire game. It's just so obnoxious trying to get through Fire Spin and just everything else with all those big AoE attacks. So really able to hold on to a lot of that early lead just because they do have that Ho-Oh. And it's nice to see it back in the meta. It certainly was like a little bit too strong for a while. Then it was certainly not strong enough, and people were still playing a little bit, and it was kind of failing out every single time. But now it seems to be in a pretty good spot where it's it can work, it can not work, and it's really based on kind of what you want to do with your team. So you love to see it. I'm a big Ho-Oh fan in general of the Pokemon, and I'm glad that we got some really good reps for it in NA. I mean, Pikachu has always had some interesting picks as far as having to like shift around roles an amount. And so like being able to play like a little bit more of like a supporty tank or like a tanky support have both, I think, worked out relatively well, because he's had to switch between both of those, and I think this certainly can work that way.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, right now both Umbreon and Ho-Oh are doing incredibly well. Obviously, I think Snorlax is going to be taking a lot of the conversation up in terms of the defender game, but if you're just going to be banning the Snorlax in a lot of tournament games, it allows Pikachu to kind of go to more consistent, reliable options in the, like you mentioned, a little bit more supporty of a focus. However, historically, Pikachu has put in a lot of hours on the Snorlax too. I don't think they would be too worried about that, but stylistically, it does feel like Umbreon and Ho-Oh a little bit more of the mix. Now, on the other side, I want to talk a little bit about what Kiss Kiss is going to be trying to do as we jump into this game. We will get a better look at what they are pulling off. I think that support Pikachu is going to be a very important Pokemon to focus in this matchup in particular. It's going to be very tough for Celestial and Linear to really move around the map with that constant pressure of the Pikachu.
Yeah, I mean, Pikachu is just, it enables whatever you want to do early, and whether it's going to enable you to try to get more EXP in path because you want something to evolve, or whether it's because you already have a strong path and you want to just run over the other path, which is certainly looking like somewhat of what we want right here. If you get caught a single time, you are in absolute trouble. The Electroweb hitting the wild Pokemon, I'm not sure that was intentional, but they're still going to be able to pick up one KO. Luminosity coming in from the bottom, though, not going to be able to take the full fight, so you got to be happy with Kiss taking that early, quick K opener.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about stylistic differences and what Pokemon it really kind of leans into certain players playing. Let's talk about Uguay with the role swap now, playing that top path brawler on the Zacian. So far, it's already looking great. They got 1 KO, and a fast rotation from Kiss towards the bottom side is going to be met by Revelation responding with a 4-player push towards the top side. Uguay, you looked great so far. Let's see what your defense looks like. And it's just a good old dodge the damage.
They are going in. They are hunting for experience, and Uguay does not want to be that experience. Just going to back up. Maybe going to try to stop this score up top, and we are going to see some scoring in bottom from Oblivion, at least trying to keep things even, which the points are staying relatively even. And while we're looking at this, we did get more stats, by the way. I don't know if you noticed, but oh wait, hold on a minute. I'll talk about it in a second. Oh my goodness, Hitman getting chased down in their own center area. Very aggressive from Kiss.
Yeah, and that's what we were worried about. I mean, Inteleon, such a strong Pokemon from range, but only having Fellstinger to dodge away, and not even at this level, makes it really difficult to avoid that Meowscarada. Great play early, so we do have Machisel picking up that first knockout, I believe.
Yeah, that's Trick Room, by the way, which is something that I was mentioning earlier could work out against a little bit more of the brawly teams. I'm actually surprised because at the start of this game, I was like, oh, this is a much better Shower City game than last time. So it proves me wrong every single time. Never, ever accept what I think about these matches. But Oblivion doing a pretty good job of staying in the fight with this Trick Room, and they're just going to continue to hunt down, looks like 2 members already of Revelation, and they're going for the tier 1 as well in kind of like I almost want to call it a back cap, like while the teammates from Revelation were running away, Kiss managed to take that down. So great early push for them.
Yeah, huge look. I like this Trick Room so far. I mean, it's such a fun move when it works with certain battle items. Like, I love the Razor Claw interaction that you see, just constantly using a move every single time you use that dash to get that Razor Claw proc. Really, really important. And Air's going to have to try to dodge away. Great coverage with a snipe shot that lands into Meowscarada. I mean, tough decisions for GM to be making in so many of these situations, right? Am I hitting the double team? Am I hitting the right player? But so far, looking great on the Centellion. Yet another snipe shot lands into Machisel.
Ow, that was painful. That was a thread in the needle to hit that. We are going to see the Electro Charge, though, go in, and they're just going to burn down their Regieleki. Was not stolen away. There was a chance right there. I mean, GM had the snipe shot. We could have seen something from Blissey, but just too many members standing on top, being able to block all that damage. They knew exactly what they wanted, and you can at least score right now. You can get yourself down. You don't need to wait. They're not going to break it yet, JL, but a good job of pushing that down. In the meantime, in the bottom as well, we did see Kiss Oblivion pushing down the tier 2 just barely, getting some points in, I think.
Yeah, I think Mimikyu with a decent break. I don't think it was a giant overdunk, but either way, I don't think Kiss is currently worried about the point situation whatsoever. Mimikyu able to solo that bottom objective and get some scores in top, and a very patient push from Kiss on the top side is going to result in tier 2 getting scored on as well. Celestial on a bit of a solo mission, going to get punished by Machisel and Uguay, is able to take them down, and now it feels like both these goal zones extremely well defended with how well Kiss has played the level game.
They haven't lost a single tier 1. That is huge. But, okay, going back to the stats, really interesting thing because we're looking at it right now. Of all of the very popularly picked Pokemon, Ho-Oh has by far the highest win rate. It is a 13% pick rate, which is pretty high for how many Pokemon there are in the game. But its win rate is currently 72%, which is huge. So I think I may be currently underrating Ho-Oh in this meta. I mean, obviously we've seen how strong it can be, but I didn't think it was going to be the highest win rate of a popular Pokemon.
Yeah, we're doing ridiculously well. Pikachu responsible for a lot of those W's in this tournament. Of course, those statistics do include the qualifiers from yesterday. Big Sky Attack, maximum range Bliss assistance from the Bliss. He does land on Linar, and finally, Revelation getting a bit of momentum behind him.
Oh, and they are going to be really defending this Registeel situation really well. A huge push in, but it is on top of the fire, and they are going to be able to take away that Registeel. I mean, that was a gigantic push. Pikachu, kind of the only one left alive, as Celestial is going to be melted down. That's one thing. You can't really help your teammates all that much if you are playing the Ho-Oh. It's a 3 KO streak from Meowscarada, looking very, very good. Again, one of the dominant speeches right now, and Machisel has been just a monster all day.
Yeah, he's crushing it on this Pokemon. Any Pokemon kind of cat related, whether it's Zeraora, Meowscarada, Gengar, shout out Zug, any of those options, they are going to be looking fantastic on it. Right now, it is a tier 2 push being defended by Pikachu, but again, it's Kiss Kiss with this pressure, top side, bottom side. They are making sure that Revelation has literally no room to breathe or counter push whatsoever, forcing them to perma farm and try to level, and even that has not been super successful, as a Pikachu KO onto the Ho-Oh on the bottom path is going to start things off there, and this top side, Regieleki almost walking in.
Oh, and we got Meow Chisel at very, very low, trying to get the initiation, but unfortunately just got hit a few too many times. Jail getting very low as well. Certainly this push is not going to hold. In fact, Jail will be going down as the only one to pay the cost there. Not the worst thing in the world. And we are going to see... yeah, is that real? Certainly not.
Nah.
I love the strategy of standing in place when it is the real one. That's
right.
My favorite thing in this game. Oh, whoa, Oblivion very aggressively going in. Manages to get some EXP, but not the wild Pokemon that you expect, not the buff that you expect, but you take those.
Yeah. Oh no, even with the wish damage reduction, that Snipe Shot is still going to take the KO, so Oblivion getting punished a little bit, but now, as you said, Meow Chisel is going to show up and get a couple of KOs as well. Pikachu getting involved in what could have been a really tough situation thanks to a great Inteleon engage. Kiss Kiss respond again. I mean, it feels like we're looking at a brand new team than the one that played in Winners Finals earlier on today. They are humming right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to tell when you like I said, you see such a different meta of these matchups, but this Registeel going down for free. There's certainly not going to be any chance to challenge that. A great time to get it as well, with only 27 seconds left until the final stretch. There is a chance that this fight could start a little bit early. There are some sneaky positioning right here if anybody does tend to overextend, and we almost did see that right there from Dispenza, but great way to check the tall grass, and now immediately, yeah, we're going to have to see Kiss Kiss slightly reposition because you don't want to give that level of information to your opponent for free, but is that initiation? Oblivion all alone going in once again.
Yeah, able to dodge a few more abilities though thanks to that Shrink Room, but now the battle really rages. Lunar is able to strike first. Zacian going down, but that response from JL on the Umbreon is actually exceptional. Stuns a couple, locks down a few more. Pikachu's Ho-Oh Unite move does not get that feather on the top side. That means 2 more targets are going to fall, and it feels like they were just barely out of position on this Ho-Oh, meaning that Kiss Kiss is going to be in pole position to defend this Rayquaza, and they even have a giant points lead already.
Pikachu will be able to escape, and that's pretty good. I mean, we only see really support alive. We do see, of course, the most important thing, I think, at this point is to keep that Blaziken up and let it get into the fight, because we're getting so low that, honestly, a flip might be the best thing that you can do. A huge Snipe Shot, my goodness. Poor Reach was the one Snipe Shotting earlier. This time, they're the target of him.
Yeah, well, Kiss Kiss and an unpopular play are actually having a healing support on the team with the Umbreon, and they're going to get involved in that next major engage. Pikachu does absorb a lot of that damage, but it's the backline that is in danger right now. Absol, the one trying to play for Peel, but they are not able to catch up to the members of Kiss Kiss. Meow Chisel takes down Blaziken. Absol Unite move is going to hit nobody because Oblivion can Trick Room out of it, but the response after from that X attack is enough. A KO streak of 2. There is a solid points lead for Kiss Kiss as Meow Chisel trying to dunk in a Hundo Burger. Absol able to stop it. Engage gets the KO, but is it too little too late, Wonder Chef?
I mean, if there's any way to come back, it's certainly off of the back of that. We're not going to see Meow Chisel back in the game for the rest of it, but they've got to go. They've got to move. They've got to fight. They've got to try this, and they do have the burn. They've got the secure as well, so they could try to steal this. The problem is, will they be able to get enough points in if they can even make it happen? They're going for the flip, and it will be going to Revelation. They're down by 286 points. They've got to get some big scores in. That's going to be a huge overdunk on that bottom path, huge on the top path, but I don't know if it's enough. There's also backcaps happening up in the northwest, and also just main base from Revelation. I don't think that they were able to bring this lead back.
Yeah, I mean, especially with that final spike of 82 going in from Uguay Zacian in that top side. I think that will be the final deal, but I think even without it, Revelation still not able to get those points in time. Bit of a hero moment from Absol, but again, the clock, the greatest enemy of Revelation. Kiss Kiss taking some really smart fights, elongating that final moment of the match, playing just exceptionally well with the lead, and they shut them down. Meow Chisel with 13 KOs in that one.
Sheesh. Also, Oblivion looking considerably better this time around on the
100%.
Mimikyu. You were talking about that. I think that for the playstyle as well, the Trick Room looks great. Like, that was a similar initiation that we saw the last time they played, but they were able to escape with the Trick Room, which you perfectly said. And then they re-engaged, and then they were just being annoying, which is exactly what you want to do when you have that level of like mobility on a Pokemon that can do so much damage. So, really good stuff from Kiss Kiss. It looked like basically everything that didn't work out for them before up against LG, it just worked out for them this time.
I think it was a really good idea to build around things like the Trick Room, even that Pikachu kind of had doing a little bit of passive damage and crowd control. It was a very hit and run strategy, right? But when you're playing into a team like Revelation, they're relying on Blissey for a lot, but they're likely, not doing a lot of recovery. You can see there, obviously going the Helping Hand and Safeguard build of the Blissey. This poke damage just sticks a lot better. You want to hit and run, elongate that fight, especially when you have such a gigantic points lead. You want to run down that clock, and you're forcing members of Revelation to recall again and again and again. Just very good textbook positioning and play from Kiss Kiss in that first game.
We could have seen something very different, though. You mentioned before, this is now the second time that we've seen barely out of range feathers for that Ho-Oh Unite. And it's unfortunate. It's really hard to tell, honestly, the range sometimes when things are really chaotic. So things could have been very different if was that 2 other reses that they could have had in that final fight?
I think so. We'll have to get our protractors out here in the replay moment around it, but it is tough. And reminder, like, for those of you who are watching at home, like, we are watching via the Spectator client, which is a more zoomed out camera, than you play with, right? When you're playing as Ho-Oh and in the game, you are going to be focused a lot more on your individual self, and it can be tough to tell sometimes where you were at when trying to use that rekindling flame. But either way, great secures for Kiss Kiss throughout that matchup. It felt like the Inteleon wasn't able to pick up as many Regis as they were maybe looking for in that situation. It was really tough for Hitman, right? Like, they had the Snipe Shot lined up, and just unfortunately they had no more teammates who were hitting the Reggie anymore because they were all KO'd by Kiss Kiss. So a tough situation in that final moment. Either way, this final fight was electric. This is where Oblivion was able to really employ that hit and run and set up Oogway for a big push. Unite move to do all that damage to the Inteleon. Absolutely fantastic.
The targeting and the way that they split up and chose who exactly to attack was very, very strong for the side of Kiss Kiss. Obviously, in the end, they kind of let the Rayquaza go, which is what we're going to be seeing right here. But they were very ready for that situation, obviously, as there was just so much good, strong counter scoring from them. They knew exactly how to defend against this situation, which honestly could have been really, really, really bad. You can actually see one thing that I didn't notice. We saw the full Hundo Burger being scored as Rayquaza was taken, like literally the same second. So really smart stuff from them, and I mean, a great way to start off this top 3 match.
Yeah, a great push and trail on this Umbreon, right? Just having good map awareness, understanding how many points they had. It's something you got to keep track of in a way, or you just say, okay, well, we had to have at least 200 to break this amount of goal zones, so we had this much room to work with, and it looked really, really solid. They put themselves up to around a 300-point lead when Rayquaza went down, and obviously, a lot of the players on Revelation who were able to secure the Rayquaza were coming back from respawn, meaning they just had no Eos energy in pocket to work with in the first place, shields or not. A little bit of exchanges, but with all those backcap pressure, like you said, Wonder Chef, just too much. Great work from Kiss Kiss. So I am really excited to get into draft for game number 2 between these two teams, because it was a brand new look from Kiss Kiss. I mean, well, maybe a old look with some new tweaks to it. We saw the Machizel on the Meowscarada, a Trick Room from the Mimikyu, and then we saw Oogway rotate into that brawling Zacian pick. So a lot of new stuff from Kiss Kiss, and I mean, already it's proving it in the results with a 1-0 lead.
The Oogway going to the Zacian was the most interesting thing for me. Of course, very well known for just playing defenders. It was originally very well known for their Trevenant. But by playing kind of, I mean, especially Trevenant at the time that Joey back then really popped up. A lot of the time that was kind of a top path brawler option. So certainly the idea of making that shift is not like completely alien. Yeah. But obviously when you're in a tournament situation and it's not a switch that you've seen around before, you're like, well, let's see if this works. And certainly I would say it did really, really well early in like path, and then obviously continued to carry on up to the very final second of the game where they managed to get that last back cap. So I do like to see it. And I think the more that these teams play together, they're all going to be more flexible. And that's something we're seeing from every every team. I mean, we're seeing it from LG a lot. We're seeing it from right now, obviously, Kiss Kiss. So we'll see if there's any other big flexes on board.
I think one of my favorite parts of this tournament, and we've said it 1,000 times today on this broadcast, is the metagame. But I think the results of that are that we see some teams just kind of lightning strikes, you know, like they have some players who are incredible at this metagame. Kiss Kiss in particular, I think just has some good looks. Obviously, if Gengar makes it through, I want to see Boar Reach play some Gengar. Please let it happen.
Chance?
There literally is a chance right now. Celestial could ruin my day and, of course, potentially make it harder for Kiss Kiss to win this. But it looks like it's going to be an Umbreon ban. Gengar is available. I would love to see it. But also just things like Oogway on Snorlax being such an amazing pick as well. It's been fun to see that, you know, certain players, their specialties line up in the metagame, and there it is, Bora Reach locking in, likely to be the Hexgar.
You got your wish. I don't know if you all know how much Zoinks today has been like, I really want to cast Gengar, but they keep banning it.
Okay, your impression of me is a little too good. I don't love that, but it is what it is.
Yeah, that was just a recording. No, probably less tears, but definitely I'm happy that we are going to get to see at least one Gengar. We got to see a decent amount of it earlier in some other places, but it's just been banned so consistently. On the other side, though, nothing super weird as far as picks. We are going to see the Ho-Oh once again, which now the win rate slightly lower than that 72% or whatever I said it was, just whatever one game is, and its 30th pick. Now we're going to see its 31st pick, and a very strong support line to help alongside this Gengar.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking win rate. We're looking great on the side of Kiss Kiss's pick so far. A lot of these Pokemon performing absolutely fantastic in our final stretch qualifier tournament that we've had over this weekend. Gengar is still the most banned Pokemon in the tournament, kind of by far, in terms of just total ban picks, so excited to see it break through here. Machizel looks like they're going to stick up with the Meow Chisel, going with the Zeraora cat-based Pokemon only for the Machizel.
Yeah, certainly Meow Chisel for today. This may be the only time, but honestly, they've both looked so incredibly good, and it's honestly a little bit surprising for me to see him playing like this role exactly, just from what everything else that Machizel's played in the past, but doing such an excellent job of it. And it's not like necessarily playing like a pure speedster, it's almost like playing like a brawler speedster in a weird way, which I really like a lot. Obviously, you know, Machizel very well known for playing the top path Pokemon.
Yeah, it's so fun to watch. Plus, you just got a lot of really cool text that you can do with Zeraora, that little volt switch where you pull, you time it with the boosted auto or whatever it is, and you yoink back someone onto your side. Can obviously be really devastating. Oogway is going to stick with their all-rounder pick so far. I was wondering if Oblivion and Oogway might switch up their Pokemon selections, but it's seeming to be right now that Oblivion is going to be picking up the defender role for the team this time around. Oogway picking up that brawler role.
That's really interesting. Yeah, I thought that potentially either they were going to be switching or they were going to be making some sort of final choice that was going to end up being another EXP share Pokemon, so that you could end up going like more stacking with Oblivion on that Ho-Oh, which would make a lot of sense. It's a really similar, you know, again, style to what Oblivion tends to play quite a bit. But yeah, that's a very, very big switch. And honestly, we have seen Oblivion initiate for the team a lot. So maybe this will work out, right? If you're playing the initiating role, play the initiating Pokemon and see if your team can follow you up.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm really curious and how this is all going to break down. One interesting change-up will be Pikachuff going on to the Slowbro, a Pokemon that we have not seen very much in this tournament at all, despite this reign of speedsters that has been the defining part of our tournament. So I'm going to be curious to see that pop up. Obviously, Gengar and Zeraora not going to love seeing a Slowbro on the other side, but Pikachuff has proven to be so incredible on these other defenders. It was time to change that up, and I mean, revelation. It was their own team banning the defenders. Snorlax and Umbreon.
Didn't do the auto attack through the wall, so that's already -1 aura. No, I'm just kidding. I just love seeing that from Gengar. It's cool. It's cool. Not everybody can do that, right? But anyway, obviously, Porreach is going to be a monster on this Pokemon. What I was going to say, well, hold on, we'll see after this fight, because right now Celestial's starting to get pretty low, and Now Chisel doing a lot of damage, hunting down. Oh, that's going to miss. Actually, a great, honestly, like whiff punish, but no, it's turned around. Oh, and everybody is low. At this point, I think you both kind of have to go back and get some heals. The big thing, though, is you're not going to have any extra heals for Mount Chisel. They're going to have to go back, get a berry, and they've only got a few seconds before we end up getting this 850 spawn.
Honestly, some great timing on the stuns by JL on the side duck. You gotta remember, Zacian does have a interesting boosted auto attack where essentially you build up to 4 auto attacks. They kind of have this little cooldown timer on them. But once you hit that final boosted auto attack, Zacian has this huge lunge that can take up a lot of space and you could close that gap. But Psyduck making sure they never got to that full 4th boosted auto without having a nice stun. So great play by JL, and they're going to be the forward pushing force here on the bottom side as Kiss Kiss going to focus down in the bottom path.
This is already quite a few points in, and GM's going to be doing a good job of defending. Just literally needs to hold down the A button and make everybody run away, which is, I mean, hey, that's the job of Mewtwo. That's exactly what you want to do. But they were spacing that out really well, so they didn't get jumped on because, yeah, look at this. If you get touched once, it's over, and they did eventually get hit, but there's just so much support that there was no way that they could actually get this KO. This is just a perfect, like, example of great spacing.
Yeah, great work. I mean, that's the job of an attacker, specifically on Mewtwo. Y obviously kind of focuses on those auto attacks, but that side strike move cannot be overlooked either. Big Surf try to slow them down, but it's actually Celestial picking up a lot of that experience. Poor Reach getting involved in these fights now, but is still only a Haunter, and there's a big engage by Celestial again. Gonna take down yet another target.
Oof, yeah, this, I mean, well, we're still early on, but we haven't seen anything yet so far from this Gengar pick, which it does take a little bit longer to pop off, and then it becomes so scary. There's a reason why it obviously is #1 banned, but I do think that holding on to the early game until that actually happens is going to be really, really strong for Revelation. They don't have, I mean, it's not that they don't scale late game, but they don't have any Pokemon that have huge late game power spikes to kind of become viable, so they can certainly fight a little bit more early on, which is exactly what's going to happen right here. The Chisel going down, and they should be able to score a decent amount in that tier 1 goal zone. If they want to take it down, they can.
Yeah, level 9 on the Zacian for Celestial at 7 minutes. I mean, yeah, maybe not a lot of late game power spikes. I do think Zacian at level 15 I'll still take if we get to that point.
Yeah,
it's
okay.
Right?
I'd prefer at least one more level.
Ooh. Hey, but Boar Reach picks up the KO onto a level 9 Zacian, going to be extremely close to that level breakpoint themselves after that score. Nice little tech there by Pikachu, making sure they surf into that tall grass in case there was a defender from Kiss Kiss hidden away to try to stop those scores. A little bit of crowd control from the surf would have went a long way. Great check, nobody there for the time being, but hey, better safe than sorry.
Can we get the steal? No. Didn't even try for the steal. Was like, nope, I see too many enemies, which makes a lot of sense. We'll see if they are going to push this in. They do look like they're really intending to, as this Gengar is looking for a target, and the first target is going to be Pikachu. They're going to back up, though. Maybe not exactly the target they wanted to hit. Oblivion is harassing, but only small bits of damage. Nobody's fully jumped in yet, and we are going to see the Bliss assistance on the Absol to try and clean up the rest of this push. We're going to see at least the defender go down, and everybody else just backing up, realizing they no longer have that front line. Resources have been spent from Revelation to make sure that they're not going to fall behind.
Yeah, I think a relatively smart choice from Kiss Kiss. The only member to go down is Oblivion on that Ho-Oh, but everybody else understanding there weren't any Unite moves on either side that could be used to push, so it is a safe time just to retreat to your goal zone. You're not going to have to deal with a hyper-aggressive push from Revelation. Now, Celestial might try to take it just a little bit later, as they're going to be doing a lot of damage, but JL's constant stuns are a huge problem, and Oogway picking up that KO could be devastating up to Lumiar and Hitman to try to defend this goal zone.
There's a lot of damage defending this gold zone, and already one member is going to go down. It looks like that's going to be 2, 3, and still, we just have not seen this Gengar pop off, which obviously I really want to see happen, but what a world we live in that we're seeing Zeraora and Gengar on the same team. Zeraora, another one of those electric Pokemon that is exceptionally good at defending goal zones. It's just like the rule, right? It's like if that's your passive as an electric type, so they're going to back up as well, and we have a very low scoring game compared to what we've seen from a lot of the other games so far today. Pretty big overdunks making some nice things happen, but altogether, I mean, only one goal zone down.
Yeah, it's interesting too though, right? Because I don't think Kiss Kiss are absent of a lot of stacks due to that early push that went over so well for them. Big push in from Boar Reach, but it's not going to be enough. Celestial, the one to take out that main objective. You saw that immediate Hex into the Unite move all at the exact same time. Boar Reach trying to combo that, but Unfortunately, these Hex resets will not work out with that constant defensive pressure of Dispenza with the Safeguard, as well as Lunaire on this Absol, just crushing it in the damage department.
I mean, that was still scarily close to it working out. I mean, one more hit and you're getting at least one KO.
True.
So certainly a scary thing to have to deal with. But again, we just haven't seen the situation. And I think maybe a big part of it is that you really kind of need to sometimes sandwich people with your like strong speedsters so that you can really hit the targets that you want to hit. And they just haven't been able to do that. It's been a lot of like ineffective pushes onto goal zones, but that's really something from both sides. And right now, that's a pretty good amount of damage going on to Revelation as they're trying to take down this Regieleki.
Great slow beam by Pikachu. I mean, shuts down the Gengar almost immediately. Borreach gonna have to back off there, and instead gonna try to focus on that Regieleki as Oblivion trying to buy them time and space, but it's the infinite Cyburn Mewtwo Y Unite move that gives them a little bit of spacing. Meow Chisel, though, getting to work. They take down the Regieleki. They keep on fighting, but is the Mewtwo Y, who is mega evolved, gonna be the final boss of that team fight, takes them down. Yes, 20 points go in as the Regieleki landed. A KO streak of 4, all impressive,
Sheesh.
but in the end, it's Revelation the ones that actually score off that push.
You kind of get a penta
you go.
because you took on the Regieleki as well, right?
Yeah,
so
sure.
it kind of counts. Yeah, there's no more time. Honestly, if we'd seen somebody go up and pick up those points, they could have had a pretty good overdunk on the goal zone, but they just didn't get there in time. So the Regieleki disappeared. The effect wore off, I should say, on that 2-1 goal zone. And I mean, the score is still pretty close, all things considered, but there's a lot of tier 1 still up.
All right, no Unite move for the Slowbro. We saw it on the top side. That means Pikachu is in a pretty dangerous spot. They're able to ignore a lot of that damage with Oblivious, but not enough to stay up. As Lunaire basically 2 shots that Buzzwole. What a combo from the Absol.
That was gross. And again, we're seeing Kiss Kiss check out the situation. They realize they do not want to try to fight or to get that steal. They don't want any sort of disadvantage going into this 2-minute mark. And everybody, of course, will be back in time for that. The fact that they immediately lost Uguay was just not a good look for them. So chance to re-engage, and honestly, a very forward positioning from Revelation. They're just waiting for somebody to be out of position. One slow beam on a good target could mean everything. They're not going to find the target they want quite yet, but Uguay getting extremely low is going to be able to use the Unite, get dunked. That's just going to be a huge Mewtwo Unite, though, as 2 members now from Kiss Kiss go down.
All right, they're both back up, though, thanks to that rekindling flame, but the battle is still raging on for Revelation, but Borreach finally gets the response, shut down by the slow beam. Pikachu calls out that Gengar and makes sure they are non-factor.
Oh, and this is still a very healthy Psyduck against a very lot of not healthy members of Revelation. Look at this, Celestial still around. Pikachu is still sitting pretty healthy, but oh no! Catches the attempt to back! And Celestial 1 hit away. Can we catch the Surf going in? But no, finally defense, and actually JL, the one kind of getting baited there. That's not the best look. Oblivion solo, trying to take down this Rayquaza. Borreach is here. We can see a burn. Uguay coming in as well, so all the damage dealers coming back from the side of Kiss Kiss, but they're going for the flip, and it is going to be Uguay taking it. However, can they actually make it to score in time? Borreach's shield going down.
I do believe that Ho-Oh still has a shield. Yeah, they're going to be able to dunk at 38. That is enough to swing the lead in their favor. Zeraora, the full shield, and a Hundo Burger on this tier 1 is going to skyrocket it even more for Kiss Kiss. They are so comfortable taking that Rayquaza focus in that second team fight because there's no slow beam. There's simply no one to slow down that Gengar who's going to tear through the Rayquaza, penetrate its defenses, if you will. What a great swing for Kiss Kiss.
That's probably going to be it as well. Obviously, those points go in, but the problem, the scariest thing is even when you're behind like that, when you're ahead and the other team tries to flip, sometimes it's better to just run away, because we had 3 KOs from the side of Revelation that didn't come up until just now, and they're running towards that bottom tier 2, but honestly, it does not matter. 10 seconds left. Kiss Kiss is going to make it. They managed to make sure that nobody was in a position to get the recap. So good stuff. They are going to be ending the ridiculous losers bracket run of Revelation and earning their rematch against LG in grand finals.
Wow, okay, what a bounce back from Kiss. I mean, not only in this tournament, but in this matchup specifically. It's not like they were playing too far from behind, but it was, in fact, on the back foot. I mean, Uguay gets caught out in a major way on that Buzzwole. They have so many resources spent on both of these teams. Slow Beam, Bliss Assistance, the Mewtwo Y Unite move, everything in a major Rager first team fight. And then when Team Fight 2 comes around and Unite moves are a non-factor, you can trust in the Hex Guard to be one of the most important battle moves around that Rayquaza. And Bora Reach takes it down, 83,000 damage on their most iconic Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage considering the fact that I felt like most of the game, I was on basically repeat. I was like, we still haven't seen the Gengar pop off yet.
Late game.
Yeah, this was that's in 2 fights, basically. It was like 10,000 and then all of a sudden it was 83,000. But yeah, looking very, very good. Finally giving, that seems like the scariest person you could possibly give the highest banned Pokemon to. So, I don't know. Interesting choice by Revelation. It was definitely worth the risk, and they did win the fight, so maybe they don't regret it. But that, in combination with, I seriously can't believe we're saying the Gengar plus the Zeraora, great meta picks for this particular game. But that damage combo was just disgusting. All jokes aside, Machizzle, Meowchizzle is looking like an absolute beast today. I am so impressed.
Yeah, they look amazing. They're going to have some great momentum headed into our grand finals. They will be going for the loser side of the bracket and playing against a team with ridiculous amount of accolades in Luminosity Gaming, but still an impressive run. And before we move on from this match, let's give a few flowers to this Revelation team as well. Such impressive wins throughout the bracket in day 1 and 2. Showcase some amazing talent on this team, and I definitely think there are a lot of players that are on everyone's radar now in North America. I think if you've been watching a lot of NA, you might have known Lunaire before, but now you definitely know they are a player to be watching. Over 100,000 damage in this Absol in this game number 2 as well. Truly just a ridiculously good showing.
Still don't know how to say the name Lunaire.
Really
somebody needs to get us the official, but one day I'll figure it out. But yeah, no, this has certainly been a breakout performance, which is weird to say because, again, we know all these players. They're all amazing. We just saw Hitman playing for a different region over in the AOS Cup. All of these players have been very, very good. But to gel this well together so early on, I love it.
Yeah, I loved it, but unfortunately, not enough to take down Kiss as they are able to take down this Revelation team and move into our grand finals. Bora Reach, you got to play Gengar, you made it look good, and you move into grands against LG. How you feeling after that win?
Feeling pretty good. I think you guys touched on it. I haven't had a lot of time to gel with everyone, but a lot of us are good friends, known each other for a long time, so happy to be back in grands after everything.
That's awesome.
There was an interesting strategy where we kind of saw, Joey Uguay switch roles with Oblivion partway through. Do you know the reasoning for that? It worked out quite well.
We try to be fluid, honestly. We want to be able to play everything that we want, and if something we like comes available, we'll try to fit it in. I think OJ have done a good job of showing that, Flareons can go duck XP share. They put the carry on Zug, let their tank players sort of be the carry at times. So I think that was a strat that we have noticed and try to also implement when we can.
Makes sense. So, Bora, going into LG, you get your run back chance. And in the last game, we saw 4 Speedster bans across the board in that last matchup. Are we going to see any change up in the banning strategy when you go to play LG again? Or is it going to be business as usual? That's your game plan. It just didn't work out in the winners finals.
I think, obviously, if bans change, we have adjustments made. But I think really that's our game plan. We're ready. It was more so on us executing. We're happy about our drafts against LG. I think the raid fights could have been executed. That bot Reggie game too could have been executed a bit better. So overall, I'm just happy I got Gengar once. So I'll live with that for the
That was my question, actually. I was going to say, despite the fact that maybe it's too much because you never get a chance to play it, how happy are you that Gengar is now in the meta for the first time in I don't even know how long.
I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword, like you said. It's in the meta, so now everyone's banning it. I can't really get it at all, but I mean, it's good to see my boy being relevant again. So
That's awesome. Hey, relevance all we can wish for. Thank you so much. Great to hear from you, Boro. Maybe we'll get a chance to hear from you again if you come out on top in this grand finals. It's going to be an amazing match. The run back of Kiss Kiss versus Luminosity Gaming in grand finals. We will have that for you right after this break.
Hello and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the final stretch play-ins, and these are the grand finals. One of your two teams here will be winning that trip to NAIC in New Orleans. Jake, your resident content cowboy, with you. Yee to the haw, and I'm joined by the one and only Doob Snacks for our grand finals. Hello, Doob Snacks.
Spriggles, I'm pretty excited. While LG may not be a new entity in the grand finals, Kiss Kiss is going to be fun to watch because they're on a run right now. This is a fun meta. We just got to watch Bora play Gengar in a tournament match, and it looks pretty darn good because it's a speedster meta, so let's get right back into it. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I cannot wait. Let's take a look at our bracket here. We'll see where we have been today. As you can see, Luminosity looking fantastic. Only dropping one game throughout their entire run here. I believe it was to Sanguine. Then they run into Team YT, take them down 2-0. Run into Kiss Kiss 2-0 into our grand finals. Kiss Kiss, on the other hand, were able to take down a huge team in Nemesis. They took down Ignorance. Then they were sent down to that loser's bracket and had to beat Revelation, a very strong team. And now we have the rematch in grands. And this happens a lot, Doob Stacks, where we have the team come from the losers bracket, they got 2-0'd, and then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, they have the number on their opponents. They are just able to outplay them, bracket reset, and win the whole thing. It happens time and time again in Unite, but can it happen today into that LG squad? I don't know. They are unbelievably good.
They are unbelievably good. They don't lose grand finals too often when we're there. But there's a team to do it. I mean, Kiss Kiss is on a bit of a run. This particular meta does uniquely play into some of the players that are on this squad, so it might be kind of everything reaching a fever pitch at the right time here for Kiss Kiss to get themselves a big win, and this is a good one. Because as you've mentioned, this is how you essentially auto-qualify for the final stretch, and you get a paid trip to go on behalf of UCS, so you get a chunk of change in your pocket to make that trip worthwhile.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting moment for LG, too, because they don't need they've already qualified for Worlds, right? They don't need to win anything else, but they want to win everything else. That was one of their, that was one of their proclamations at the start of the season, is they want to win every single live event. I think at first it was they want to win every single month, and then they lost a couple months, but they were like, that was actually
not that.
Not those things. Those are like practice. We want to win the live events, which, to be fair, they are 2 for 2 so far, getting ready for ACL. I feel like this is one of those games they could give, but also the confidence just moving forward in this season. They would love to stomp Kiss Kiss right here, pack their bags, and head to Japan.
Oh, without a doubt, right? If they 2-0 right here, Kiss Kiss, they get to, like you mentioned, quite literally pack their bags, because I'm almost positive they're all flying out tomorrow to go to Japan to start boot camping for ACL. Now, if they win every single live event they attend, which would be LAIC, check, EUIC, check, ACL, check, NAIC, check, Worlds, check. I mean, I don't know how you contend that they are not the greatest Unite team of all time if they were to pull off that crazy, crazy feat. And what they've accomplished so far is impressive in and of itself.
I think they're for sure, in the conversation no matter what as the greatest to ever play the game. But I agree with you. If they were to have won Worlds twice, back to back, and then somehow make this happen, I don't know if there will ever be another team in the history of this game that could ever do anything as impressive. Now, as they move forward to ACL, they're going to run into some insane competition, because it really does feel like a lot of the teams in ACL, a lot of the teams in the East right now are absolutely crushing it. So I cannot wait to see that. But ahead of them right here is a team they've already dispatched. And for whatever reason, Doob Snacks, in the long history of Unite as a series and in the championship series, the team coming from losers just has something special. They're able to beat that team that took them down, as Inder previously in NA, now currently in EU, has said it's just really hard to beat a team twice. For whatever reason, it's really tough to do. And in fact, a team that knows this, that ran into Inder with this very situation live, is of course LG, when they lost to TTV at NAIC a couple of years back.
Yeah, which was one of the best matches in Unite history that we were witnesses of, I should say. But Kiss Kiss here, I mean, we're talking about a lot of unique stuff going on in the meta, and they've found themselves to have maybe the most successful run some of these players have ever been a part of. And as they're going into this grand finals, not only do you have, again, Bora like on Gengar, but we've seen Mimikyu come into play. I think they've used Ho-Oh particularly well, which is having overall a pretty decent weekend. And being able to leverage those things, play well, sometimes it just takes a nice little patch to have things break your way for one event, and you can spike it. So, you know what? Dream big. Put your eyes on the prize and go for it. And Kiss Kiss is now 2 best of 3s away from doing that.
Yeah, this could be huge for them, right? They are not qualified for Worlds yet or anything like that, but a paid trip to New Orleans to compete at NAIC in the final stretch, securing their world spot there, would be huge. There are going to be a lot of really interesting storylines at NAIC as we start to move forward in this season. Obviously, we saw the Juicers dispatched earlier, and that was, tough. You really want to see this team do well, especially after they ran into their rivals at the AOS Cup and just could not beat them once again. They show up here this month. They don't secure their spot to NAIC. a storyline that I'm very excited for is to see what happens with them at the final stretch. But there's no question this match right here is going to help either decide how easily it is for LG to just continue to steamroll through this season and take these big live events, or how interesting it will be for sort of a new team like Kiss Kiss to be in that, pole position that people need to chase.
Well, there is no better opportunity for yourself if you're Kiss Kiss than this. Beating LG after the AOS Cup win obviously puts like an extra feather in your cap by proxy. Like, oh, we couldn't attend that event, but if we could have, we just beat LG type energy. But also having the momentum going into NAIC, you can keep your focus forward on improving without necessarily thinking, oh, we need to win everything now. You can start developing strategies, be a little bit more loose with how you play, so that you can really get your ducks in a row for the final stretch and qualify there, as we also lead into the regional finals, which will qualify even more teams for the World Championships as well. So tons of great opportunities for Kiss Kiss specifically. This is a great time to be hitting their stride because we're going to the tail end of the season. You can't qualify through championship points anymore, so you're going to have to spike a big tournament anyways. Might as well set yourself up for success by winning this one, guarantee your spot at the final stretch, and of course, get tons of work in from now until the regional finals to get another bite at the apple.
Now, as we look forward a little bit here, we've been talking a bit about ACL, and that is coming up very soon. We got to announce recently something I'm so stoked for, that we will be in Japan. We will have an English broadcast casting this. So all of you watching right now, if you love Pokemon Unite and you want to see one of the biggest tournaments of the year, make sure you are there with us, whatever time it ends up coming on. I know we'll be talking about it on Twitter all over the place, watching that live, because that tournament, I feel like there are a few this year that are huge, right? We had like LAIC, that was a massive way to kick off the season, very cool. The AOS Cup is notoriously one of the best tournaments of the entire season. The final stretch was so hyped last year, and dude, ACL is going to be insane. It's basically the East's AOS Cup essentially, and somehow a Western team, LG, is there and could win the whole thing. It's going to be bananas.
Yeah, I mean, they earned their spot in the ACL by winning LAIC, right? It was kind of the only opportunity for a Western team to rightfully qualify for the Asia Champions League and find themselves amongst a bunch of top squads that have fought through essentially a season-based format to qualify for the ACL. So the top teams out of all these different leagues that exist qualified there. And, including current world champions, Fennel are in that mix, right? Gonna try and now, not only that, I mean, you have to think LG has the biggest target on their head. But the real target here is the final stretch play-ins, and this is the Grand Finals Cowboy.
Here we go. Kiss Kiss is going to have your first band, first pick right here. As you can see, classic bands heading back and forth. We have Meowscarada, Gengar, Absol, final band over to Luminosity. You got to assume it's going to be Talonflame. It is. All of the 4 newly buffed speedsters not playable here in this match. By the way, for everyone at home, that's what draft should look like in all of your games. Just so you know, that's what you should be banning, okay?
Every single time. Unsurprisingly, of course, Snorlax picked first because although not a speedster, it did get some great buffs. So it sets the table pretty easily for Luminosity to grab Psyduck and Blissey, 2 incredibly strong Pokemon. And from here, we'll see how straight up this game can be played.
Gonna be interesting. We're gonna see Inteleon for the side of Kiss Kiss. Now, Inteleon is a really strong Pokemon. It actually got buffed a few patches ago. However, it hasn't had that impressive of a day so far. It's looked good, but it hasn't been unbelievable in my opinion. Next 2 picks over to Luminosity. A lot of options right here as we're going to lock in the Buzzwole and Blaziken. Blaziken is so dang good. I feel like it got a really small nerf after Worlds, and people kind of dropped it for a little bit. I have no idea why. It's truly one of the best all-rounders in the game.
It is, and it's, the quintessential example. Well, if it lost a little bit, it's probably not good anymore, fall off of it. But slowly but surely, I think people are realizing that, they should have never hopped off this train. Let's get back on. Bora grabbing Alolan Ninetales with Zero Aura in the gutter, something that Machisel has played a lot today. So not too surprising there. Where is this gutter pick going to go? Trainer with the opportunity to counter and really set themselves up for success. Mimikyu seems to be the hover, something that we've watched Oblivion play quite a bit the last couple games.
Yeah, Mimikyu is an interesting one, right? It does set up some really great plays into Inteleon. If you can get near it, hit it a little bit right into your Unite move, you pick up the KO right there. We saw the Assault Vest was hovered on the Snorlax for the side of Kiss Kiss, but looking at the other side with really no special attack that you're too worried about at all, they have moved that to a Focus Band. Focus Band, Eos, Cookie, Resonant Guard. This appears to be that block flail Snorlax, bit of a raid boss. We're going to see how Luminosity wants to deal with it. And we've got Bora Reach on the EXP share attacking Alolan Ninetales. I wonder which version we're going to see. You could easily see a Dazzling Gleam build here. However, given that we have the choice specs, it leads me to believe we may still be seeing that Blizzard Avalanche.
Both are good, and I'm loving where we're at right now with these attacker pseudo supports, right? Just to either cause static on the engagements that the opposing team is looking to make, or using that as a way to facilitate your own engagements. I think it's definitely the right place to be in the game right now with how quickly these Pokemon are shred off the map. And they're going to need a good way to kind of trap this Mimikyu once Trainer goes in. And I think Alolan Ninetales can do some work there and has to force Trainer to really prioritize their targets accurately.
And here you're seeing our battleground. Thea, Sky, Ruins, our grand finals have begun. A best of 3 with a possibility of a bracket reset. Kiss Kiss, your purple team coming from the losers bracket. Luminosity, your orange team coming from the winners bracket. For Kiss Kiss to win this whole thing, they need to win 2 out of 3 here, reset this bracket, and do it again. On the other side of the map, Luminosity just needs to win 2 games to win the entire tournament and get that all-expensive paid trip to NAIC in the final stretch.
Quickly looking to scrap early, and honestly, that Zero Aura hitting path right off rip makes it difficult for Overlord to get across as that Torchic can start stacking low. They get knocked out here. So Joey moving forward with JL. They're going to get some quick points in here. Both are successfully stacking, and JL just an absolute legend on this Hoopa. Great Hoopa player, and they have to be at least content that it's back in the mix today.
Wow, very close to picking up a double KO there. You see Oblivion actually taking the central area as Inteleon, something that we don't see a ton. It has incredible secure, and you often see it in path because of that, but they decided to give it a little extra XP, and it almost picked up a massive double KO with that water gun. A lot of experience heading over to the side of Kiss Kiss as a 4-player push continues on this tier 1.
Going straight for some points, not going to delay, not going to get too crazy as Joey Oogway, aka, goes straight to the middle and really tries to stress Luminosity on different parts of the map here. The Hyperspace Highway is up. We've got a quick rotation up top. They're trying to put the pressure on Overlord and Trainer low on HP. So if they can close the gap, there's an opportunity for a KO.
Psyduck goes down in that top path, and we can see we do have Bora on that Avalanche. This is going to be a Blizzard Avalanche Ninetales trying to slow down Overlord, and they've done a pretty good job. I mean, you're outpacing Overlord with an EXP share attacker. You're looking pretty good.
You got to be feeling good too. How is Luminosity going to adjust? You know, they had pressure in the central. Getting these birds would be a great place to start. We're starting to fight over them. Curios is very low. Moving forward is Otter. Can't quite get the Surfing in the middle. Actually peels away. Everybody going for a rotation down south. Blizzard Avalanche combo misses, which allows Slash to join the fray with the rest of the squad here. Overlord tries to dash through as a Combuskin, as they're going to get back to their side of the map here. We'll see how Slash supports and plays it. Trainer just dipping in and out here and having trouble finding any purchase.
Yeah, it looks like the Hyperspace Hole is going to send Machisel back. Not able to make much of a play right there. We had Bora with the extremely aggressive eject button, but they couldn't stop Slash from getting back. As here we are looking to fight over these birds. Luminosity notices this, but they're being pushed around by this block right into the Blizzard there. Still nothing for Kiss Kiss.
Yeah, fortunately for Luminosity, the only 2 players that got blocked backwards were Slash and Otter, so they had enough thickness to their Pokemon to be able to get back. And Overlord and Trainer not looking to get caught. Now it's just Slash getting vision as the rest of Luminosity gives up on the bottom.
Yeah, Slash is going to go ahead and try to score right here. Registeel going down easily for the side of Kiss Kiss as we have multiple members of Luminosity in the top path. They are ripping through Reggie, and that does head the way of Kiss Kiss.
Quick hyperspace highway open. JL rotates the team up. They do close out the goal zone downstairs. Kiss Kiss with the score lead here. Block backwards. We're still putting in damage. Shadow sneak in just as the block comes down, and they can only get rid of half of Joey's HP as the Regieleki is dealt with before it can hit. The highway's back open. A quick rotation by Bora, I believe, on this. No, Bora, excuse me, is playing Alolan Ninetales. The Machizzle on the Zeraora rotating quickly downstairs.
Overlord getting caught right there by a snipe shot on the other side of the wall from Kiss Kiss. And this is not a look that Luminosity has shown at all today. Behind right now at the start of this game, 116-29. Kiss Kiss playing a phenomenal game of Unite so far, and it looks like they're beating them at just about every fight.
Yeah, now Overlord's trying to keep parity with them. Nice pickup by Otter with the Psychic, and that will lead to a quality KO. And all of a sudden, as I was talking about it, Overlord shrinking that level lead for themselves. 2 Machizzle as they're looking to get on top of this goal zone. Straight into the back line, Rings Unbound, we're going in for some stuns. Mimic Unite as well on top of JL. And now, can we get any more? Inteleon Unite is out, 2 players down instantly for Luminosity. Curious goes down too. And all Otter can do is run away. All Slash can do is run away.
Wow, beautiful plays here. That's a triple for the side of Kiss Kiss. What a great fight for them. Now they're sending Inteleon up to the top path to try to deal with this Blissey. We see Oogway stealing away this experience there in the center for the side of Kiss Kiss. What a dominant start for this squad. They are absolutely taking it to the former world champs.
Yeah, up by almost 200 points now. The Focus Blast from Overlord can't stop those scores from going in, which puts us in the current situation we're in now. How they adjust is going to be important.
2 objectives on the map right here, Dupes. Next, one, it looks like safely to be Kiss Kisses, and that is the bottom objective. We're watching Curios just farm up some of these birds as quickly as they can. Some of it possibly getting stolen here by JL as Snorlax rips through that. In the top path, we've got 4 members of Luminosity making a siege on this goal zone. They could grab Alolan Ninetales here and then head for the Regieleki. Massive Blizzard Avalanche, but they do catch Bora. Bora is down, and now they're in a great position to take this objective. Regice over to the side of Kiss Kiss.
Snipe shot in range. Oblivion going to look to make a difference here. Otter needs to front line and put a body. So does Slash. Now they're moving forward. Oblivion gets dusted by the Buzzwole Unite, and that opens up a real opportunity. Regieleki is marching forward. JL's going to try and hold it down. The rest of the team, Kiss Kiss, is finally showing up. Bora Reach going to try and do it. JL is gone. They go Rings Unbound. They're starting to fight from the back line here, but everybody's being pushed, both literally by Luminosity and the block Snorlax. Power Nap into the back, and this Regieleki still hasn't hit. I thought it would have gotten there by now, but such is not the case. Joey holding strong, Hale holding tough, putting down a block, and Regieleki getting shoved back a little bit more. Oblivion pops their Unite move. They're looking for a target. They get Otter. We're moving back forward towards the Regieleki. KO Streak of 2, and these snipe shots are starting to ring true as Trainer finally engages in the back, gets stunned by the Blizzard Avalanche combination, and now they're going to be able to hold this pad and take care of the Regieleki.
What a fight from Kiss Kiss. I mean, that was relentless from Luminosity, but just look how they stayed in that. You also noticed the Snorlax block right there got very close to putting Reggie in. They actually had to walk around, pulling it back in with their own block, but beautifully played by Kiss Kiss. 284-40. All the conversation about ACL, this and that, they have to deal with Kiss Kiss right now, and they look phenomenal. Overlord, level 13, almost 14 on this Blaziken, however. That's something very scary that is going to be a presence around Rayquaza. If there's any opportunity to secure Ray, and it's being ripped apart, Blaziken with Overheat is one of your best bets.
Well, they're going straight for the scores here. Hopefully they do their math right. And looks like they did. Close the gap to 154 points with 30 seconds till Ray. And the Kiss Kiss obviously going to have all the advantage in the world to take that middle objective. That basement objective.
Yeah, the basement objective is a Reggie steal. They're able to rip this off the board, get extra damage right now. And while that was happening, we did have multiple members of Kiss Kiss scoring in the bottom path right now. So we're going to see if they're able to get caught. We do have JL here. Overlord finds them with the Focus Blast. We have Snorlax just running into the face here of Luminosity. And interestingly enough, both teams are on the opposite side of the map right now, positioned around Rayquaza.
I mean, this snipe shot hit Slash Can for so much damage. Oblivion's going to be a problem. They need to figure out a way to cut them off from this team fight here.
And here we go. We see Luminosity knows they need to make the play right here. Overlord looking to see what they can find. Machisel brings them on in. Huge moment. Bliss assistance. They pull back.
Zeraora is gone. Machisel is down. And now Bora's getting caught in the Mimikyu Unite. We're fighting in the backside too. Finally, Bora goes down. Oblivion has to pop their Unite move. They take care of Trainer. We're rotating back up.
Whoa.
It's now evened up 2-on-2. Oblivion is putting all the weight on their shoulders. And they're looking for another one. Slash King goes down. KO streak of 3. Overlord's still hanging out in the middle. Here comes Otter for the support. Joey knows they're there. They're going to put the overheat on them. Half their HP is gone. We're going rings unbound. We're going to pull everybody that got knocked out back through. They're starting to work on Rayquaza. Are they? Can they close the gap? No, Otter's gone. The rest of Luminosity is coming back into play, but we've seen Overlord do some work here from this position. Charged up overheat, gets knocked out before it can be taken, and Kiss Kiss secures. Machisel gets credit.
Wow, what an insane match here from Kiss Kiss. Absolutely dominating Luminosity. A beautiful fight. And I talked earlier about Inteleon not having the most phenomenal day. And here comes Oblivion to immediately show me why I'm wrong. I mean, geez, just absolute domination from top to bottom with Snipe Shot.
Yeah, and now this lead has just ballooned to a level that's insurmountable for Luminosity. These last 20 seconds are garbage time. We're going to see what type of damage farm we can do in the meantime. Kiss Kiss with a dominant Game 1 win, and what a set of team fights they've put together all throughout the match.
I mean, it feels like this match a little bit. This is just what happens, of course, when the team from the losers bracket you've already beat comes back. They have some different looks for you. Snorlax looking incredible right here, of course. And, I mean, you also have to give it up for the caster curse, because as soon as we start talking about the future, we start talking about ACL, we start talking about all the events Luminosity can win, of course, Kiss Kiss is right here to bring us back to reality.
And they did in a violent fashion, my friend. What a final fight that was. Catching great targets. Honestly, Luminosity catching 2 right from the jump. It looked like they were getting the matchups that they wanted. They couldn't quite close the gap on Oblivion. They come through with big knockouts for Kiss Kiss. And a big win from them. I mean, Luminosity did what they wanted to, right? They caught Machisel, knocked them out without them taking anybody with them, but it just wasn't enough.
No, I mean, it really wasn't. It's such impressive stuff there from Kiss Kiss. 83,000 damage for the side of Oblivion. Take a look at the other side right here. Some interesting numbers, but boy, they really shut Kyrios down in this match. He just could not get anything going. Only 22,000 damage. On the other side, there's that Zeraora, and this is a Pokemon that gave Luminosity a lot of trouble at the Aos Cup when they were facing Komai, and it seems to have a great match here as well.
Yeah, I just think it naturally plays well into a lot of the stuff that Luminosity likes to do. As we see Kiss Kiss in control almost the entire game score-wise, and were absolutely relentless when it came to putting that stamp on this one, beating Luminosity by over 500 points.
Now, they have games to give, Luminosity, but you don't want to give them away. You want to close this pretty easily. You need to figure out what you're wearing to Japan. What's the weather like? Is it cherry blossom season? But instead, Kiss Kiss is just fighting so well throughout this game. And honestly, if you switch the names on this, the match makes a lot more sense. This looked like a Luminosity match start to finish, but no, it was Kiss Kiss just dominating LG.
They did, and this was an amazing defensive stand here by Kiss Kiss. You actually see them getting knocked out here, and you think, man, Luminosity is going to get the best of this exchange. But Joey holding it down with this Flail Lax, buying time, and all of a sudden Oblivion shows up, pops their Unite move, and just starts racking up these KOs. Trainer engages Bora with the cover on the Blizzard Avalanche combination. Oblivion still standing, and they sort out the Regieleki. Well done.
Yeah, you see that catch right there. That was the, kind of the little lasso that you were able to get there with Zeraora with Volt Switch and Discharge. If you time it exactly right, you were able to use your boosted attack and then pull your opponent back with you. They did to start that fight. That was a quick shot right there. A no-scope 360 for the KO. Oblivion absolutely on fire as the water Pokemon.
Yeah, and because of that, it gave them all the time in the world for like Chisel and Bora to come back off of respawn. That's why you saw the rings unbound there, because they were coming back into play. Get them straight into the middle, get that secure that you need, and put the exclamation point on this W. Now, they still have a lot of work to do, does Kiss Kiss, but you got to think that you're feeling good after that one. They need to win this best of 3 to reset the bracket, and then they'll have another one ahead of them.
Yeah, you always wonder, once a team like Luminosity gets shaken a little bit right here, how do they respond? And I've got to say, if you were to look at one piece of Luminosity's game that is probably their weakest, it is their resilience when things go wrong. You see, when things go right, they're kind of like this unbeatable, monstrous squad. They take top teams and kind of embarrass them out there on Thea Sky Ruins. But when things go wrong a little bit, all of a sudden they get taken to a game 5 or something in a grand finals that you wouldn't expect. Now, in this series, these are 2 bests of 3. The question is, can they right the ship quickly right here, or are we going to see sort of a classic moment where Luminosity starts to tilt further and further as they get taken deeper and deeper by Kiss Kiss?
Well, we're about to find out. Into Game 2 draft phase we are, and we'll see if we stick with the speedster bands across the board. Meowscarada, Gengar, the last couple here, Absol and Talonflame. Is that going to be the last one queued up? What does Curios think? Yes, Talonflame, so we're keeping this thing honest.
Yeah, here we go. None of the speedsters. However, Kiss Kiss with that first pick. I mean, I would be shocked if they don't once again take Snorlax. It feels like no question they are bringing this out, and they do.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, it's so strong. It has so much resiliency, especially when it flails into block, right? We saw that pretty much hold a pad on its own. But Luminosity grabbing Inteleon saying, we don't want to fall victim to that again. Holy smokes. So they've got themselves Blissey and Inteleon, but that gives Psyduck over to Bora.
Yeah, it gives Psyduck over to Bora. JL feeling pretty dang comfortable here on this Hoopa. Obviously, this Snorlax is being played as a carry Pokemon more than a defender right here, which is what we've seen in these matches. Next couple picks here, we have got the possibility of Mew and Mewtwo Y. This would be interesting. A lot of attackers right here. I can't imagine we'd see something like that. Trainer takes the Mimikyu, and we do have a Mamoswine here. I've seen Otter run Mamoswine. There also is a reality where they switch Otter onto the Blissey.
Yeah, jury's out there. I'm not too sure. I mean, we do know Slash has done amazingly well recently with Mamoswine, specifically. So Kiss, their reaction to that is Sword, which I like. And if Machisel goes back to Zeraora, it's kind of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Now, our final pick here over to the side of Luminosity. We've seen this before. That is the Overlord Cinderace. So they're trying to play this game in sort of a different way. When you have Blissey, we are able to play Blissey running that Safeguard and Helping Hand, which can just make the attack speed absolutely insane on something like a Cinderace. And to me, this is Luminosity bringing out a pick that actually looked pretty fantastic at AOS Cup, even though they lost that match. Something that is a very different fight for Kiss Kiss here in Game 2.
Interesting pickup here is Otter's wearing that Rescue Hood, and if they are going to go that Safeguard Helping Hand combination, I often think Rescue Hood is for you think of the healing effect, but it also boosts that shield effect as well. So a little bit of a off the radar choice here. Not something you see too often, but something I thought was pretty interesting, worth pointing out because we don't see it.
Yeah, the Rescue Hood, it makes the Safeguard shield bigger, which is nice. They are running Buddy Barrier as well, so it's going to affect your Buddy Barrier shield when you're using your Unite move. So there are a lot of small moments like that, and of course, a Pokemon living on just a little bit is so game-changing as opposed to it going down, right? So if they get that little extra shield, Cinderace can survive a little longer. The natural life steal from its attacks can take over. It could be big.
They're going to need something big here. They are up against it as we go into game 2.
That's right. Kiss Kiss your purple team. Luminosity your orange team. LG losing that first game to Kiss Kiss. If Kiss Kiss wins this right here, they will reset this bracket. They've come from our loser's side. They need to do it again. Beat Luminosity in a best 2 of 3. And if they do, they will be heading to NAIC for the final stretch.
Quick pressure put on early, and it's not easy with a 0 or end path. They tend to hold their own fairly well here. One thing I do find interesting, Luminosity chose the orange side here after losing that first game.
Yeah, they did. They decided that they wanted to give up the Snorlax intentionally right here to take the Inteleon. It was clearly what they knew was going to happen right now. And with how good Inteleon was in that first game for Kiss Kiss, I think this is a great strategy.
It is. Oh, the sword stepping forward, cutting off Overlord's push. I think they saw Machisel low on HP and was hoping they'd be able to get away with one.
And here we go. Just trying to get Trainer to level 5 here before these birds land. We're going to see if Overlord kicks through the bush. He does. He knows JL is there, able to auto-attack through the bush. Even though he can't see them, you can A-press that attack and look for a KO.
And they came pretty darn close. But it's a 4v2 now, 4v3 if Overlord sticks around. Hyperspace Highway is open, though, with quick rotation downstairs. Joey making it back to pad.
And here we go. We have the wild Pokemon being fought over right here. Nice secure for the side of Luminosity. So much happens in between some of these big objective fights, and it really matters how much of this wild Pokemon experience you can secure, especially early as you're looking to get your first and second move online. You're looking to get your Unite move. So moments like this, when you're diving in for the this experience, it actually is extremely valuable if you're able to pick it up.
Quality KO there on Trainer, and Machisel gets out because of the coverage there from the Duck. Quick reset in the middle through the hyperspace hole, and Curios has to bail.
Yeah, now here we have Machisel being pushed back right here. Overlord ticking over to level 7 right there with that secure, so they're able to fight a little bit better into what we have on the side of Kiss Kiss. I would be worried if I was Luminosity when I see this Aegislash, because it's able to chase down a lot of these squishy Pokemon very well with its boosteds.
Yeah, absolutely. Oblivion going to hide out, look for a target to pounce on. Kind of catches an A-press there from Overlord as we are waiting for these 720 birds in the middle to get a crop of experience. Nice stun on Slash and straight in on Trainer here. Machisel goes into the back line. Now we're going to have to start A-pressing. We need to get a knockout, says Luminosity. Can they actually converge on one? Slash not going down is a prize in and of itself.
Oblivion with some great plays there on Sword, deciding not to move in. They had another boosted, but they couldn't as easily pick up the KO as they wanted right there. They used their wide guard boosteds in shield form to reset Sacred Sword and look for a possible moment. But they do secure this bottom objective, and they are up 11-0 right here.
Yeah, and Joey is able to isolate Curios, who has to Fell Stinger to the wall. Snipe Shot goes wide, doesn't find anybody. Here comes Overlord, going to have to, again, try and find some pressure. Overlord, kind of a non-factor so far, but I think they are putting good pressure. Kiss Kiss is just not willing to play ball right now.
Yeah, Kiss Kiss finding their moments right here. Luminosity has scored 23. Cinderace up to the top path. They are level 9 now. Overlord has their Unite move ready to go, which can be great secure on an objective and also great for securing a KO that's trying to walk away from a fight. Luminosity ripping through this right here.
Ice Fang doesn't hit for Slash Cannon, which cuts off their engage. Bore Reach moving through. Snipe Shot is early, taken by the sword, and now everybody has to peel back. Deep engage by Machisel. They're trying to get on top of Curios. Snipe Shot does hit Bore Reach, but the portal is down. Everybody comes through with fresh HP. Quickly sorted out is the Psyduck, but now it's the everything falling the other way. Luminosity gets so much pressure. Bliss Assistance at the longest range possible. Can they actually materialize anything out of it? No. The sword is slashing and cutting through. Regieleki hits, and they've got an opportunity to close the goal zone, which they do. Machisel's low KO. Streak-a-2. Overlord is here. Machisel wants Overlord before they have to kick rocks. Trainer sorts it out.
Here we go. Bore looking for a big KO. This would be massive if he can get the level 10 Cinderace, but they are bouncing around. Huge play from Slash right there, and the Blaze Kick saves the superhero Cinderace.
I mean, what an earthquake, an Ice Fang to reposition to make sure that Bora can't get that KO.
Massive.
That would have been terrible.
Yeah, that would have been really rough, giving up a level 10 right there. As we see, Luminosity fighting very well in that moment. They got very close to getting caught there by the Aegis Slash, but they don't fully go down. However, the objective, once again, over to the side of Kiss Kiss, as they're getting ready for this next one. Mamoswine just evolved for the side of Luminosity, so we have a Unite move there. We have a Unite move from Mimikyu. On the other side, everyone but Psyduck ready with a Unite.
And now Slashcan trying to suss out where everybody is. Nice snipe shot. Half of Bora Reach's HP is gone. Curious moving forward. They're going to be exposing themselves first. We'll see how the reaction from Kiss Kiss is. Machisel straight into the back line. Oh, nice Ice Fang on Oblivion. Secured by the Zero Aura. And now they're going to put the screws to Luminosity. Everybody's caught out. The surf back. Curios is caught. Curios is down. Now we're just going to have to keep going through them. Overlord is trying to make it happen here. Slashcan still standing. Can they cut them off? Blitz assistance right through the Zero Aura is crucial. And now they're going to keep going. JL finds themselves in between 3 players from LG, and they're saying, this is not the team I remember playing for just last year. They're going for it. Rings unbound. We're going for the stuns. The fists are out. Earthquake back the other way. Overlord on the backside, and they're getting all the pressure. They're cut down by the sword and the Snorlax tandem combination. And Teleon Unite is out. They need to find some snipe shots. Use those critical hits to 8 breaths. And finally, I think we're taking a break.
Maybe, as Snorlax moves in here with a huge block. We have Oblivion looking for it. Wide Guard moves in for this fight. The boosteds continue. They push forward, but Slash is trying to defend on the goal zone. Ice Fang catches just about everybody on Kiss Kiss. The portal sending him home. Bora in trouble right here. Goes down to the flaming kick there from Cinderace as Slashcan continues to fight on this goal zone. The Cinderace dancing around with a Blaze Kick. Picks up a KO. Oblivion back through the portal. Do they take it back? And no, we finally reset. My goodness gracious. Someone time that fight. Is it the longest in Pokemon Unite history? What happened?
It certainly felt like it. Mimikyu Unite is out, and the only reason they're not fighting down there is they want to scrap up here. Oogway, Joey able to finally take care of Trainer, who is just pressing them through after using that Mimikyu Unite in their last opportunity here. And they're going for a counter score. JL is low, JL is gone. 2 more KOs for Overlord before they're dealt with by the Machisler.
And look at this right here. Machisel now moving forward. Slash with a very beautiful Ice Fang Earthquake to peel away from this. Zero Aura able to delete that Cinderace pretty easily, but they're going to need to charge that Unite move up really quick here. Luckily, all of this wild Pokemon experience is available to them. They're almost level 14. Same thing on the other side with this Cinderace right here. And it has hit the battlefield once again. You can hear its call.
Yeah, Regice getting taken care of very quickly. Who's it going to secure it? It is the sword. Oblivion, take care of that. Trainer's low, they're gone. And on the backside, you have Joey just trying to block and isolate everybody through, and they're successful, pinning 2 targets back.
Wow, I mean, once again, Kiss Kiss is having a phenomenal game. This isn't as one-sided as game number 1, Dupe Snacks, but 235, 138. Level-wise, it's looking great. We have Unite moves on everyone except for Zera Aura, who is running around the map, picking up some experience right now to make sure that they have it. Every objective seems to be fought over very well here by the side of Kiss Kiss, as once again, Luminosity is going to be the team that needs to make a play. We have Slash resetting, heading back, and we're going to see how they want to handle this. They're down by less than 100 points, so a full pocketed back cap, giving them a hundo burger, will put them ahead right here. Slash sees Snorlax, catches with the Ice Fang, but is this really the target you want to fight? And it looks like Luminosity has said no.
No, okay, we had the dip in by the Machisler going straight through. Slash is sitting on the pad to make sure nobody can reset, so the portal's down for at least a moment.
Yeah, and here we go. Rayquaza being chipped up right now. We have the sword moving in.
Oh, the sword is dealt with quickly. That was a rough engage for them. Machisel goes straight to the back line. Block back to the walls. Pins and stuns everyone. The Mimikyu Unite catches before the reset comes through, of course. And now they're going through and they're trying to rip through the Zero Aura. Zero Aura's in the back now. They have to try and get away. Slashcan is on top of them. They're gone. 3 players down for Kiss Kiss. Luminosity's looking at Rayquaza. And it's Trainer that's coming along in the final minutes of this one. Joey's on the chase. They're going to absolute run at this Luminosity squad. Rayquaza's low. Coup de grace too early. And it's taken by Overlord. And now Oblivion's going down as well, and Luminosity has a chance to win this one.
Luminosity dashing for their scores here as the Cinderace secures that with an auto attack. It wasn't the coup de grace. It wasn't Cinderace's Unite move. It was an auto after the fact. It looked like actually Overlord missed Rayquaza there, looking for the possible secure early from the Aegis Slash. Brings it to 408 now by scoring in this top path. 22 seconds left. A shield on Overlord, another KO, and this should do it for the side of Luminosity, tying up this series.
That game was way closer than I thought either team thought it was going to be, maybe going into the match, but then, of course, going into the final 2 minutes, even that Ray was felt up in the air the whole time, Spraggles. I mean, these teams are playing each other very even right now.
Yeah, that was a really close game. Felt like Kiss Kiss had a lot of moments there. Unfortunately for them, when they decided to move in with Aegislash, that in that first moment, it just got absolutely demolished. The second it went over that Rayquaza pit, it was gone. And then from there, Luminosity really handled that fight well. We saw Cinderace do all right at the AOS Cup, and here it is pulling off a win in our grand finals.
Listen, you can see what it was doing there. I mean, it was shredding HP pools, right? When you're looking at a Pokemon like the Sword, like Psyduck, that's pretty robust, and of course, without a doubt, Snorlax with that massive HP pool, you start thinking, how can you absolutely shred through that? And both Mimikyu and Cinderace meet that need.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see there, Cinderace outputting a ton of damage, 96,000 damage for the side of a Luminosity. I do feel like Kiss Kiss had an incredible comp, and, you know, most of this match, they were actually ahead right there, just a small misplay at Rayquaza. And even then, like you said, it could have gone either way right there at Ray.
Without a doubt. Now, Luminosity is one game away from taking down the grand finals and being your final stretch play-in champions here. And Kiss Kiss, they need to keep their tournament alive. They need to win this one. They've got one 10-minute match. If you're in the shoes of Kiss Kiss, I honestly have been really enjoying their draft so far. I'm not convinced I'm switching too much up right now.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think even giving up this Inteleon, while their Inteleon looked unbelievable, I felt like Oblivion was a real force on this Sword as well. They also played so well around all of these objectives because of it. You just have great secure with it. This is when they were pushing in for that fight right there on that tier 1 goal zone. Machizel also on this Zeraora, really, really strong.
Yeah, doing a ton of damage. I will say, you know, as a support player myself and a support fan, watching JL getting really good rotations out of their team by using the Hyperspace Highway, the resets, etc. They've really been able to put pressure all around the map and keep up with Luminosity, who loves to split push, right? They've been able to adjust very well and cut those pushes off, which is why we're seeing Luminosity fall behind on the scoreboard, something that we rarely see.
And we just saw the start of the fight right there. That was really the biggest moment. It was just Sword going down, Trainer catching multiple members right there of Kiss Kiss, and that was definitely the biggest moment of the fight. It gave Luminosity the opportunity to start taking Rayquaza right here. With the portal, we do see Snorlax move through it. Aegislash makes it through the coup de grace very early. The Cinderace Unite move also mistargeted, but an auto attack gets it from the Cinder. They were likely to be the ones to get it right there, but it could have gone to that Sword.
It really could have. You know, showing that even the top players are not immune to a Cinderace Unite going the wrong way. Holy smokes. Just absolutely gripping and ripping that and missing, and then realizing, like, A, or B, just trying to press through it to get the Rayquaza down is hilarious. Again, showing that doesn't matter what level you play at, things happen. How do you adjust? Well, they got it done there, and we're forcing ourselves to at least a Game 3 in these grand finals. And I know a lot of folks at home, I already saw in chat, they're looking for the reset because they want to see Kiss Kiss push LG to the limit.
Yeah, of course they do, right? And you're right, that was one of those B-press moments right there. You have your Cinderace and your solo queue game, just start hitting Ray. They throw the Unite move, it lands on a wild Pokemon out of nowhere, and you just see the surrender button pop right up after that. That's not what happened though for LG. They were able to keep their head on straight, and they continued fighting, continued looking for their opportunity, secured it with the auto attack as we head here to our next game. Luminosity right now is going to have the 2 pick. Kiss Kiss once again in that first pick position.
Luminosity banning the Zeraora, so one of these powerful speedsters will become available, and if Kiss Kiss chooses it, that means LG is going to get the Snorlax here, depending on how they ban around this situation.
Yeah, in this moment, you could ban the Snorlax to give you one of them, but actually, these are targeted ban. I love this too. They're saying, I don't know if a few of your players want to switch off these Pokemon at all, so you're going to need to prove that they do.
Now they get Absol and Snorlax if they want it, which is kind of huge. I feel like those are two great Pokemon that you actually want to be playing with. And just as it was said, it was written, locked in quickly. Where will Kiss Kiss go from here?
Yeah, that is the question, right? Bora Reach, known for their Gengar play. I've mentioned this a lot, but for those just joining us, when I first played with Bora, they were kind of a Gengar one-trick, it seemed like almost. This Pokemon, they were so good with it. They played Hex Gengar extremely well, and now this thing is broken. But the question is, in competitive play, are they ready to go? We saw it a little earlier on stream, but clearly these speedsters have not been allowed or even thought of as viable for the longest time. So you have to wonder if, you know, all those old mechanics are ready to go.
I'm taking a deep breath here. Luminosity is getting like every power pick that exists while Kiss Kiss is going deep into the well. Joey's Tree used to be, and I'm sure still is, their best Pokemon that they are on. JL and Blissey, no slouch either. That's definitely comfort. Oblivion finding their way back to Inteleon and cutting off Overlord from Blaziken here. So we've got a real potential counter pick out of Luminosity to see how they're going to drive this point home and try and win these grand finals.
I'm interested to see this final pick because so many Pokemon on the side of Luminosity can be switched around right now. It looks like the Absol would be going over to Overlord and then the Mimikyu over to Trainer. That's much more common than the other way around, obviously, for their setup. We see Kyrios right now sitting on this Snorlax. They could be playing it with Slash as the EXP share you know, Mewtwo Y. This would be such an interesting setup for Luminosity. I absolutely love it if this is what they go with. We do see the Assault Vest there on Kyrios. This, of course, is to counter the Snipe Shot, but it also helps for this Gengar as well. Just a massive shield that will recover after being out of combat for, what is it, 4 seconds now? Something like that.
I think Kyrios' solo mission this game is once they get stacked up, it's just to flail at Oblivion all game long. It's just to run at Oblivion over and over and over again and make Oblivion figure out how to contend with that and try to force Kiss Kiss to adjust around that. And honestly, for Luminosity, if Kyrios can carve that path with the Flail Lax and really open things up, well then everyone else can kind of get picked apart from there.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be an exciting match. It feels like when you look at this draft, it seems like LG expertly picked apart what is going on for Kiss Kiss, but we'll have to see what that looks like in game. Again, this is 1-1 in our grand finals. Now, Kiss Kiss needs this win to reset this bracket and go at it again. They came from our loser side. Luminosity needs this win right now to secure their spot to the final stretch. Another live event that they would love to win this season.
And here we go. Kiss Kiss your purple team. Luminosity your
Kiss
orange.
Kiss your purple team. Luminosity your orange team. We're here in your grand finals, Doob Snacks, and it's all up to this for Kiss Kiss. They need this game to reset it. Luminosity wants to win right now, and as we've said many times, pack their bags and get ready for Japan.
Well, first they have to contend with Kiss Kiss, who, you know, you may think that Luminosity expertly drafted, but there's some powerful Pokemon on the side of Kiss Kiss. You brought up Blaziken already. You can never undersell the viability that Blissey has as it's quickly dispatched of by Overlord.
These speedsters are actually very strong. Hex Gengar ripping through that side deck. Hex Gengar may have kind of done that before, but that was even faster. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, these Pokemon are ridiculous, right? There's just like no other way to slice it.
You think they're a little overtuned? I don't know, honestly.
I think just a smidge.
They might be B tier.
Just a smidge. Just a smidge.
Oh, come on.
Nice pushback by Machisel to try and get all the birds on their side, cutting off Luminosity from that, what is typically some experience that they at least get some of. Moving forward, slow smoke down as Otter is hanging out and just going to A-press through. I think you just got to give up some of the points here. Surf through just to bully a little bit, but ultimately I think Kiss Kiss is pretty happy.
Yeah, they were just able to kind of walk up, position, score some of their points, that top goal. They're watching this invade right here, and now they are trying to catch them. However, a beautiful side shock pushes them back, and now they are split.
Yeah, and the pressure by Otter up top on Bora, who's rotating back through, is nothing to scoff at either, forcing them to take a berry and go back home. So Luminosity is moving with some purpose across this map, and maybe the whole stop Hoopa thing is seeing its worth, its weight in gold here, as Kiss Kiss is having trouble keeping up with where they're at now.
Yeah, and take a look at this. Curious right now. Level 6 on this Snorlax. Just stacking up in that bottom path. Machisel going down here. Overlord just ripping through them with Absol. And it looks like they plan to fight on this goal zone. And they should be able to get a lot of damage onto this Blissey. Possibly rip them apart. Slashing some trouble in the bottom path. Bora looking for the KO. Not able to make it happen. Getting caught right there. You hear all of the full heals popped. And Luminosity walks away from that with multiple KOs.
Yeah, more points going in. We've got the block out, getting some space. Is Slash going to move forward? Yes, get some time for Snorlax to get their points. And now it's Machisel low, Machisel gone. Blissey low, Blissey gone. Overlord putting 8 points, and now they're starting to stack up. They're level 9, and that Unite move is available.
Yeah, Unite move's available, stacking up in this top path. And the amazing thing about stacking on an Absol is all about critical hits, right? So you've got to imagine that every point of attack is worth even more than that, given that critical hits double all of your damage. So stacking an attack weight is actually huge on an Absol if you're able to get it, especially early.
Pressure being put on, still no Gengar, and that's going to be a problem as now points are going in. Overdunk there of just a hair. Not as good as you'd like it to be, but with the KOs you're getting because of it, you're pretty happy.
And here you go, Overlord running back to this goal zone, possibly looking to grab a berry, and then back here there's some experience that they can grab, but this is essentially free for Luminosity, and this is a very different game from 1 and 2. LG looking like vintage LG, 39 for Kiss Kiss, 180 for Luminosity. The objective, walking towards Kiss Kiss. They've already got the Reg Ice, now they have the Regieleki. They're in a great position to fight here. They have that Absol Unite, Snorlax Unite, Mimikyu, Psyduck. They've got just about everything they want.
Well, we'll see how they take it. Bang! That's a Midnight Slash from Absol. Put some damage in. Immediately, we see some more knockouts happening. 3 players down for Kiss Kiss in a heartbeat. Regieleki is still there, but it's Mimikyu ripping through a bunch of targets alongside with the Absol here. Curios flailing back towards Pad. Is there any more points we can get in? And now we're getting tons of stacks in as well, Cowboy.
Yeah, stacking up, scoring in that top path, 39, 286. That is a level 12 Absol over the 5-minute mark. This is crazy for Luminosity. They are dominating Game 3.
Yeah, the problem is Overlord can't give themselves up too easily because if they get knocked out, that is so much experience back the other way. And now they found a Gengar, and that's an easy thing for an Absol to dispatch when you're up by 3 levels on it.
Yeah, absolutely massive right here. This objective, Kiss Kiss has decided that they can't even fight over it. Right now, Overlord is spending time in the central area of Kiss Kiss, just trying to take every bit of experience that they can. They get a KO. It's on the Psyduck. It's not too much, as Luminosity is perfectly positioned to rip through the bottom objective all by their lonesome. Overlord, on the other hand, looking for another KO, catches Bora once again and gets it.
That Unite move. Oh, nice snipe shot. Okay, they got to use that now. Kiss Kiss has got to look forward and push forward. That's what I'm expecting them to do. That's what I want to see them do. Nice block. Oblivion, I believe, tried to trigger their Unite move real quickly here, as they are going to have to help them make this move. I mean, 301 to 51, and they had their best opportunity in the tank, and all of a sudden it's slipping between their fingers. A big power nap by Curios is going to give them a KO streak of 2.
Yeah, now they're pushing forward. They're going to be able to KO Joey on this tree. Slash moving forward as well. I mean, just a lot of displacement here. All the while this is happening, Trainer doing classic Luminosity gaming things, running up that score lead. Anytime your opponent is putting pressure on you, you'll find a member of LG somewhere on the map looking to score. 61 to 341, as this match is really getting out of control.
Yeah, getting out of control quickly indeed. Up by 280 points is Luminosity, and they don't look like they're going to slow down anytime soon. Overlord actually working their way in, wants to KO Joey, it looks like, and they're going to get their mark. Nice block by Curios to cut off the Bliss Assistant's Machisler here, and they're going to get themselves a Psyduck again. Midnight Slash there, but it's really Curios sitting in the front line doing all the damage right now, forcing out the Inteleon Unite, and Inteleon is gone. And now, just trying to do something with Curios, but that's a level 12 Snorlax.
Yeah, this is just so difficult. Absol picks up a double KO. Make it a triple. Make it a quadra. Can it be the penta as they move through right there? And there you go. Overlord basically on the enemy home goal zone before Ray securing a penta KO. Kiss. I think they need to get their heads back in this game, Dupe Snacks, because it looks like Luminosity is ready to head not only to ACL, but to NAIC, and that's a whole lot of letters.
That is a whole alphabet soup champions over here. Luminosity Gaming. Curious going to work on this Regirock by themselves. 35 seconds till Ray. And it feels a bit done here. Kiss technically still have an opportunity. They're going to have to take a heck of a team fight with a lot of members standing afterwards to be able to win this game.
I mean, we don't often talk about how a team technically has a way to win, so yeah, it's looking pretty bad when we have to get into technicalities like, look, it's not exactly over, and it's true, it's not, but you're right, they have to get a massive catch. The positioning from Luminosity right here is extremely aggressive. They're trying to get all the information they can and figure out when they can fight. Of course, nice snipe shot, if they're able to take down something like this Absol in dramatic fashion, they could swing this fight. 2 minutes left in this match, and this could decide who will be winning this tournament and winning their shot to head to the final stretch play-ins at NAIC. Rayquaza's on the map. Luminosity is in complete control. It's up to Kiss. How do they want to play this fight, Dupe Snacks? We're going to see what they can do here. Slash pulling back right now. Trevenant getting knocked up, but no, it looks like they're going to peel away from this fight. We see the Mewtwo Unite move coming down, but still, it looks like Kiss can't start the fight. Machisel gets taken out. And now we have Trevenant pushing forward right here, trying to make something happen, but it's too little too late. Massive Trev Unite. Bliss Assistance comes in, but there's the Midnight Slash. Gengar ripping through them, able to pick up one KO. Inteleon picks up another. Bora Reach getting ripped apart by Overlord as the Absol starts chasing them down. Blissey is living on a prayer, but it's being chased by a flail Snorlax right now with only 50 seconds left. 61-347, and Kiss still does not have a shot here. They need to take Ray.
They need to do literally anything. That was awful. An absolute tragedy from bell to bell. Machisler now is working in the middle on this Rayquaza. It's gonna be all for naught. 30 seconds left here, and all Luminosity is doing is playing with their food, as they're just gonna attack everybody under the sun. I mean, the charged up overheat can't even hit the target at once. Absol's still gonna make it out through the reset. We've got a backcapping Curios here with the Flail Lax, gonna try and put in a Hundo Burger, and of course be successful, because why not?
Bora looking to make something happen on Rayquaza. They are not able to rip it apart right here. It is going down, but it does not matter. Luminosity taking game number 3. LG are your grand finals champions here, and they are winning the, not Aos Cup play-ons, but the final stretch play-ins.
Man, after that first game, I was like, okay, Kiss has got it. That second game was very close, and then Luminosity just absolutely blew the doors off of this game 3, making a statement here. And yeah, I mean, I think this is a clinic in how to draft into a team, how to leverage their proclivities against them, right? Setting up Bora Reach to grab Gengar first. We know they love to play that Pokemon. And then immediately getting great picks back to back. I mean, the story of the day here to me is